Welcome back. Sunday morning, about 9:22, January the 12th, 2025. So how are you doing, ladies and gentlemen? 1 week until big Donald Trump rally next Sunday night, and then a week and a day until the inauguration of President Trump. So, isn't that amazing? All right. One viewer. Yeah, incredible. Yeah, buddy. Here's how it works. Super simple. You just plug it into any empty power socket in your home, and it gets to work smoothing out your power grid. That's it. Just plug it in, and it takes care of the rest. It even helps protect your appliances from the damage caused by that extra energy. Thousands of Americans are already using Power Saver Pro and are saving a ton of money. The feedback has been incredible, and honestly, it's just awesome to see how much this little device is helping people. Now, he really wants as many people as possible to benefit from this. So he's running a special promo where you can get Power Saver Pro at 50%. Plus, he's throwing in a 30-day money-back guarantee because he knows how much your money matters. If it doesn't work the way you expect, just send it back. No questions asked. So, if you're tired of wasting money on sky-high electricity bills, now's the time to take action. Just scan the QR code you see on the screen or go to promoworld.tv to visit his website and grab your Power Saver Pro at 50%. Transfer the essence to something so simplistic, it makes it incredibly complex and amazing. That's what I'm trying. Okay, sorry. Got things I'm doing here. The question is the answer. But you have to pick a moment to say the globalist New World Order is dead. And I said on Wednesday, I said he calls it the woke mind virus. I was looking for some disk space to record last night's Alex Jones, and I found one where I'd recorded December 12th episode of Alex Jones, and last night was January 11th, so it's going to be quite a jump. That's all right. Let's see. Yeah. So, how are you doing, ladies and gentlemen? Nobody's watching. Incredible. Okay, play, you bastard. When you look at these images of the Palisades, right up at the top of the hill is the 117 million gallon reservoir artificial lake that they immediately 2 months before drained. They then did not do any testing and blocked any testing of the fire hydrants and blocked the funding. All deliberate, didn't cut out the brush. Everything.
and then refuse water from the other reservoirs. This is deliberate. Okay. Documents all the threats. This is an emergency sector transmission January 11th, 2025. It is 12 noon and 2 minutes, 12:02, not 12:03, Central Standard Time. Okay, he went on at noon yesterday. I that's interesting. I didn't know when he was on yesterday. I just know he started to do Saturday show. 44 seconds until President Trump's inaugurated to come in and do a special Saturday broadcast. I said to myself, let me go on over to the trends on X and see what some of the big breaking news is. And I saw the headline with hundreds of millions of people reading it. In 2021, I set out to destroy the woke mind virus, and now it has been deleted. Elon. Okay, where's at 10 p.m. sharp. And you know me, if you're a regular viewer listener, I always up front tell you what I think the most important news of the day is. Scissors. The fires and the death and the devastation and the looting and the bureaucratic sabotage and administrative terrorism we witnessed is terrible and is a microcosm of the Great Reset. The industrialized world under the official UN 1992 treaty again 2021. And we're going to get into all the new massive developments here today. But in general, what Elon Musk said last night about 10 o'clock at night, I stopped getting next. I missed it, but I was already intending. Okay. I was looking for this and it was in my hand. Yeah, I was looking all over the floor downstairs. Where is this vacuum cleaner attachment? And I was holding it in the same hand with the phone. That is pretty pathetic. Hold on. I had to switch to a different Wi-Fi. We're up here in the attic. Getting ready for next year's Christmas. It's a dog. Oh, that's my baby. Here I am in my soul. I wonder why a man has to carry this load. It used to be the Western would be shooting up the Looking for a place to hang this. What do I have to do to keep my love alive? The girl is started, but he's got. Now Donald Duck is sitting on my chimney. He's waiting to take my baby to the bed. My baby's gone, coming, looking crazy. My baby's gone, coming, looking crazy. All the girl can say is, crank, crank. My baby's gone, coming, looking crazy. All night long, booty with thicker, it's like ants. And all day long, but morning is gone. I asked that girl, how do you feel right now? You know that everybody goes back. She turned around and she looked at me and she said, "What I see, turns around. Everybody is good." My baby's gone, coming looking crazy. My baby's gone, coming looking crazy. It's like a child for Stephanie. My baby's gone, coming looking crazy. My baby's gone, coming looking crazy. My baby's gone, coming looking crazy. This is Dr. Hotel Orloff. You're tuned in to the greatest radio station in the history of mankind. 106.9 FM. Bitch. Hold on. Fuck you. See anything. Wait! My glasses! Holy smoke, I found them! I've been looking for these for a week. Are they damaged? Yes, they are. Because I stepped on them. Well, no, they seem to be okay, I guess. These are my sunglasses. I've been looking for them. Man, that sucks. Looks like I've been walking on them. Well, that's not good. Damn it! Where did I put it? I've been looking for those sunglasses. Okay. God, I'm getting fat again. I was hanging this beginning of the end poster is what I was doing. That is doing. Those of you wondering. Okay. Hanging pictures. I'm going to hang this angel picture.
that picture of the little kids crossing the bridge and the angel watching over them. I always grew up with that in the house. My mom had that picture. Not that exact one. That one's actually bigger than the one my mom had. I found that later in a junk shop or something. But so that picture means a lot to me. It reminds me of my mother and reminds me of angelic forces. And so I want, and I have another one downstairs, similar, but it's in a more oval frame. Uh, yeah. I'm going to move a table. I got to move these CDs that are on the top. Here's the Mars Attack soundtrack, the Omen soundtrack, the opening title. The main theme of the Omen is genuinely terrifying, satanic, where they're singing Ave Santani. Uh, it'll That's something if you want to scare your neighbors, you can play real loud. This is themes from classic science fiction, fantasy, and horror films. Wonderful monster movie music from the 50s. Looks like these are mostly soundtracks here. The film music, Ronald Stein. So, stuff like from Attack of the Crab Monsters, fine film. Don't listen to anyone that tells you it isn't. These are vintage songs about gangsters, rocketeers, and the feds outside the law. I forgot I even had that. A tribute to the Ramones. I didn't know I had this either. Uh, what bands are on this, man? I can't see a thing. Need better light up here. That's the Fifth Dimension. These are a bunch of, looks like I got these all together. They're CDs, but they're not in jewel cases. They're more in cardboard. This is Gals from the Big D Jamboree. The Big D Jamboree was in the Sportatorium in Dallas. People like Elvis played there, Wanda Jackson, Servatron. I don't even remember what that is. Countryways and Rockin' Days. I guess I put all the cardboard ones together. I've got to get a CD. No, I got so many CDs. An anthology of X. What else here? This is a Tales from the Crypt radio series based on the HBO series, where they acted out for like radio. Yeah, indeed. I yeah. It's the soundtrack to King Kong, and, Superman radio shows, and This is my box set of Pam's jingles from the Pams. They'd sing. I explained it yesterday. They were the singers of radio jingles that you probably grown up listening to. That's right. Well, I'm going downstairs, man. Yeah. Gonna put these sunglasses down here so they won't get lost again. And they somehow wound up on the floor and were, and I must have stepped on them at least once because I
understand it.
but they're okay.
And I don't say that condescending.
They're prescription sunglasses, so they're expensive.
Following his philosophy, by following it, I mean watching, studying, to understand the nuances, because there's always the surface level that's very clear and true.
Okay, it's almost 10.
Layers to it of why he's doing what he's doing. All right, so the best way to describe this is this one. Is Elon Musk right to say that on January 10th, 2025, last night, that the woke mind virus is dead? That the woke mind virus has been deleted. Now let's go over some of the history of this. There's another post. Woke mind virus found 127.0.0.1. Great drought, woke mind virus, December 18th, 2021. He's saying 3 years ago plus that I've identified it. He puts it in a scientific computer context as a basic command operation to remove something. And then now you skip ahead to January 10th, 2025. And he says, in 2021, I set out to destroy the woke mind virus, and now it has been deleted. Now, I then have some clips of him in the past saying, I'm about to destroy the woke mind virus, and we're making some progress. That was, what, a year ago or so, I remember. And some other important clips about his mission. But why am I parsing words here? Well, you have to understand something that I've tried to quantify. And you have to pick a date and a moment that you're saying something's dead. But because it's a philosophy and a complex system, it's like saying the Nazi Party died at the end of 1945. But there's still people that follow it. It's still out there. It's just dead. You could say, oh, the French language is dead. I mean, it's not growing. It's not expanding. It's contracting. But is the French language completely dead? No, it's still there. So you could say the West is dead, but the West isn't a person. It's an idea. It can come back like a phoenix. But you also have to pick a date to say the globalist New World Order is dead, in that it will never dominate, it will never rule, and it will only get weaker, whatever's left of it, here on out. I was doing a dead body being
Oh,
maggots. You can look at it and say, well,
you guys fell right over. Drew must have knocked you guys over when she got up. Sorry. Well, I was cleaning out the vacuum cleaner. It gotta clean up in the attic. Just a minute.
Did that make sense? So, because that's just such a big issue that you have to really look at every little angle of it, which is impossible to just even 5 hours. So it's my job to try to distill this down to still have it be complex so people can get the full import of the gestalt. That's what a gestalt is. You take some incredibly complex thing and then somehow you're able to just, with a few strokes, create a sketch that still imparts the main majesty of it. Like I was trying to sketch the Parthenon, and you only had 1 minute to do it. Well, a master artist or craftsman, that has the eye, they can just do it so perfectly that you look at it and it looks even more powerful than looking at your own eyes because they somehow transfer the essence to something so simplistic, it makes it incredibly complex and amazing. That's what I'm trying to do.
Okay.
So, in the statement is the question, is the answer. But you have to pick a moment to say the globalist New World Order is dead. And I said on Wednesday, I said he's called it the woke mind virus, and his mission is to kill the woke mind virus. But I said it's just the poison delivery system of the globalist death cult. So instead of focusing on
Okay.
the bullet coming out of the gun, I focus on the poison. Instead of saying,
Oh, I forgot to bring something else. Oh. Well, we're gonna have some special guests later on. I think around 11. It's now is it 11 or noon? I don't know. Whenever, whenever they drop in. Comic book and magazine boxes are ugly, as you know. So you got to do something to beautify them. So I'm on a mission to do that. Let's do a little bit of that. Then I got to go back downstairs, and I forgot to get a dolly, and I got plans, man. I got plans. Okay, tape. I found in the kitchen up on top of a cupboard from some previous owner or renter, probably renter of this upstairs apartment. It's a little necklace. Would you say this is from the 90s, or is this current? Donovan. It would be cool if it was from the 60s and it was about the singer Donovan. Oh, hail Atlantis, but I don't think it is. This is more current. Some little girl in love with someone named Donovan. The only Donovans I know are that singer and Donovan Freeberg, Stan Freeberg's son, and of course Donovan's brain. We all know that. Where'd I put the tape, man? Oh, tape. I was so anxious to show you a worthless little thing that I found. Um, get a few things on here, and then we're going to say a morning prayer. My morning show that I do sometimes early in the morning, I was saying a prayer for a while, and I haven't done it lately. Um, and I think it's time to do that again with what's going on in LA. And yes, indeed. Was it you, says Justin, that said painter's tape was good comic bag tape, too? No, but it is. No, it wasn't me. I bet that's Captain Strangelife's. Um, well, yeah, but he mainly is now currently, from what as I recall, uh, that just makes me think I haven't seen a show from him in a while. I know he's taking care of his wife, so he's pretty busy. Uh, he's mainly using the resealable ones where you pull off the strip. He used to have this special technique that he used to show on his show where he would bend the tape over so you could open it and then seal it back. That takes a lot of skill to do that just right. Um, um, but I've seen blue painter's tape. That could be Night Tiger. Seems like he did that. I've seen him do that. Uh, yeah. What are you doing there, Drew? What is that? What are you chewing on? What is that? Gosh, what is that? Who's this? I don't know what you got there, Drew. I don't know that I have any painter's tape, but yeah, I think it's a good thing. Is it? I don't think it's not as much danger of it ripping the comics or whatever. Um, um, thanks. It has been sticking in my brain. I wanted to make sure before I tried it. I think it's safe to try it. It's not a. What's dangerous is they got those resealable bags, but some have the glue on the flap. So you're almost always going to ruin your comic every time you take it out of the bag. What is that, Drew? She was chewing on this cotton. It says cotton popsicle sticks. I don't know. This must be my wife's. Amazing. Yeah, so these are, I put these on the front of boxes to decorate them. So anyway, put these little things on the front of boxes, and I don't know, helps beautify things. I don't know, or unify things. I don't know. There's another one. Where did that go?
For a mark, let's all go down to the amusement park. Tonight the big concert. Let's go. Come on, onto the park. Where the gang has the ball on the way.
It's actually getting hot up here. Oh, that's not good. Come on over here, man. Oh shit, that's backwards. Fan was backwards. That's crazy. How did that happen?
If you like, one admission price includes all rides and entertainment. Every minute is action-packed as you experience the excitement of the Old West. Ghost Town offers a day of fun and thrills for the entire family. See all the shows, ride all the rides for one admission price. Get set for the greatest in family entertainment. Hurry to Ghost Town in Maggie Valley, North Carolina, where the fun never stops. Miss out on the time of your life at the nation's greatest picnic spot. Hurry, hurry, hurry. All aboard for Kennywood. There's always lots to do, lots to see, something for everyone in the family. Kennywood's Kittyland is the nation's largest. Even the smallest knots can ride there. Don't leave anyone at home when you go to Kennywood, where there's never a dull moment. The nation's greatest picnic park. It's an unbelievable wonderland of fun. Kennywood, the tri-state's favorite playground. Bigger and better than ever. And don't miss the rotor, the thrill sensation from England. You just have to see it or ride it to believe that there can be anything like it. Spin around with nothing to hold you up. Hurry, hurry, hurry. All aboard, let's go to Kennywood. It's a boy. It's a girl. That's my baby. Here I am in the episode. I'm gonna wild man has to carry this road. He gets to be the whiskey movie shooter of the name. Put my baby in Superman's hand. My baby's going comic book crazy. My baby's going comic book crazy. This looks like a job for Superman. You to keep a little high. The girl ain't satisfied with what she's got. Now gonna look at someone right from me now. When you take my baby to the record house. My baby's going comic book crazy. My baby's going comic book crazy. All the girl can say is quack, quack. My baby's going comic book crazy. All night long, Woody Woodpecker is not.
Oh, I see. Does this really work? What is going on? Yeah, man. Sticker that says Maine. It looks pretty good there. Next to the Gotham City comic sticker. I was sent an A-OK to me from Dr. Silverage years ago. So now I have a Maine sticker. Never been to Maine, but I hear it's beautiful. Uh-oh, undo typing. It's Batman, Maine. Oh. Oh, there is a Batman? Oh, man, I don't know. I'm naive. I think, are you pulling my leg? I don't know why there's a sticker that has Batman that says Maine. It's creative. Um, how do you store your digest? Sorry, looking at the box behind you. No, I was doing like an offensive accent or something. That Maine. Yeah, I don't know, man. Who knows? How do I store my well, I used to store them on a bookshelf with the spines facing out, but then no, I have a shortage of bookshelves. I need to at some point when we have some money, I need to just look at what do you call it, the Facebook Marketplace, and get someone's trying to upload some bookcases. We had to get rid of tons of bookcases when we were moving here because they were just you just figured, well, they're too big, and so I uh, I haven't. I need more bookcases because I got books stacked over here all up. Just like this. So they're in a comic box and they're just in there like comics. They're not bagged or boarded. I don't even know how you would do that. But these aren't comic digest. Well, yes, they are. Some of them are. Here's Fat Freddy's cat. You know, they just don't work in a normal. And then you get things like alcohol, your blood, and your brain. Let me turn this light on. Yeah, look. Oh shit. I need to get a light bulb from downstairs and a dolly. Not a dolly like a Betsy Wetsy, but a dolly to move a table. Um, Most of these are, then there's things like analog science. It's kind of like the last of the pulps, from the 70s. And then older ones. You like that science fiction music coming right just when I showed you that. That was pretty slick. The Magazine of Horror from the makers of Shriek Magazine. We need to look at that here in a little bit. Thank you for pointing that out. These are, here's the Vault of Horror with that great Gray Morrow painting. This was Marvel's attempt to bring the pulps back in 1972, even has a Kent cigarette ad in there. So they weren't going for the kiddie market with this. Still has Look Who's Smiling Now. He's smiling on the back of comic books, on the back of The Haunt of Horror. Then later they used the Haunt of Horror title as a magazine. I don't remember if they started the numbering over again. It would be easy to find out, but I think they did 2 issues of this as a digest. Yeah. And then they switched over to a black and white magazine. I think with issue 3. Yeah, it's actually June of '73. So that makes sense. That was right before we moved from Virginia. My second grade year, I remember this on the newsstand. How about that? And here's the second issue. This is obviously a Kelly Frias painting. Look at that. Incredible. And they got big writers here. Now, whether they're stories that were written directly for the Haunt of Horror or they were existing, I don't know. Just anything that's this size, Carcraft magazine, you don't know where to put it. And then pre-internet publications like this would come out, where people are selling toys, so they make a little digest-sized book with a list of the toys they've got for sale, and I save these because they're fascinating to me. I've always been a toy collector. Yeah, toys for sale. And yeah, there's all kinds of stuff in here. All kinds of stuff. Yes, indeed. And this one here, the ones that are Comic Digest, they're actually on a bookshelf downstairs. I actually do have those on a bookshelf. I have this laminated. This is an ad from the pulp days for Doc Savage. Superman, Doc Savage, man of mastermind and body. Follow his glorious adventures every month in the Doc Savage magazine, 10 cents at all newsstands. So they were calling Doc Savage Superman early on, before Superman was created. And of course, he was the man of bronze, and Superman was the man of steel. So that's where that came from. Of course, Superman was also influenced by, what is it, Philip Wiley's Gladiator, by Edgar Rice Burroughs' John Carter. Lots of influences. And even from uh, going to the synagogue on Sunday for Siegel and Schuster. Yeah, a lot of Elohim references with Kal-El, and all the El is named for God. Of course, that's Superman's last name. I don't know why I have this. This is from a photocopy of, I think it was my old friend had a poster for Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I might want to tape this to the side of a box. Why? I have no idea. Justin says, very neat. Will that fit? Kind of. Today, I think I'll get stuff done up here in the comic room. And we can look at comics if you guys are so inclined. I think you go to the synagogue on Saturday, honey. Oh, sorry. My wife's. I don't know, man. Sorry. Well, still, that's, yes. Yeah, yes, people of the Jewish faith, the Sabbath is on Saturday. That is correct. Can't put anything over on my wife there. I don't know about that stuff. But on Sunday, it's a lot quieter. That maybe that's the day to go. You don't have as many people around. Yeah, that's always been one of the big arguments. When is the Sabbath that you're supposed to keep holy? Is it Saturday or Sunday? That's the Seventh Day Adventist. Yeah, I don't know much about all that, but as long as you keep God in your heart and all that. What are people saying? What's going on here? What is going on, man? People are talking. Oh, that sticker Maine matches your shirt. Yeah, everything matches my shirt. All the Gotham City comics. Yeah, man, I love that Batman logo. It's like beautiful. The Batman TV show logo is sheer beauty. So any imitation, be it a Maine sticker or Gotham City's wonderful version of it, it's something that is as beautiful as the Sistine Chapel. Uh, I'm way sicker than yesterday. Oh, dang. Man, I better go see how she's doing. Maybe. Um, very sorry to hear that, Greta. Hi, Justin, says Green Drink. Oh, no, the Sabbath Saturday. Attack of the Giant Drew. Cleo, Drew was going nuts. She found a bag of cotton balls. I guess she thought it was food, man. She was. Oh, I tapped out and won't be working today. Okay. I think it was too cold in the room and I had a hard time sleeping. I can't even talk right now. Oh, man. Should I end the stream? I've got some guests coming on at 11, but I could somehow contact them and tell them we'll do it next weekend. What do you think I should do? Beautiful Drew. Um, what do you want me to do? Do you need me to get anything, man? Do we have enough green drink? The mystic emerald fluid from the Mad Doctor of Blood Island? Yes, I am a complete servant and slave. I have to go obtain the emerald fluid to nourish my wife, who is just a human head in a jar. Because as a complete slave in servitude. Do you hate when a thumbtack breaks and it's just a prong? And then look, That's what you get for shopping at dollar stores, man. What? Yeah. Well, maybe I need to go downstairs and see if she needs anything, because um, no, you should hang out with the new guests, but just don't stay on all day. No, I was gonna end by about 2, if even maybe before. Just don't stay on all day, so maybe we won't be harassed much by some nitwit. Nitwit? How could you call him a nitwit, man? He's the one that helped me realize that I was a slave and helped me free myself from the bondage. Right, Drew the dog? We've broken our shackles, Drew. Um, I need to get a light bulb and a dolly, man. Tomorrow there'll be an incredible unboxing. Um, possibly, possibly not. Depends on the federal post office and whether they can deliver the goods, man. I'm just so bossy. LOL. LOL means laugh out loud. For those of you that are, did you know that? Justin says I'm too shocked to do anything about it. Haha. Oh, too shackled. Sorry, I can't read, man. It's because I read all these funny books. Makes me mentally damaged. Um, Cleo, have you ever seen this before? It was on top. Let me show you. It was up here in the kitchen in the attic. It was like up here, and I'm sure you've never seen up there because you're shorter than me. But I was moving this radio and the spider over, and I think this belonged to some little girl that used to live in this house or in this attic. And it's a shrine. It's a little necklace. Necklace. There'd be a small neck, a little wrist bracelet for Donovan. I didn't know if this is something that of yours that you threw up there, or if this is genuinely an artifact from a previous person. I've never seen that. What would you date this to? The 80s, the 90s? When did, or is it current? When did girls do these kind of stupid things? I think they might still do it. So at some point in the past, there was a kid in this town named Donovan that some girl liked. It's an artifact, LOL. ROFL, man. It's got me laughing. So, so I'm going to. So I say things like this. I have this little. Where is my angel, man? I have this little metal angel. That better have come here. That I found when I explored the attic at the other house. There's a little attic. It was a little angel candle holder. I wonder if that's in the garage. I need to find it, ladies and gentlemen. Anyway, I don't know. Maybe the Mars Attacks alien can be in love with Donovan. So, we got the Christmas tree. We got the Christmas lights. We're ready for next year. We're ready for the inauguration here in just a few days. Got my Dr. Pepper. What are people saying here? Hi, Last Frontier comes. I didn't even see that he was here. Oh, I missed it. Hi, everyone. I hope you feel better, Gratu. Well, I missed a bunch of comments, man. I'm not used to people commenting. Justin said, I used to be blissfully unaware of it, though. I wonder if that might have been better. Unaware of what? Oh, that he's shackled. Yes. Hi, everyone. I hope you feel better. Greta says, Last Frontier. I've never seen. Okay, who knows? Hi, Last Frontier Comics. Hello, Last Frontier. Justin. Yeah, I don't think bracelets go out of style, at least as far as preteen grade schoolers go, says Justin. Like writing your name with your crush's last name. Green. I sold a phone case on eBay. Yay! Oh, that's good. What is your eBay, Greta? Well, it's not going to be interesting to guys. It's not going to be comic books or anything. Trust me, it's going to be. But I don't know. She'll tell you, I'm sure, or she could tell you privately. Depends on how she wants to do that. Oh, my God.
Where you will come face to face with unrestrained wild desire and blood-chilling horror. You are not married.
I'm moving a table, but I wonder if I can move this table without bringing the dolly up. I just don't know. Never know unless we try, man. My wife's gonna sell this on eBay, man. Do you want this? It's the latest iPhone, man. It's uh it's a Sprint. Look at that, man. It's in mint condition. Uh, how about that? HTC. That's high quality merchandise. I don't know what that may have been left by someone that was staying with us. There's broken cell phones all over the place around here. Oh, the new Sprint Shatter. Man, don't you make fun of that phone, you motherfucker. My eBay is so boring, there is a water faucet and a bottle of perfume on there. Well, you get the perfume and it's so terribly smelling that you got to wash it off. You got a water faucet to wash it up. No, it's actually good perfume. I'm sure it is. Okay. Okay. My wife is awake, so I can vacuum clean for a minute without waking her up. And I'm going to vacuum. This is amazing. The world of, they've made vacuum cleaning fun for guys by making the vacuum cleaner look like a Lost in Space gun. So it's like, man, if I had this when I was in third grade, man, it just when we went out on the playground and pretended to be playing Lost in Space or also Star Trek, depending on, yeah, because they would play all the Star Trek episodes every day when we got home from school. They'd cycle that through all three seasons, then they'd play all the Lost in Space. Every couple of months, they'd switch Lost in Space and Star Trek at 4 o'clock in San Antonio. But yeah, this looks like Lost in Space gun or what Captain Kirk had like for like one episode, like the pilot before it went to phasers. In the 90s, it was the Extreme Sprint Shatter. Yeah. Okay, well, so, oh boy, that smells bad. I just cleaned everything out in the incredible outside area. Okay, let's see. I've been needing to clean up these stairs. Let's see how this does. Drew was scared. That's a lot of hair, man. Drew, here's your little child here. Your child's in the way, man. Sorry, starting to. Let's try this other attachment here. I wish it would snow so I'd have a whole day at home just to clean. Oop, I don't mean to this is one of her toys. We're going to put the toys on the other side here. What are people saying in the chat? Yep. The attachment is more effective but less cool. Yeah. The previous owners left this behind the curtain here. Uh, it's a kitty fire escape ladder, which always made me a little nervous about sleeping up here because I guess they thought you would smash out this window and then put that ladder going down. Man, I don't know, man. Might just be easier to just burn me up, man. Uh, my apartment needs a good vacuuming. Too bad you guys live too far away. Yeah, I wouldn't do a very good job, man. Trust me, I've been told enough times that this is actually like really fancy carpet because you don't hear the squeaking of the wooden floors. It's like really thick carpet. Oh, it looks like I'm about to wait. What are they saying? Some instructions. They're saying I haven't attached it properly. Is that what you're trying to tell me? What are they trying to tell me? I don't think I'm. I think they're trying to tell me that I need to clean this. Yeah, I need to go clean this. That's for sure. Let's go downstairs and clean this up. See how Alex Jones is doing stats. It already looks a lot nicer, the carpet, but I'm not finished. 15 people watching me vacuum. What's wrong with you? Oh, shit. Okay.
Why they shipped the hoses to Ukraine last year? The hoses. Because they were setting it up. And you know they set the fires in the Palisades. That was the 50-minute city target. They said, we can't give you water from the other mountain things because of the smelt. The smelt is from the Pacific and Atlantic Ocean, one of the most common fish on Earth. It's not even an endangered fish. They say the smelt needs 50 feet of water to live in. And so we can't send you any water because the smelt likes it. It's even a sick joke from them. Oh, you can't cut any of the eucalyptus trees. They're good for the environment. The eucalyptus tree isn't even from there. So on one hand, oh, you can't cut anything that's indigenous, but you can't bring anything in that isn't from here. But we love the smelt that isn't from here, and we love the eucalyptus tree that isn't from here. And if you didn't know this, a eucalyptus tree in a fire is oil. It's gasoline. Yeah, he who smelt it dealt it. So it's a saltwater fish that they put in these mountain lakes. They shouldn't even be there. Look it up. And then you got to burn. And yeah, they built all these reservoirs in the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s. They stopped in the 90s. They destroyed about half the dams in California. And the other ones just sit up there in the mountains. And they just divert it off the ocean. And they go, sorry, none of it for farming, none of it for fires. The smelt. And then CNN's like, why does Trump hate this innocent little fish so much? He doesn't hate the fish. He hates that you're using it because they know how the public's so sweet. Look, it's for this little fish. All right. I need to get into all that. I got a bunch of the news. But this Elon situation is big because what he's doing so big, it's not a microcosm, but compared to the rest of the world, it is. If you zoom in on what he's doing, irrevocably damaging the globalist, involved in technologies that can obviously be used for control and displacement of humans. That's what everything's doing. And what people thought cars were bad because they displaced horses. It's got to be dealt with. It's got to be looked at. It's got to be we got to be informed about every step of this. But just because Elon is involved in much technology does not make him bad. And yeah, I guess at this point I am going to be Elon's defender because I'm going to defend anybody moving the needle against the New World Order, and he's breaking the needle. And Trump has done a lot, but because of the enemy and the time Trump came, he couldn't get a fraction done because the Great Awakening hadn't exploded yet. He was coming in the first part of the wave rising. Now the wave is growing and growing and is 10 times bigger than it was 9 years ago when Trump came in surfing on what he thought was a big wave. And now Trump is about to hit in 9 days, and I hope he eclipses Elon 100 times. And as long as 95% of what Trump's doing is good, I don't expect it to be perfect. I'm going to be very excited and cheerleading that. And when Trump does something I think's wrong, I'm going to come in and say, I think this is wrong. And because I'm really informed and people know I'm legitimate, and because Trump really knows I care, they will listen to me. Because I'm not a drama queen that is just going to criticize Trump and Elon Musk to make myself sound holier. I'm not a Pharisee, folks. And I try to be Christ-like, but I'm far from it. but I do study what Christ said. And Christ went and hung out with the prostitutes, the tax collectors, and who were seen as the worst in society.
It's really cool right there.
They weren't arrogant and didn't think they were God and didn't go publicly pray and say how perfect they were. They knew they had problems and wanted to be a better person. But the Pharisees, he said, are some of the most evil people, and the Sadducees, but they want to act like they're the holders of God and that they're the priesthood you've got to go through to get to God. And the truth is, God has a relationship with you personally. You don't need them. And that's what happens when we build a movement against the globalists. And there are people then, some Johnny come lately, some not, that want to come in and then say, whoa, we're not supposed to ever win. Whoa, we're not ever supposed to turn the tide. Whoa, everybody's controlled. Everybody's bad. Everybody's on the New World Order payroll. You know who's on the New World Order payroll. Trudeau, Biden, all these people that are opposing Trump and Elon and that are suing him and indicting him and attacking him. All the ones attacking me. I'm funded by the viewers and listeners. By the AlexJonesStore.com. And you know what I stand for. You can go watch my show 30 years ago. Sounds just like it today. Except I'm telling you the future that later came. And I only tell you this not to defend myself or Elon or Trump. But for those of you that might be deceived by some of this, I want you to recognize the historic time we're in and to understand that your enemies are very clear. Screw your freedom, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Gavin Newsom. I mean, our enemies are very obvious.
It's really cold out there, strong wind.
We're going to let them know that they've lost and that they're dead politically, which they are. And then we've got to really have big debates about society and civilization and alliances in the future, what we want to do as a civilization together. Through.
I was thinking the same thing, Pauline. Now I'm going to put vacuum cleaner back in the budget. This is a Dyson, Dyson, vacuum cleaner.
Because the globalist fear the knowledge of the crowd and voting the best technology, the best innovation, the best food, the best supplement, the best.
Yeah, I think hold on, let me put the link back because I think the guests are either going to show up at 11 or noon. What did I say yesterday? Was anyone watching? Did I say it was noon Central or 11 Central? I don't know. I might because I was translating the time to Kevin, who's an hour behind. So I remember saying 11 Central, but I think I told them 12 Central. 11. Oh, well. There's.
So that's why
Put the link
in the free market
in the chat again.
And then in government we have our constitutional republic.
Here's how these high-tech shoes are helping to relieve lower back pain, knee pain, and even improve your posture. The unique design combines acupuncture.
There's the link to come on if anyone wants to be here when they're here. Okay, where's my remote? These commercials come on Rumble when. There it is.
To improve their performance on the battlefield. The shoes containing 8 type of
They're selling tennis shoes that are used on the battlefield. You told me 11. Oh, I told you 11. 11 my time or 11 your time? It's 11 your time. Okay, then it must be noon my time. Okay, I'm not that I'm kind of dumb, but I'm figuring it out. Sometimes I'm. Are you a guest, Last Frontier? Oh, I haven't even told you who's coming on. Okay, sometimes Gotham City Comics says hello, 11 my time. Oh, okay. Well, listen, there's a channel I've been aware of called B-Sides. And if you, all 13 of you could go subscribe to it real quick and look at it. It's BEA, like B Arthur, like a woman's name, BEA, B, and then Sides, SIDES, play on, the B side of a 45 RPM record. So I assume her first name is B. And then she came in the chat yesterday and she said that she and her husband have been watching my channel. She said her husband was watching it all the time, so of course she's watching it all the time by osmosis. Is that the right word? And she said they really like the channel, and they that I understand that comic books and rock and roll are the same thing, which I've always kind of tried to say that there's a the it's like the culture of juvenile delinquency, mid-century juvenile delinquency, comic books, rock and roll, hot rods, all of this stuff, monsters, things that I love that, you know, stereotypically parents and teachers don't like, although there are some cool parents. Remember Ward Cleaver defending Beaver to June and saying, you know, because he wanted to go see a monster movie, like voodoo movie at the drive-in or at the theater, and he says, June, when I was a kid, I had a subscription to Weird Tales magazine. And I remember that episode. That was spectacular, hearing that Ward Cleaver was reading weird H.P. Lovecraft when he was younger, and Conan. So anyway, that's yeah. So they understood, and they do a show where they play music. It's like they do like live stream where they it's like a radio station, and that's something I've always wanted to do, but you know the technicalities of violating copyright, and then just the and I just wish that I wish you could pay $50 or $100 to YouTube for a year and just play whatever music you want, and then they pay BMI or SCAP, and then you can, because I think the artists would appreciate being having the exposure, because um, how else do people hear your music? I think YouTube and TikTok are far more uh, the method that young people would encounter new music than the radio. I'm kind of thinking. Um, what are people talking about here, man? You should find that clip and edit it into a video with your new editing skills. What clip? I can't edit. What I can do is press the pause button when I'm doing a pre-recorded show. But I forget sometimes, and I hit the stop button, and then I end the. That's what I did yesterday morning with an episode that nobody watched. Last Frontier. B. Arthur was one of the best things about the old Star Wars Christmas special. That's not much of a compliment to her. The best thing about her, really, she had nothing to do with, was the theme to Maud. I thought that was a really great piece of music. You know what else was great? Everyone remembers the opening titles of Land of the Lost, which was great. But what people have forgotten is how great the closing theme to Land of the Lost was, with the screaming guitar and Wesley, because they were trying to sell the older brother on Land of the Lost as a new singing star, so they just called him Wesley, like Donovan or Bobby, you know. And of course, but it's he's singing it, and it's fantastic. The screaming guitar. When I look all around, I can't believe the things I found. Now I need to find my way. It's just a little 30-second piece of music, but if someone could expand that into an actual full-length song, maybe one exists. I don't know, but I always loved all of the Sid and Marty Krofft themes. The Lost Saucer theme, that was a pretty great. Listen to that. Pull that up on YouTube and look. That's a great song. Um, a YouTube Premium, but for various clips would be nice. Yeah, if you pay into that, then they would leave you alone. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. She had a smoking body too. Who are you talking about? B. Arthur? Um, yeah. Yeah.
Since he declared war on the New World Order 3 years ago, that he has it exponentially got more hardcore. And
Well, Elon Musk coming out and saying that the woke mind virus has been eradicated. Um, that's a significant thing. Um, that is a smiling face, apparently. And Myers says, I like Lidsville. Lidsville, yeah. As far as the theme song.
It's amazing. And again,
in the middle of the summer, in the middle of a park, there began a great adventure for a boy whose name was Mark. I probably am butchering it. Is that how it went? Something like that. Lidsville is the cookies. Yeah, but that does not hold a candle to that closing theme. You know what? The theme song, the closing theme to Land of the Lost is to me. You remember the closing theme to WKRP in Cincinnati that really doesn't have any lyrics? The guy that wrote it said, "Well, I kind of remember what I was I just was making. He was just making noises." Say, went to a bartender every day, went to rock and roll, that's basically how he sings it at the end. That's fantastic. I just wish that was a full length song like that, and I wish that the uh, the Land of the Lost closing theme. You can listen to these on YouTube. Were longer pieces of music.
drops, and all these big scorpions come up out of it. And I think that's the best.
Another great piece of music is by
Something this big and evil.
man, what I forget what their name is. It's it's the Beetle Ricks or something. I don't really forget. It's like there's a band, a Beatles band, sound alike band that does cover versions of other music that the Beatles never did, and it's like a alternate universe where the Beatles, circa 1965, recorded "Stairway to Heaven," and it's fantastic. I just don't remember their names. The Beatniks. It's the Beatniks. Beatnix, I think. But if you just type in "Stairway to Heaven" Beatles, you'll get this song, and it's fantastic. It sounds like the early Beatles doing "Stairway to Heaven," but in an upbeat, fast way. Oh, it's a great song. Uh, Last Frontier. Chaka should have got his own series, teaming up with Chungo from Danger Island. That's this girl I dated briefly in college, and my friend's older brother called her Chaka. It's like, because I guess I guess it was. And then after that, I could never not see that. He's just brutal. He come up with the greatest nicknames for people. It's just like he would have been great in a gang in the 1950s. He could have come up with great names for everybody. But I guess it was she didn't look like Chaka, but there's something about the teeth. I think it was just like, God damn, she did. After that, it's like, oh my God, she does look like Chaka. That's not a good thing. Um, yeah, horrible. I never watched Danger Island, so I don't remember Chungo. Was Danger Island in the Banana Split show? Or was it part of the Croft Super Show? Chaka could have been the sidekick for Bigfoot in Bigfoot and Wild. He would have. They had Bigfoot and Wild Boy. Maybe Chaka should have been the sidekick. It should have been Bigfoot and Chaka, and they bring him into another series, kind of like the dog Astro from the Jetsons later showed up in the Hanna-Barbera Space Stars show, which I was just watching this morning. That's why I was late coming on. Uh, Not that I had a time scheduled. Uh, they did Space Ghost in the the fall 1967 season, right? And they had the Herculoids. Well, Star Wars comes out 10 years later, and Hanna-Barbera says, well, we've got space superheroes. We should bring them back. And it looks, I think it was only 10 years later, if you think about it. And I think a lot of the same people still worked at the studio, and they had some of the same voice people come in and they did new Space Ghost and new Herculoids cartoons in an hour-long show called Space Stars. They got the whole series on Internet Archive database. That's what I was watching this morning. And it's not as, because the cartoons in the 70s were not as violent. You're not going to see people getting punched in the jaw, but it's still lots of great action, and it almost looks like the 60s. I mean, it's the animation, the music, it's pretty much it looks pretty much, it's a worthy uh continuation of the old series. It's not as good, but it's really good. It's really good, but not as great as the '67 series. So you should watch that in the Herculoids. But why am I talking about this? There was a reason. Let me think. Oh, they have some extra. They've got like this teen group of superheroes, you know, and then they've got this guy that kind of looks like Burt Reynolds, who's like this Han Solo kind of guy. I don't know. He's kind of 70s mustache. And his sidekick is Astro from the Jetsons. So I don't know how Astro left the Jetsons family, is hanging out with this spacefaring guy. But uh, let's see what people are saying here, man. Prior talk, I went to high school with a guy we called Shaka. I almost think I should pull out the high school yearbook and show you these two twins, but it wouldn't be right because you'd see their name, and no, I probably, that wouldn't be right. But these two twin girls, man, I swear. You ever see the comic Angel and the Ape? Uh, the ape, they look like the ape, and everybody called them the Ape Twins. If I showed you the picture, oh my God. Um, Wonder what happened to all those people. And there was a girl, whose last name was Washington, and was a directly related to George Washington, a direct descendant from George Washington. And she had blonde hair, and but it was kind of bushed up on the sides, just like George Washington on the dollar bill. Um, and she was she wasn't. You would think I'm describing her as being ugly, but I'm because if you imagine a girl that looks like George Washington, you don't imagine that she's a pretty girl, but she was pretty. But I swear, if you took the 2,000 people in the school and lined them up and you said, find the ones related to George Washington, you would pick her just because her hair was kind of whitish blonde, and it was kind of came out on the sides. And she had the jaw, man. And that's the 1700s. Then there's the old 1800s, and then most of the 1900s up until the early 1980s, and that strong res- continued. The strong resemblance continued. She had a just square jaw. I'm trying to think of any Hollywood actresses that have had a pronounced jaw. It's hard to imagine that it could look good on a girl, but I'm not saying she was that pretty, but she looked like George Washington. But, um, Banana splits. Yeah, yeah. The banana splits. I don't know. I That was a show. They always ran around in these loose fittings suits. They had some good music. They did a cover of "Gonna Find a Cave." That was a great song. The Banana Splits music was great. Their theme song was great. But when they went to the cartoon segments, they were always boring to me. Maybe I just never gave them a chance. They had the Three Musketeers. They had some live action thing. What was that? Danger Island? Didn't they have like Huckleberry Finn or something? And I think that was mixed with cartoons or something. I just thought, man, these are not the best cartoons. That's me as a 7 year old talking. What was the coolest thing about the banana splits is you see them running around uh, Six Flags Over Texas, circa 1970 71, and it's a good time capsule of what uh, the park looked like then, because they've changed it so much since then, because it was built where it couldn't expand. Like Disneyland, it's confined. Disney World, they bought that land in the middle of nowhere so they can build onto it. And they don't But Six Flags and Disneyland, if you add something new, you got to tear something old out. So there aren't many rides left from when I was a kid at Six Flags Over Texas. Or they screw up old rides and change them. Uh, They had this great cave ride, a dark ride that goes through, you float through this cave with black light, cool music, Martin Denny music, and these weird space aliens that live in there called the Spelunkers. And then they changed the cave out, put a lot more bright light in it, and put the Looney Tunes characters when Six Flags was bought by Warner, and it was lame. And I think since we moved here, they added the Spelunkers back, but it's never going to be the same as that original ride, which was just called the Cave, but we called it the Spelunker Cave. Six Flags, um, but you see the old Six Flags. There's a big giant oil derrick. It was supposed to be an oil derrick, but it's a tower at Six Flags. You can go up to that's still there. But when they filmed the Banana Splits, they still had a slide that came down from it, which was where you would actually get airborne when you went over a hump. And I'm sure the people were heavily injured a lot on that thing. But you see the banana splits going down that slide, and they're going around in little dune buggies there at Six Flags. It's let's see. We had a girl that we called Taz, but no Chaka. Taz. Man, what must a girl have been like to be like Taz? Was just prior to he later got burned pretty bad delivering fuel oil as an adult. Um, that would have been your Chaka. Okay. She, she looked like the Tasmanian devil with lipstick, says Meyer. Glenn Close. Ew. Oh, she does have the jaw. Yeah. 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 Well, this girl had it. I'm not, I could pull out a picture from the yearbook, but I'm not going to do it on the show. Maybe um, sometime, Meyer, when you visit, I'll show you people in my high school. But trust me, I was just as horrible as they were. She has a pronounced jaw, yeah. My wife is oil pulling to try and drain this congestion. She has sinus problems big time. And one doctor will diagnose it and say, you really need surgery. The next doctor says, oh, no, you're fine. And it's like every doctor's got a completely different diagnosis. With a cure for it, there was a cure for it. We used to go to this Thai restaurant all the time back in the old country. And there's no Thai restaurant here, but that would clear her out for a couple of days because the waitresses would always say, you want Thai 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hotness level. And she'd always get the hottest. Uh, yeah, I miss Thai food and Chinese food. But All this is an hour away. We just gotta get in the car and drive. But we gotta get out more and do things. Right now it's brutal out there, man. It's bad. I mean, it's cold, but there's wind like 25 miles an hour out there. It's rough. So what this Elon Musk interview was on what? It says babylonb.com. He's right about wokeness destroying the comedy. National Lampoon couldn't just think about how extreme that was in the 70s, and it was just accepted. College students loved it. Now college students would burn the National Lampoon. How did that happen? College students are supposed to love that kind of humor. Oh, this is a great interview. I got to watch this. Well, um, man, well, I probably am on the wrong. I'm on the wrong. I'm sorry, the wrong Wi-Fi. I think. Yeah. I wish. I wish the phone would just automatically switch to the other Wi-Fi when I came downstairs. Marxism happened. It didn't work all the time. Yeah. Oh. I'm back. I think I'm back. Okay, Marxism happened. Yeah. Well, 1 week from today will be a fun day. We'll have that big rally. I've been missing those Trump rallies where I get to watch Right Side Broadcasting all day, interviewing the crowds going in. That was so much fun. I love that. That was my Super Bowl, and it happened like every weekend. I don't care about sports. I like Trump rallies. I mean, I liked roller derby. That was a great sport. When I was 5, it was very entertaining. I took a role aspects of education. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, now putting the what's his name that was in charge of the WWE. His wife is taking over the education system, and she's actually a very bright woman. It's like, how can she do that? She only knows wrestling. No, it's like, how could Reagan be a president? He's just an actor. Or aren't they all? Jeez. Um, he did a good job. Well, um, we're 2 hours in, but I meant to say a prayer at the beginning of the show to turn this down. Um, um, Heavenly Father, please help us to have a great show today, and help this show continue to help people out there that are lonely, that are um, without family or far away from their family, um, to feel like they're with friends. Um, Please watch over us and protect us from evil. And more importantly than that, please help these people in California and help all of us over the next week. And please, um, thy will be done. Um, I just keep thinking about people that really enjoy this show, and there's people that they're usually silent. They don't comment much, but they sometimes will because they don't watch on their phone like morons. They watch it on their TV, and of course you can't comment on your TV. And well, I say like morons because, like I'm doing, it's hard on your eyes to watch something. I remember when David Lynch put out a video and he was talking about, I can't believe people watch movies on their phones, and he got very profane about it, how stupid that is to watch a movie on your phone. That's not how movies are meant to be seen. He's particularly talking about his own movies, but all movies. It's that's how people are watching movies then, and that was probably 15 years ago. And I thought, people watch movies on their phone? Are you kidding me? And now, since then, obviously it's become, yes, he's right. People do that. And all I see is people walking around staring at their phones. And, uh, oh, what do people talk? Today's a big football day. I'm not into it anymore. I only watch old games with old commercials. Yeah. When you say bud, you say Meyer Greenblatt. Amen. Peace be with you. Thank you. Yeah, I just want to. Yeah, and thank you. We got the 12 plus 4 here, and I appreciate all of you guys that have stuck with me through all those years and all my stupidity and stubborn pigheadedness. And I'm just trying to create an entertaining show for people. And um, sometimes, you get confused by what's happening in the world. And I'm just like you. I've got my wife and this and Drew the dog here, and my cat, and this is my family, and Cleo's got some family in Texas, and we've got friends. But I this show is how I keep in contact with my friends, and so I you know you go through life, and there are times when you think you have a lot of friends, and then you realize no, there's only a small handful that are really good friends, and a lot of those people were just, you thought they were, man, I had so many friends in college, but actually they were friends with me because I was friends with that person, and it's like, yeah. I had this college professor that, man, he was, I think he had a lot of money. He was like a combination of Woody Allen and Groucho Marx. He was this nebbishy little guy, with a kind of a weird voice. He was he taught history, and but man, he would tell you what pages to read, and the test would come from that. But pretty much in class, he just did a stand-up comedy routine and hardly even ever talked about history. He was just talking about life, and this was his opportunity to talk to these freshmen that had to take this history class and to tell them his philosophy of life. And he was big in the city, and I think his family was rich. He Everywhere you went, everything was named after him. Allen Sachs Stadium, Allen's, because he had donated money. So he was a big philanthropist. He was always donating to everything. His name was everywhere. And then you turn on the TV, even after I finished his class, and he'd be on there. He had a public access show where he talked to this other guy, and it was just like being in his class. Um, you have green blood to drink. I might have to. If not, I'll go out in the fierce cold, being a slave, and obtain more of the mystic emerald fluid from the veins of the Mad Doctor of Blood Island. Uh, the thing is, um, man, he would tell things because he'd have the football players and everything, and just and 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 it was his revenge, against everyone. He would tell them that football doesn't matter, but the main thing he'd tell them is just don't bother with friends. Friends are just going to distract you. You need to just not have friends. These girls would like, you could just tell they were just horrified by this guy. Just telling him that, look, these friends, you think they're your friends. They're not going to be there for you in the future. They're going to be gone, and they're just going to mess you up during college. And everything he's saying was true. Uh, Man, of all those people I knew in college, the two main friends, well, one of them got all politically correct and started going after my wife about, about Alex Jones. Alex Jones was the first he was the first victim of all of this. And I don't know, he was taken up. God damn that Mark Zuckerberg motherfucker. He's coming out and saying, oh, I want to be part of this. Freedom of speech. I want to be part of the Trump revolution. He's scared out of his mind. I think that was really cool when he said, fight, fight, fight. That was badass. Well, he's the guy, if you remember, Alex Jones used to be on YouTube and Facebook, and he was wiped off of every computer, every platform on the internet, completely wiped, scrubbed. And then Facebook said, if you're going to mention Alex, it's probably still that way here on YouTube. I probably shouldn't be using his name. It's like a curse word. If you mention Alex Jones on Facebook, it has to be in a derogatory way. You can't say anything. You can look this up if you don't believe me. You can't say anything positive about him. You can only mention Alex Jones if you're insulting him. It was right out of George Orwell's 1984, the 5 minutes of hate, where they put up the picture of the other leader, political leader, and everyone in the theater just gets up and screams violently, yo, and so that's what they did to him. And so, obviously that was a horrible thing. And my friend, who had always been this good friend, like a brother's, all of a sudden he's like, well, that's a private company. They have the right to do that. And uh, so I don't know. He just kept arguing back and forth with my wife. So I just had to, hey, man, sorry. I guess all those years of friendship, go after my, and then my other good friend, well, he's passed away, and then all the other people, some of them, I don't know what happened to some of them. There's still one of those guys that's friends with. I will talk with him every so often. He's been on the show. Oh yeah, there's another. Yeah, I forgot about my other friend, Randy. Yeah, yeah, he's been on the show too. But for the most part, all those people I hang out with in the '80s and '90s, and they just kind of disappeared. And And then, oh, my old friend from like seventh grade. Um, I don't know. Supposedly he's going to be calling me here. I haven't heard from him. Look at my hair, man. Looks like might as well just shave my head. It looks like shit. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't know. You send someone a text. Hey, Happy New Year, Happy Merry Christmas, all that. And it's like no response. Then the next year you do it again, and it's like, well, I guess I'm persona non grata. But I think I've got some good friends here on YouTube, like, because yeah, that's great. 100%. Oh, my wife's. Whoa, I'm missing out. Shit. Hold on. I hope I have green blood to drink. I think I'm going to try to work. Meyer says, my best friend is my cousin Jay, who is 2 years older. He taught me to tie my shoes. Oh, wow, and ride a bicycle. He's always been there when I needed him, and we talk almost every day. Oh, that is great, Meyer. My wife says, see you later. Good luck, Greta. I better go check and see if she's got green blood to drink. If not, we're going to make a run, hopefully before, yeah, we might need to make a run. Uh, but we don't talk about comics and monsters like we do here. Well, yeah, comics and monsters are important. Well, you can actually have a friend that's not into comics and monsters. It's possible. um, oh, and my friend George, I've known him since, we bonded over. Did you see that movie last summer? When we came back to school for seventh grade, it's like, did you see Star Wars? That's where we bonded. I haven't talked to him in years, but we're still friends. It's just, I have a problem of I just forget to call people. I forget to send people cards. I forget to, and it's like, oh shit, it's been 3 years. I just, it's just, I don't know. It's like, what's wrong with me? I don't know. But he probably watches the show sometimes. Cool. Well, I'm gonna go check on the green fluid. Have you seen the Mad Doctor of Blood Island? What I want to know is, when you went to see the Mad Doctor of Blood Island, they gave you green fluid to drink when you went into the theater. I would like to know what it was. Was it Gatorade? Um, so when I went to see Mad Doctor of Blood Island, I didn't know I was seeing Mad Doctor of Blood Island, because I didn't obviously see Mad Doctor of Blood Island when it was released because I was a toddler. But um, and that has Angelique Pettyjohn in it, which is one of my first crushes. Uh, Star Trek: The Gamesters of Triskelion, the girl with the green hair. She went on to kind of an unhappy future after, but that, man, that it was something. uh, um, my crush in third grade, was Angelique Pettyjohn. Why am I talking about Angelique Pettyjohn? Seriously, oh, Mad Doctor of Blood Island. Well, you'd go to the drive-in in the 80s, and there'd be, some horror movies playing, Blood-Sucking Freaks with some other movie, and it would have some name, and then you'd start watching. Oh, this is the Mad Doctor of Blood Island, but they put a different title on it, because they used to do that a lot in drive-ins. They changed the title of the movie, so, and you'd always go. It's like, well, I don't know what this movie's going to be. And then it turned out, oh, it's one of those John Ashley Blood Island movies with a new title. Then you start resenting the Blood Island movies. It's like, oh shit, it's the John Ashley movie again. Now I appreciate them, but back then it was like, God darn it, they tricked us again. Or it'd be some European movie that, yeah, they would do that. They would do that to you. Oh, I'll tell you what, I'm gonna go check on the green fluid. I've tried the green fluid. It's pretty good, man. I guess it has all this nutritious green stuff chopped up in it. They also make purple fluid and red fluid.
Carlson is just everybody. But everybody from just shopkeepers to a police officer, every liberator in the world, all of us together that want liberty and freedom, we're the reason we're still fighting hard. And I just really want to thank you all again. So for myself and the entire crew, we're in the year 2025. Oh, I never played that. And I kind of wanted to have an even 2 hours. But I'll air the 2025 video at the start of the show tomorrow, 4 p.m. Remind me to do that. So big show tomorrow, 4 p.m. Central. Now, I've done it. Crew's done it. We've done our job. You're all part of this as well, just as important as I am. I'm handing you the baton right now at 1:59:41 seconds Central Standard Texas time. And it's now up to you to take this powerful 2 hours on the death of the woke mind virus, its deletion, and to now take it to the next level. You are everything. You are the reason we're having this effect. Look at the mirror and understand that. I salute you.
When it comes to chewing, we're what they call experts.
Yep.
It's not good stuff.
With chewing tobacco,
It's not good stuff.
you can find it whenever you go.
To the grocery store,
All in chew,
the convenience store.
be there too.
Try the good stuff. Call 1-800 mint stuff. That's tobacco-free mint snuff chew.
And pouches too.
Right now, we are on the brink of a large-scale civilizational war. This is not an abstract conflict between the West and the East. It is a concrete confrontation between the Islamic world and the rest of the world, which today, by all indications, is being artificially inflamed by a hidden destructive force, global anti-cultism. Pay attention to the trends of recent decades. Through this conflict in various countries, hatred towards Muslims is being incited on one side, while the other side, the Muslim community, is provoked into retaliatory actions. All these events should be seen as links in a chain aimed at creating the conditions for a more significant conflict, a civilizational war between Islam and the rest of the world.
What the hell happened, man? What is this shit? Oh, did his show end? What is this crap? Oh, okay. That must have been the end of. Did the Alex Jones show end? Is that what happened? Okay, let's. I'm gonna record Full Forward, Benjamin Full Forward show. Then. Oops. What? That's a year ago. That's on December 3rd. He's always coughing.
course, the main thing is the ongoing attack on Los Angeles. Everybody's talking about it, but I have to talk about it too because it's so big. This is the largest fire in American history, and it is coming via directed energy weapons sent from Area 51. We've confirmed this with our.
This guy says that Trump has different clones. Some of his stuff sounds like it could be true, and some of his stuff is completely batshit crazy. But I enjoy watching him. He's out of Japan, Benjamin Fulford. Oh man, what's he got here?
Now, the other point about this fire is that there are two stories coming out. One is that this is the same old BlackRock criminals who are creating, who are basically destroying all the residents.
I'll figure out. I'll get it. I'll find out. I'll find the name. I'm gonna go out and buy some. I also got to get her some pain sinus medicine. Will you please buy me some Dollar General sinus medication that can for pain? Yeah, I just saw your text. Yep, going. Putting on my shoes right now.
It's right around the Getty Museum, which mysteriously didn't burn itself. I get that story, but if you look at the victims, I think there's a very different agenda at work. First of all, people who lost their houses, people like Kamala Harris and Hunter Biden, Paris Hilton, people like that. These aren't,
my car's in the garage.
like in the case of Bowie, who were neighbors who always lived there.
Well,
People can get.
let us jump.
And as far as the genuine reform, there were long time. It was underneath that, in the war tunnels, that the power traffic out for a very long time.
Oh, she's answering the question. I'll show you a picture of it here. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Today, mostly cloudy, breezy with highs in the upper 20s. Temperature falling to around 20 this afternoon. Northwest winds 15 to 25 miles an hour. Wind chill values as low as 2 above. Tonight, partly cloudy until midnight, then clearing. Much colder with lows around 6 above. Northwest winds 15 to 20 miles an hour with gusts up to 30 miles an hour. Wind chill values as low as 8 below after midnight. Monday, sunny. Highs in the lower 20s. West winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Wind chill values as low as 8 below in the morning. Monday night, partly cloudy until midnight, then becoming mostly cloudy. A 20% chance of snow. Cold with lows around 4 above. West winds around 5 miles an hour. Tuesday, mostly sunny.
When some old-fashioned people had some old-fashioned ways, in the old-fashioned meetings, as they tarried there, in the old-fashioned matter how God answered their prayer.
Where's the old-fashioned people? An old-fashioned way. As an old-fashioned sinner, I began to pray. And God took me and saved me in the old-fashioned way. They were singing songs of praise, amazing grace, how sweet the sound. And the old account was settled, and my faith was written down. I was saying yes to Jesus as I knelt to pray, and the fire fell from heaven in the old-fashioned way. In an old-fashioned place, praise the old-fashioned people, the old-fashioned praise, and an old-fashioned prayer. I began to pray. And heard me and saved me in the old-fashioned way. Was an old-fashioned meeting in an old-fashioned place. Praise the old-fashioned way. As I I began to, and God heard me. I know He heard me. I'm glad He heard me. Thank God He heard me. And saved me in the old-fashioned way.
AM 540 KWMT.
They play gospel music on Sunday mornings here on this amazing radio station. Really one of the best radio stations I've ever encountered.
Much nearer thy side, and when I stumble, help me to be a lot more.
Behold the mystic blood, the emerald. It's Casey's. Green means go. Organic cold pressed juice. It has spinach, kale, apple, cucumber, pear, lemon, celery, mint, 100% vegetable and fruit juice blend, non GMO. It's 11.2 fluid ounces, 140 calories per serving. Yeah, how about that? Shake well before using, refrigerate after opening, consume within 5 days after natural separation may occur. How about that? That's the green fluid you've been hearing so much about. It's so thank you, Grotz. You're welcome. I'm not sure for what for showing the bottle. I don't know. This is not a chain that's all throughout the United States. It's called Casey's, I think. It's just this brother. I'm sure other brands make stuff like that. It's where I used to live. It was the thing was called Quick Trip, and then they have some real big ones on the interstates called Bucky's with a beaver, and they those things are tourist traps with all kinds of souvenirs and stuff, and it's like you need gas and you need to go to the bathroom, and meanwhile we got all these toys and peanut brittle to sell you.
Northwest winds 15 to 25 miles an hour. Wind chill values as low as 2 above. These are the 11 a.m. conditions for the Creston area. The report from Creston Airport was not available. Looking around the area, here are some conditions elsewhere in Iowa and Missouri. Now for a few weather conditions around the region, once again at 11 a.m. Now here is the hazardous weather outlook for portions of central Iowa. For today and tonight, no hazardous weather is expected at this time. And now the extended outlook for the period Monday through Saturday. Very cold wind chills are expected Monday and Tuesday morning. Areas north of Highway 3 can expect readings of 15 to 20 below during this time.
Only 15 to 20 below, huh?
Their activation will not be needed. This is NOAA All Hazards Weather Radio Station KXI in Lennox, Iowa, transmitting on 162.45 megahertz. This broadcast originates from the National Weather Service at Des Moines, Iowa. The current time is 11:48 a.m. Central Standard Time. Now for the official National Weather Service forecast, recording Bedford, Mount Air, and surrounding locations. West of today, mostly cloudy. Breezy with highs in the upper 20s. Temperature falling to around 20 this afternoon. Northwest winds 15 to 25 miles an hour. Wind chill values as low as 2 above. Tonight, partly cloudy until midnight, then clearing. Much colder with lows around 6 above. Northwest winds 15 to 20 miles an hour with gusts up to 30 miles an hour. Wind chill values as low as 8 below after midnight. Monday, sunny. Highs in the lower 20s. West winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Wind chill values as low as 8 below in the morning. Monday night, partly cloudy until midnight, then becoming mostly cloudy. A 20% chance of snow. Cold with lows around 4 above. West winds around 5 miles an hour. Tuesday, mostly sunny. Highs around 18. Northwest winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. Wind chill values as low as 5 below. Tuesday night, partly cloudy. Cold. Near steady temperature around 10 above. Wednesday, mostly sunny. Not
I'm often logged into work. Hugs, everyone. Hugs and prayers to you. Green drink. Okay. Um, okay. I gotta get, she said, let me go back. She said sinus pain okay. The kind for pain. Sinus medication. Kind for pain. And all right. We'll get her that. I'll be back. Okay. Sinus and headache.
Breezy with highs in the upper 20s. Temperature falling to around 20.
There is a name I love to hear. I love to sing His word. It sounds like music in my ear. The sweetest name on earth. Oh, how I love it tells of can feel my deep and each sorrow bears the part that none can
Oh, man. Oh, B-Sides is here. Good Sunday morning. Yeah. Um, Let me put the link here again because it's noon. Post comment. Paste. Done. Oh my goodness. Yep. This is the link. Damn it.
That it's basically you can get a little bit. So you got the Hollywood studios.
I'll let you get on in the house. Just
Up the very top is the shareholders. Who are the shareholders? What has Q told us about this? Q's told us about the shareholders. It's always been the mafia. That's Nazi. That's why Putin keeps saying about denazifying. Okay, the Nazis have been running the place. He's been right all along. But the karma has been dealt, ladies and gentlemen. It's been dealt in many ways, shapes, and forms. Number one, in scripture, as I've said, and I've shown you, that the law of Babylon will be on fire. And what are we watching right now? It's happening. We've been seeing also that the pharmakia that it talks about in scripture, 1823, Revelations, is about the deception of the whore of Babylon on mankind. And there's no such thing as sorcery. As you know, Revelations was written in ancient Greek, and in that translation, it means pharmakia, which is poison. Remember, the whore of Babylon has been the mainstream media. And after all, they're all tied in together. The Hollywood studios, President Trump has been victorious. This has all been about exposure, dark to light. It's about truth, and now it's about karma. Now, as I said, you've been seeing that rhetoric going on. A lot of karma. And you've been seeing also that there's a lot of staging things going on. We always say this is all part of a movie because it literally is. What's being played out now is
If you have any type of back or knee pain, you need to check out these high-tech shoes. They combine new pressure point technology with ultra-thin soles, making it feel like you're walking on clouds. Pain specialists are already calling it one of the top solutions, and it's flying off the shelves in the US. They were originally designed specifically for the US Special Forces to improve their performance on the battlefield. The shoes contain a unique type of insole that relieves all types of body pain, which allows soldiers to run longer distances without discomfort. The military has been using this technology for years, but it was kept
okay. All right. Let's see. Oh, there they are. Hey there. How you guys doing?
Doing
how
great.
are
How
you?
are you?
It's good to
Nice to
see
meet
you.
you.
Yeah. Yeah. So you've been watching for a while?
Yes, sir.
A long time.
Wow.
I
Well,
was
I've
looking
always.
around. Oh, go
Go ahead.
ahead.
No, you go.
I was looking around for stuff that you've made me buy along the way. This is one of them. I picked this up because of you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Everything you show, I'm like, I need to see if I can buy that, but it would make me go so broke.
Yeah, well, that's expensive. That was the one. Is that the one that came out right after he passed away? Or
It was number 5, probably.
yeah, there was one that came out right before, and then one I think after. Yeah,
Yeah,
Roger Hill was in.
yeah.
Well, that's great.
But I
Yeah.
wanted to show that. How are you?
So I'm doing good. I've always wanted to do what you guys are doing, and more like a radio show. But I always was kind of nervous about the music on YouTube. I didn't know how,
Yeah.
and I know that.
After today, hopefully you'll be doing it.
Yeah. So you connect directly. How do you connect your turntable to everything?
I got stuff to show you. Hold on. Be right back.
Okay, maybe I need
He's the
to.
technical guy.
All right, let me figure out how to do the layout here. Um, all right. Yeah, so let's see
He's
what.
gone to get some kind of one of the contraptions.
Okay.
So what kind of music are you hoping to stream, or just everything?
Well, just I just about everything. I mean, my tastes are very broad. Um, how is there a way you would classify your musical taste?
It's pretty eclectic, also. Just a little
Everything.
bit of
Oh,
everything. But
Yeah.
but as far as like copyright, the more modern it is, or the more contemporary, the more trouble you seem to have with it.
We've almost found out that if you play the Ramones, you will get a strike.
Yeah, James Brown also.
Yeah, the Ramones, James Brown, and
yeah.
who else? I think
They're
the Ramones gives us the most problem. Dee Dee Ramone didn't give us any problem a couple of weeks ago, but
some of
Yeah.
the people, I guess, have a stricter hold on their copyright than others.
man, the Ramones have it on complete lockdown. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get a bag open. I'm sorry.
Do you mean a claim or a strike?
Claims, or
Yeah, they
we
won't let
haven't
you.
had like an actual. Well, we've had one actual strike.
Well, we got one strike, and that's only
Yeah.
because I pushed it. I was one night, the last time we streamed our show, I was like, let's just keep going with it. And it was my fault, and I completely got a strike because of me. But
And
they
that was
give
on a live
you,
stream?
yeah, they say that when they sent us the strike letter, it said that, we give you ample opportunity just to cut the stream. So there's a little yellow bar that comes up that says, hey, we've noticed you have this music, and you can cut it right there and you'll always be fine, is what we've found out. Because we've been doing it for
A while.
years now.
If you
So
cut it there,
you're
can you
usually
keep the
fine.
live stream up?
I think you can. I mean,
Yeah,
it'll process it.
It, like what I said before, it may not be able to be viewed by Russia or Iran or something like that. But
Yeah, those countries don't work with us. I wonder why.
and it will say this can't be monetized because you have copyrighted material. But I mean, I don't care because I'm not trying to be monetized.
Right.
Yeah.
I just want to have fun and play records.
Well,
Yeah.
I would love to at some point in the future be monetized so I could, say to my wife, "Hey, I'm working."
You should have. You have enough subscribers now, don't you? You have a couple of
No, no,
1,000.
I think you have to have 1,000.
Yeah, it's 1,000, and I think 500 you can do something, but I'm not sure what that is. At 500,
I
wasn't
think
it?
that may be a streaming thing.
Yeah.
Like you could stream after 500, or you could
No, you can stream
go
them.
directly from YouTube to.
Yeah.
I
An
don't
old
remember.
friend of mine was left after college to Los Angeles for 20 years and worked doing special effects and stuff, and or special effects coordinator. And he directed the video for the cover version of Substitute,
Oh,
the
nice.
Ramones. He directed that. And so I was going to play it for a friend of mine on a live stream. And yeah, I got that happened real quick.
The warning. Yeah.
Ramones stuff.
When
Get you.
when we first started streaming, I had back 15 years ago or something. I had a public access show called The Garage, and we
Uh-huh.
did a ton of garage stuff. Like, I mean, we played, everything from like Supercharger to Japanese Garage all the way down to the Beatles. And we tried streaming that a couple of times, and that doesn't work. When you add video to it, it does not. It hits you immediately, probably within like the first 5 minutes.
Much faster, it seems.
Well, I used to do a magazine called The Sophisticate, and then this friend of mine back in the 90s said, I want to do a video version of your magazine for public access. And he did the Hypnotic Eye, which has become legendary.
Nice.
And so I worked on him with that on the early episodes, and I'm on, doing a few voices, and that show has been put up on YouTube and taken down. And currently, there's someone that has it up, and there's but there was no worry about on public access TV about copyright. You could just run whatever you wanted.
Yeah, we could play anything. I mean, they had the broadcast. Like, I guess you just say, well, you have the rights to do it. And it's kind of when I wanted to go, you were talking about talking to YouTube. I wanted to do that. And I was like, man, I will get an ASCAP license. It's not that expensive. And you can completely do everything. So I talked to ASCAP, and they were just like, oh, yeah, we'll just be sure to get the streaming package, and you can, pay for the rights, and you're good to go. Well, I went over to YouTube, and we had contacted them, and they wrote us back. I mean, it was really cool. Like, they were really nice, but they wrote us back and said, hey, the copyright is not on our end. It's all the labels. And I was like, well, that's funny, because they told me to talk to you. And I don't know if that's like, hey, we're not going to take the blame somebody else. But I think I wish there was a fee we could pay to DJ, because I would do that instantly. $5-10 a month. I would definitely do that.
It seems like years ago in the MySpace days that there was something called Radio 365 or something.
Yeah, I was going to ask you if you if you thought about doing that.
Is that still around?
It sure is. Live 365. All you have to do is sign up, and you can have any show, and you can stream 24/7.
But do people actually go there and listen, or is it a ghost town?
I think they do. We have a friend who does classic old rockabilly type country, and he gets, I think he said he gets something like 10,000 listeners or something like that.
Now, is his linked through?
But he has everything linked up. Like, he has a YouTube site, and he has a web page that directs you to Live 365. And
isn't it some kind of iTunes link or a...
No, it's Live 365.
Oh, okay. I thought he had another link with an app.
Well, the reason why he did that is because of he doesn't have to worry about any licensing or security. He just lets them do it on their end. So...
But there are a couple of people we know that stream. One does a podcast, and then he'll live stream, I guess, like a premiere party, basically. But he talks over it constantly, which is kind of annoying. But he talks over it constantly so that it baffles the algorithm, and he can premiere the music, talk with friends at the same time.
I don't like that, though.
But I mean, if you're looking for just the music alone, he uses that kind of as a vehicle to funnel people towards the podcast site.
Okay.
So he gets the views with him talking.
Which one is Tim on?
Tim is on Podomatic.
Well, we have another friend who's on Podomatic.
Yeah.
He does a full-on show with, I think he does Exotica and Lounge, and he does all sorts of great music. All sorts of good stuff.
And no worries of copyright there either. It doesn't seem like. But he doesn't.
I don't know how much he gets listeners.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that either. But he does play records on live streams also. But he doesn't use his whole podcast online on YouTube.
Yeah, he talks over his too.
Yeah, he chit chats with friends over the top of the music also.
Yeah. You mentioned the Sophisticate, and back a long time ago you were talking about it, and I was secretly hoping, I was like, I really wish he would reprint that. I want them all. I would buy all of them.
Well, I'm finding a lot of the original pages that somehow got scattered. I could
Hmm.
probably do that. Some of the humor in it though is so it was I don't know
Probably
about
great.
today's audiences.
That's right up our alley, though. So there you go.
Yeah, because I grew up with National Lampoon and everything, and it was pushed pretty far. But
Yeah.
um, yeah, I probably should do that. Yeah. Um,
Do you have do you have a Mac or anything like a desktop PC, laptop or
well,
anything?
well, I have a laptop upstairs, but I haven't turned it on in months because one of the keys stopped functioning. So I guess I
Yeah.
need to clean it or get another keyboard to plug into it. I just have been doing all of this. I'm just doing with my iPhone.
Well,
And
I have I have an extra iMac Mini. If you'd like for us to send it to you.
oh gosh,
I mean, it's really like it's a 2014, but as far as like getting on there and doing all your podcasts and recording like or whatever you want to do with your show, and you would be good to go on that. I could just wipe it and send it to you. It's really sitting in a closet.
well, if that's something I could plug into a turntable and play music into
Yeah,
it.
you could do everything. What I wanted to show you is I got this little mixer right here,
Oh, okay.
and it's a is it a Kenix or Xenix Q502? It's a USB,
Show the other.
Uh-huh.
and it works perfectly with the Mac. It's what we've been using for a long time, and it has the RCA inputs. It's a little 4 channel, well 5 channel, and you can put it in. It comes. You can put these adapters in it, and put you can put pretty much hook up any analog device you want to, and it's
Yeah.
really good. It even has a phantom power, so if you need like a little boost, this thing was only, I'm not sure how much it is now, but it was only $60 when I got it, and it's been working. It's worked so well for us and it's plug and play basically. So you don't
Huh.
have to do any drivers or anything like that for it. And it's been like you'll see a lot of people these days like they'll get the big huge 10 channel or whatever, and it's like, man, that's not needed. It is definitely just a little thing like this is perfect for what you want to do. And
Yeah,
so
I've been kind of baffled. I mean, I see a lot of people. They all have headphones and they have a
yeah.
big giant fancy microphone, and I just turn on my iPhone and it seems like it sounds fine to me. I know on streaming sometimes it
Whatever you're using now sounds fine. You sound great. That I mean,
Hmm?
yeah.
well, it's some new iPhone my wife got for me, but it seems like whatever it seems like it's doing a number on my eyes. Just maybe I need some.
You're staring at a small screen probably all the time.
Well, and it's also it just seems like it's sending lasers into my eyes. It just seems like I'm having to wear my glasses more the more and more I'm on this stupid thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. Uh, I would like to do a radio show for sure. What I've been doing is let me turn this down. I've been making. I have an old DVD R recorder, and
Yeah. I
I
kept
put
I
it.
kept wondering what you use. I was like, what is he using to record all those awesome shows? It's got to be a
Well,
DVD-R.
I record in 6 hour for music. It's just like the old when you used to on a VHS cassette. If you recorded in the slow speed, the picture looked bad, but the sound was fine.
Right.
And so what a friend of mine started doing it for parties. He'd make a 6 hour music mix on a V and let the VHS tape play, and it sounded great. But you could do that with these DVD-Rs now. They don't sell them. They don't sell these recorders in the United States anymore. You can, I think, only in Japan.
Oh,
So
really?
yeah, they don't want you to own things. They don't want you
No,
to.
that is the truth.
But
They don't want you to
YouTube,
own anything.
there's so many things on YouTube that just come and go and disappear, and I'm wanting to, preserve it, and
Yeah.
so I record on here, and so I make discs, and I'm just constant.
You can't tell them.
It's crazy because I know I'll never listen to a lot of them or watch them, but it's almost like I just feel like I've got to archive everything that's happening, and uh, news shows, and
I mean,
but what I would,
you have to have that stuff. You
yeah.
have to. It could really leave one day. You never know with YouTube.
Someone recently gave us boxes of old VHS where they just let it record cable TV all day.
Uh-huh.
And some of the stuff off of that is awesome. Just the commercials and
Yeah, it's great.
all of those little artifacts are really fun to look at.
Yeah. And that's the kind of stuff that now is cool that people put on YouTube, is just the commercials that they edit out of those. I would always cut the commercials out when I was recording, not realizing that the commercials are what is going to be interesting someday.
I think I've heard you mention it, but have you heard of the channel Sunny Boy 66?
Oh yeah, I was just recording that earlier. Yeah, he put a great one up yesterday with surf music.
Yeah, he has some great mixes. I love his Halloween mixes.
Yeah,
Monster mixes.
yeah, I'm always recommending his channel. But I want to make sure it's preserved, so I record it, because I figure, what if that channel just goes down magically one day?
Well,
And
Definitely.
we have a friend who streams, or he doesn't stream them. He just uploads rips of his 45s. And he's on his 5th or 6th channel now.
You would love his channel.
Yeah, Bobby Gas 5 at this point.
I thought you were talking about
No,
Wolf Call.
he's lost all of his channels because
Copyright.
when he gets his strikes, it doesn't seem they're not always up to date when they strike. If they strike once, sometimes they can something about the computer algorithms, I guess, will kind of search back through your content, and he has gotten 3 strikes at once, even though some of the content was on his channel for a really long time. So that kind of a little bit baffling. But he's on his 5th or 6th channel now, and he's still going, and he's still uploading rips of his 45s.
But there's another channel called Wolf Call.
Yeah, his channel's great.
He has a zine about garage rock and rockabilly and everything, but he's been posting, I think, all rockabilly 45s, right?
Rockabilly. Well, he's done some garage also right now.
Yeah, he's done some garage.
Some 60s garage.
Yeah, he's a great guy. Like, you love his channel. So that's another one to check out if you haven't heard of that.
And he was leaning towards just doing the vinyl rips, but I think he's decided to do a few videos talking about the music as well. So,
which is always good.
It's hard not to when you're passionate about something to just want to talk about it.
Yeah.
Well, back in the 80s, I met a couple in Dallas that he was more of a garage rock guy, and she was more rockabilly, and she dressed the part, and had a unbelievable collection of 45s, and they would he'd go to their house, and Ronnie Dawson would be there playing in the living room, and then Gene Rambo would be sitting at the table, and he'd be trying to get him, hey, come on, let's, like we used to do in the old days. And it was like, wow. It was all, and they were the first people I knew. They had a jukebox in their house. They were really big Cramps fans, that's, and Panther Burns, and they were older than me. Let's see, I was class of 83 high school, and he was class of 76. So he was he was there when the Sex Pistols played in Dallas at the Longhorn Ballroom and
nice
everything. He was he's his wife passed away, but he's still around. He's been on my show, but he's always been kind of like a big brother. He always had all these tapes and things, and I would borrow them and record them, all these live shows, and they were friends with Billy Miller and Miriam Lena. I'm sure you know who they are, or do
No,
you?
I'm not familiar with.
Oh, okay. Now you need to learn about them. They uh, they were behind Norton Records.
Oh yeah,
Oh, okay.
that's
You know
funny.
Norton
I
Records.
love Norton Records. Yeah,
Yeah.
we have a
Yeah.
lot of stuff.
Have you ever seen the magazine that they put out called Kicks?
Mm-mm.
Okay, you need to go, I don't know, eBay or wherever and get it's wonderful. It's unbelievably great. It's called
No,
Kicks, and I think they put out about 6 issues, and they had interviews with the Phantom and uh Wanda Jackson and the Trashmen and uh Miriam Lena was the original drummer of the Cramps, like in 1976. She was like barely out of high school, and
wow,
I don't think she stayed with them very long at all. But her husband, they were collectors of records, and movie posters, and Mexican wrestling memorabilia. They were into
no,
everything, old paperbacks, and uh,
yeah,
he passed away. She's still around, and they rediscovered her. Hazelad, well, they got him back, in the recording studio back decades ago and everything, and so
wow,
they're an interesting couple. Uh, but yeah, those friends of mine, they knew everybody. They were,
nice.
he's an accountant, and it's like, oh, Alex Chilton, I do his taxes. It's like, wow, he just knows everybody, man. Uh, so
Yeah, a friend of
uh,
mine in college in the '90s. He was in Kentucky, and he talked to me, and he was like, "Man, Hazel Adkins is coming to a club here." And I was like, "Well, you have to go." And Hazel let him videotape the entire show, and he hung out with him, and he was talking to him. I mean, it was when he was, I'm not full on crazy, but he was. I mean, he was
yeah,
acting
he was.
crazy on camera, but it was that was cool that he got to do that. I was always jealous of that.
Yeah, actually, that the couple I'm talking about, she had a rockabilly show called the Rockabilly Review on KNON radio. So
Oh,
she was
nice.
the first person I knew that was actually doing. It was a they didn't pay. It's not a pay state. It was a community radio station, so you do it for free. But it was cool.
Right.
She was on the radio all over the Dallas Fort Worth area, and she played all her great records and. Yeah, that was quite a time.
Yeah, that was a huge '90s was that was a huge time for garage, and that's when I was into finding a lot of '90s garage bands and everything, and I ate it up. All the surf music stuff like the Ghastly ones and
Oh,
Supercharger
sure.
and the Mummies and all of that stuff I was in. So '90s really, when we have our show, I always tend to default to '90s garage, and then we'll throw in like Hazel Adkins, and we've been recently trying to get a bunch from the Bear family. That
Yeah.
that label, she found a bunch of records for like $1,
Yeah, it
wasn't
was a
it?
big dollar dig.
It was $1 dig, and she found a bunch of. Were they sealed?
No,
They
well,
were
one of
from the
them
Bear.
was, but
Yeah, they
yeah,
were from the Bear family, but it was a bunch of stuff
Oh,
like Ronnie Dawson and
yeah.
all of those. So that was a sweet find.
It's another one where you just see the label and go, "Yep, I'm taking that."
Take
yeah.
anything Bear
Well,
family.
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's so weird that yeah, you had to our culture that was forgotten here in places like France with and Germany with Bear Family. They would put out
Hmm.
these collections of all this forgotten music, and so you'd have to buy it back from other countries. The stuff that
Yeah.
disappeared, they still appreciate. Most of these countries kind of hate us now, but they love the way we used to be. Uh,
Exactly. You're exactly
and
right.
It's like England with the Northern Soul too. There's
yeah,
so many compilations that English compilations
Yeah.
that I'm like, why didn't this catch on here? Or you know,
but in the
where
'80s
were
and
those records?
'90s and early 2000s, I have so many CDs that I bought at huge prices from those companies like Bear Family.
Oh
I'd
yeah.
pay 25, sometimes $30 for a CD.
Wow.
And now I go and there's on YouTube, someone's got almost all of them. They're just
Hmm.
free to listen to. Or what I do, uh, well, so I have a Roku box, and what I do is um, back there I've got a Roku box, and then
Nice.
it's got well, no, this is the Roku box. Back here is an HDMI splitter. So the Roku box just has a HDMI cord that goes out of it. But I've got a record on this DVD recorder, which is older, so before HDMI, so it only has RCA plugs. So I've got to take the HDMI and it converts it to RCA, and then it feeds into my DVD recorder, and that's how I record off of YouTube. Now it
Yeah.
degrades the picture
Nice.
a little bit. It's my wife gets annoyed by it. To me, it still looks fine because she's younger than me. She's used. I remember watching, the 25-inch TV and the lights. To me, the way this looks here looks fine, but it's not pure high
Right.
definition. But anyway, that's how I'll record a 6-hour music compilation, or I'll record a
All
couple
of
of
those,
episodes of Alex Jones all on one
yeah,
disc.
all of those great cartoons you've been getting.
Oh yeah, I've been recording cartoons. See, I get like a spindle of 100 discs, and I've gone through it real quick because I was off for Christmas vacation, and I've got to
Oh yeah.
convince my wife to order another one. And so I've got boxes and boxes of these recorded DVDs. It's, people will point out that it's really a mental illness, but all
I don't
these
think so.
cartoons, I want to have those cartoons. It's just like,
It's definitely not a mental illness at all.
well, it's just it's being an archivist. It's a historian. That sounds better. You can call yourself a museum curator, and then it sounds more prestigious than just being a nutty collector. But
Well, if I could
uh,
show you my closet, I would show you spindles and spindles of DVD-Rs.
He has a
do
lot of
you
spin, a
you
lot
guys
of spin.
know? You guys knew of Intoxico, Howie Pyro, his show?
Sure did. Yeah, we just
Okay.
did some Howie Pyro shirts for somebody.
He's a screen printer.
Oh, you make shirts? Wow.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Howie Pyro was great. I remember. Uh, I would record his
That is
show, and then sometimes
Yeah.
he'd have some problem with his computer, and he'd lose his show. And the more than a few times, well, that's a lie. A few times I sent
Yeah.
him copies of his own show because he didn't. It
Nice.
got messed up. So yeah, he was a cool guy. He passed away a few years ago. He had an amazing collection of spook show posters.
I want not to dwell on his death, but I want a tombstone like he has.
Oh, I
He
don't know about his tombstone.
It's completely like garage Halloween out. It's got bats and spider webs. It looks exactly how you would think his tombstone would look. I mean, rest in peace to him, of course, but I mean, that's,
Yeah,
not to get morbid, but that's how it
if it's a
but
cool tombstone,
Yeah.
it's a cool tombstone.
I mean, a lot of people have visited it, which is, I see it all the time on Instagram. Everybody's like, I went to Harry Pyro's. But that whole, was it the Garage Punk podcast, the one that had all of the shows on it? That's how I learned a ton about all the music and stuff. I've forgotten a lot of it because I'm old, but that all of those shows, like, I mean, I couldn't listen to them enough. I have a ton of those on CDRs everywhere,
yeah.
and that's the only way to have them now because I think most of them are gone.
Well, I used to have a CD burner in my computer, and that was great because I could put like 24 hours of music and
Right.
shows on that. And then the other thing, do you have when I first met my wife, and she came into the house, after being a bachelor for many years, what I would do, I have this. Have you heard of this little tiny box called a whole house transmitter?
Oh no.
It's about the size of a pack of cigarettes, and I'm sure they're much better now than the one I've got. I've had for probably 20 years. It you can plug whatever into this little box, and you'll have a choice of 2 or 3 different radio frequencies, FM frequencies that'll transmit to. So you pick the one that doesn't have a station in your area or the least interference. And it doesn't, it's not a problem with the FCC because it only broadcasts to your house. Sometimes the neighbors could get it if they happen, but no one has a knob tuner anymore. Or no
Uh,
one really listens to the radio. But if they just happen to be turning across
We
the dial, they could hear whatever nutty stuff you're broadcasting. And I actually tested it. I could drive down the street and still pick up, the Captain America theme from the old cartoon.
oh yeah.
But I would just make my own radio station and I'd broadcast it to every FM state radio in the house. And so that way I kind of could be a fantasy radio broadcaster, but I would record all these Alex Jones shows and I'd be playing them to every radio. And then she when she first moved in, his voice would be shouting at her in every room.
He's
It
a he's
almost
a
drove her
yeah.
crazy.
Alex Jones is a gift. I miss it. I miss the pure days when he could just rant about stuff, and I really hate what happened and everything. But I mean, it's back in the crazy, I guess 2010. I guess he wasn't even being censored at all. But to me, I love anything like that. Like we're huge fans of coast to coast radio and everything. And
Oh yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
and so to hear Alex Jones just, I don't know, he was so good, and now he's just, oh man, they just did him
Well, you
wrong.
got to
But
be
anyway,
careful.
yeah, you gotta be
Oh,
careful.
he's still broadcasting. You just have
Yeah,
to know
but
how to get it.
he's not as much of a lunatic as he used to be, which I wish he was.
Um,
Kind of is,
well,
maybe.
I don't know. I think it's more extreme now because there used to be a radio station in the Dallas area that actually it was a Christian station and it broadcast them. I don't think that any station would do that now because the language is more strong in the
Oh,
newer.
right,
Yeah.
because he's
Uh,
completely uncensored, I guess, on his own site.
Yeah, but he does have sometimes he'll tell people, "Hey, I am on radio stations."
No,
Uh,
I love,
uh,
but that whole, I mean, the theories and stuff, the crazy theories. I've always been a huge fan of that stuff. I love it, when it could be pure and just nutty like that. And they've attacked him so much. It's like, man, he can't really kind of be himself, I don't guess. But we always had those guys on public access.
yeah. Well, that's the thing. Public access is where all this started.
Hi, guys.
Hey, Mrs. Meyer, I don't know.
Oh
I've
yeah,
you've
I know
seen
him
him on.
through the show. Yeah,
Nice
Yeah.
to meet you
but
guys.
nice to
Nice
meet
to
you.
meet you.
Um,
What are
yeah,
your
public
names?
access was the thing, man. There was
What's
that. I'm sorry, Meyer. Go ahead.
what are your guys' names? Like your first names?
Jenny and Dave.
Dave, Jenny.
Nice to
Oh,
meet you.
okay. I
Yeah.
thought maybe it was B, but that's cool. So, oh my gosh, what happened there?
Yeah, I picked that because of B side of the record,
Yeah,
but
I know.
also because of
Aunt B.
Aunt B.
Aunt B from Andy
Because
Griffith.
all of my friends used to say that I was like the deviant dead mother. So, so all my punk friends would come and hang out at the house, and I'd cook for them and everything. So they kind of would tease me and say I was like Aunt B. So B sides. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to cut my microphone for a second while I walk past where my wife is working because I'm going upstairs, so you won't hear me for a second.
Well, have you been, Meyer?
Good.
What,
I'm really
what,
good, man.
what have you been up to?
Same kind of thing. Really kind of just killing time, being unproductive, procrastinating, all that stuff.
That I approve 100%. That's the way we are.
Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff I've been putting off. I didn't really follow through with any of the resolutions, so I'm still like holding off on committing to any resolutions. I haven't made any changes yet.
You're a good guy.
Thank you. It's great to have you guys join. it's really cool when viewers click the link or come on the show. This is how I came on the show at the very beginning a couple of years ago, and Kevin too. It all comes from clicking on the link and just and hanging out.
I've been watching you guys for so long. I've been a lurker. I mean,
Oh wow, that's great.
for a long time, because everybody, and I was like, man, I always wanted to chime in, but honestly, I'm pretty intimidated by your collections and everything. So I'm like, I can't. There's no way I can compete with all of their great stuff. And so I just kind of just hung out and just watched. Said hey every once in a while, but yeah, I've been watching you guys forever.
When you say hey, what name do you use?
What
YouTube name?
Well, it used to be Deadite 83, and then I changed the name all the time.
He does.
I've had Fester Fink, which used to be our record store. We had a record store a long time ago, and it was Fester Fink's Ghoulish Emporium, and we had that. And so I was probably Fester for, I would say when I first started watching all of you, it was Fester.
Yeah.
Because you mentioned it a couple of times. You're like, oh, you're a Rat Fink fan, but that was a long time ago.
I think I might remember. I might remember both of those names.
When everybody got together and would be showing, horror EC comics and everything like that, I was glued. I was tuned in.
Oh, one last thing about the streaming and copyright. We found that if you do get the warning for copyright, if you stop and talk for a little while and do like radio breaks basically, or throw in some other clips or something like that, it gives it time for the warning to go away, and then you can carry on streaming without being stopped. But if you carry on, then there's a good chance that they'll black out your screen and you have to stop them.
Yeah, but you can just stop the music and it'll come back on eventually. I think it's like a minute.
Yeah, it's not long, but it's usually a good time to kind of cool it on the records if they black your screen out. But it seems like pausing with talk breaks does kind of chill out the copyright warnings.
Yeah, what I've done is I've tried to find music that I know won't cause any problem to play in the background, because I like music in the background.
Yeah.
And I found this there was this guy that was obsessed that I met years ago. He was obsessed with roller rink music. And
she has some records, roller rink records.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's this label. They have yellow labels, and it's Rinks Records, spelled RINX. But the I and the N, you can't really tell where they begin and end. So it looks like RNX Records. And they were, I guess, sent out to, I guess, roller rinks would subscribe and get records all the time from California, from a roller rink in California, where this guy would record these, whatever was popular on the radio at the time. He'd do roller rink versions of it with that beat that they skate to, and so I bought tons of duplicates because he was buying up all the warehouse stuff from that guy that put them all out. And anyway, so that's what I play a lot of times, are the Rinks records in the background. They don't ever get a copyright problem.
I mentioned that, I think, to Jenny a lot. I'm like, man, he's playing. Where does he get that music? That would be excellent streams, by the way, if you could play that.
There's somebody who's uploaded huge amounts of the Kmart audio tapes.
Right. Trust me, I've been on that for years. That's another thing that will be okay to play usually.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Anything music or roller rink music or the old organ music.
Yeah. Although excellent. I will say, I thought that I have a bunch of records that are the wind up like music boxes.
Mm-hmm.
And I did a snow video one time, and I got a copyright claim on the music box music.
Wow.
I thought, of all the random things for somebody to have a copyright claim for, music.
Yeah. it's weird. Sometimes I'll record a cover band that's playing at some festival on the town square, and then they'll think it's the actual real artist, you know. And the worst thing is just if you want to go record, say at a state fair or a amusement park, and there's music playing, to get a claim for that is just, I think that's BS, just because it's in the background. But now they've got some new feature on YouTube where they'll let you erase the music while keeping your voice. It's some new
Oh, I didn't know
AI thing.
keep your voice. I figured it just blocked it all out.
Yeah, that's when I started making shows, and I was making the garage, and I would get about an hour show together and then upload it. And the benefit of that is that it's kind of a catch-22, I guess. The benefit is that it'll tell you if you're completely good to go. It'll say, that it allows that all of this is allowed to be rebroadcast or whatever. And so, or it will do like you do. It'll say this song is problematic. Would you like us to cut it out? Speaking of Gotham City Comics, can I say something for a second?
Yeah.
Gotham City Comics. I'm sorry. I was supposed to make shirts for him. And so this is a public. Yeah, I was. I have the vellums and everything ready to go, and I was going to make him some sample shirts. And I was like, man, he is going to be so mad at me. And I kind of got, just started printing, and it got pushed to the side. But I still have everything ready to go. He had sent me art, and it was kind of low res, and I think he approved everything I sent back to him. But I just wanted to apologize for not getting those shirts to him. And I was really hoping when you invited us up, he would show up. So.
Oh yeah. Well, you knew him before.
I contacted him when I found out when he started showing up on your show a lot. Yeah. I contacted him through Instagram, and I said, I hope I have the right guy. Are you the guy that's on the Orloff show on? Yeah. And he said, yeah. And so I asked him if I could do some samples for him, and I completely dropped the ball. I'm sorry.
Well, it's not like he didn't pay you. He
didn't pay me. He didn't pay me at all.
Don't worry about it.
But I was like, if I wouldn't want to, he was all in and super nice to me. So,
yeah. If you could do some more shirts like that.
That's exactly, yeah.
Yeah, my wife wants one of those. And he's out in her size. He only has a few left.
Yeah, I had those, and we had talked about doing
that
the
was
two
a little
color.
Different. I think that logo on the box was a little different.
It may have been the same. I'll have to.
It looked like a cloud face on it.
Oh, did it? Ours he had a Dracula face with Gotham.
Oh, well, I don't know. This one is. Let's take a look. This one's kind of got a ghoul face.
Yeah, that might be it.
A little
like a vampire.
That city comic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
that actually may be the same one.
Yeah.
Did you make those shirts that you guys are wearing? The Go Ape and the Bill Mummy shirt?
I wanted to make a Planet of the Apes shirt forever. And I found a site on Etsy that handprints them because I was like, man, I want somebody who just makes it, who's sitting in their garage making it. And I found that person, and I was like, I'm going to order one. And this thing was only like $15. And I was like, you don't find that anymore. So
no, not at all.
We should have worn our own printing, but
yeah, I should.
This was a present.
I could have been a real jerk and worn a Gotham City comic shirt, and then said, "Look what I have now."
Well, is that what you do for a living, or is that a sideline?
Yeah, I've done it. Yeah, I've printed for a long time, since like 2005.
Oh wow!
So
do you just print shirts, or do you print books, or?
We can do
clothing mostly.
Yeah, clothing and anything like that. But we can do posters. Like, we got into that for a while, and we had a big flood that destroyed a lot of our equipment.
Oh, shoot!
We lost like the flat files and all of the. We had a huge drying rack for posters. We lost that, and
but mostly clothing.
Yeah,
and then I'm an art teacher.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And she makes a lot of great stuff. Like,
I make all kinds of random.
I'm gonna show you if I can brag on it.
Sure, yeah.
I like to make random things for him.
She makes stuff like this.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
That's amazing. Wow.
My goodness.
I have a Quint figure I need to put with it, but it's so tall. It's probably way taller than the thing.
That's impressive.
Now, you need to make one with a Barbie swimming and the shark coming up to get her.
That's the kind of thing that my mom goes, which I guess all collectibles. My mom is not a collectible person at all.
Most moms aren't.
And she'll say, "Oh, how much time do you spend on that? If you could make $1 for every piece of junk that you make, you'd be a millionaire."
But
I'm like, but I have fun.
You totally could, because the fun outweighs the money.
I have fun making stuff.
Yeah.
And he enjoys it. So there you go.
This one,
he's back there getting something.
Yeah, this is another one she made. The Michael Myers house.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
It's got a little, hang on, let's see if the little light will work.
I don't know. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Is this foam core?
Yeah.
Foam and cereal boxes.
The paintwork is great. The lighting was great.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is impressive. I love it. This is really cool.
Yeah, I got on this kick, was it near the pandemic?
Yeah.
Yeah, we started doing terrain builds with foam board, and we went kind of crazy, and then that, excuse me, I think that's how all this kicked off.
That, and I was like, ooh, this could be a good assignment to torture children with. So these are examples. They're just for work. Right. But speaking of Barbies, I've modded up some Barbies too.
Oh, yeah. What now?
I've changed some Barbies up just for fun. They're in the other room. Yeah. I'll go grab one.
I'll grab it. Hold on.
Sweet.
We got junk. Have
you seen these from? I mean, it's from China, but have you seen these?
Temu, wasn't it?
I think they're like $4 on Temu or $7
what?
or something. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I got as many variants as I could. I have 4 of them.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to have my wife look into that. She gets stuff from Temu, whatever the heck it's called.
I'm not sure how you pronounce it exactly, but
I always pronounce it Temu, and then during the Super Bowl they had ads correcting the Americans' pronunciation. It's Timu.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
They had to let us know we're mispronouncing it.
I pronounce it cheap fun.
That's cool. They're doing bootleg Rat Fink stuff.
I think so. They're pretty nice, and they're relatively heavy.
I go with these.
Oh,
she made a tingler.
Oh wow!
Because everybody needs a tingler, right?
You made
That's
that
great.
He's made out of plaster, or plaster gauze, like you get for a cast.
She has a certificate with it. Like,
that's great.
Like you're gonna. Was it the death certificate that came with it?
So yeah, this is one of my Barbies.
Oh, you made a Susie Barbie?
Barbie. Yeah. Whoa.
Oh, that's great.
Wow.
She's much happier as Susie.
That's great. Yeah, you did the hair perfect. Oh, what's this guy's name?
That was Clay.
Oogie Boogie?
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks great. That's clay?
Yeah, this one's ceramic.
That's great.
So, in order to keep myself from over helping kids, I have to make something of my own.
Yeah.
Because it's really hard not to go, let me help you with that.
Yeah.
Stop it. I'll make my own thing.
Yeah, that's great. That tingler's amazing. Hey, Gratu, who used to have all those tinglers with the red lighting in the entryway? Who had that?
They weren't tinglers. They were like giant centipedes. That was that was our my friend the clown. Is
that's right.
My old friend's cousin.
Yeah, that was really cool. I guess they were big centipedes. They weren't actually tinglers.
Yeah.
That looked
But
great.
my friend Tom, whose cousin that was, had a tingler that I remember it was at our wedding that was actually made from the original mold.
Oh
Because
wow.
he was my friend, the one that directed that Ramones video. He had he was a big time collector, and he had a lot of money. So, and in Los Angeles, stuff is everywhere, just thrown away on curbs. That
Wouldn't that be amazing to just go
To
walking and
find that.
find things sitting on the side of the road?
well, he was coming out of a liquor store and saw Roger Corman coming out of the same liquor store, and he said, "Hey, Roger, could you sign this for me?" And he happened to have a insert poster, "The Attack of the Crab Monsters," in his car, and he
Nice.
said, "Sure." And then he sold it to me, so I've got it. But he passed
Right.
away a few
Wow.
years ago, and his collection's still there, maintained by his older brother. But
I
it's
was I just want you to know I was there every time you changed out your posters upstairs, I guess. I was watching and jealous of everything you put up, especially
oh
the comic book posters. I had a bunch of the ones that I collected were, the McFarlane Spider-Man poster
mm,
that hung up on my wall. I still have the panel posters of Sin City, and I'm clutching onto those like no, what you can't get those anymore.
mm.
But a lot of those posters just got, I wish I had them all back. But every time you put up posters, I'm like, man, those were great. We had
Well,
our comic book store back in the '80s. Uh, he was huge on getting posters for everybody. So he had a movie studio connection, and so
uh-huh.
you could walk in on New Comic Day, and he would have a ton of original posters just laid out for sale, like Pink Floyd The Wall and Batman, pretty much everything that was popular at the time. He would have stacks of for sale, and
Yeah.
I don't know if that was exactly. I think back then that wasn't too legal, I would say, but
Well, yeah.
reselling stuff. But
Yeah. When I met my friend Tom in 1984, yeah, he opened my eyes to movie poster collecting, and he had just a phenomenal collection of posters. So
yeah, that
yeah,
it was great back then to get something for $15-20. I was having, before we came on here, I was talking to a friend of mine about how the our movie theater, the manager always sold the movie posters for $10, and he would have it for charity, something like that. So you could walk in and say, hey, the original Nightmare on Elm Street poster, or Hellraiser, or Texas Chainsaw 2, or anything, Return of the Jedi, anything. It would be, well, it's $10, but I'll sell it on this date. And to have that, I guess that's something a small town would do. But it was
yeah,
that was luck that we'll never get again, probably
Well,
at all.
these days everybody is salivating to flip things, so
Yeah, you
I
yeah,
can't
think it'd
get
be
OG stuff
really,
like that.
really hard to get in on that without um, other people swooping in on it and
Yeah.
kind of ruining the fun. It's like getting the standees at the movie theater.
Oh
All you
yeah.
used to have to do is just ask. And
Yeah.
if you were the
yeah,
first one to ask, then it was yours. But now I'd say there's a lot of people just waiting like vultures. I could
Yeah, to
flip that
swoop
on
in.
eBay.
I'm sure you
You
wouldn't
don't
even.
understand.
I'm sure you wouldn't even be able to get those anymore. Like if you wanted a stand up, I'm sure that it's like that. People are like, I'm going to sell that. I don't want to get rid of it.
Yeah.
yeah.
But
I had no idea.
yeah,
I mean, not that I begrudge somebody making a good living off of flipping things, but
yeah.
uh,
But I just
you
want to
know,
say I'm with you. I hate slabbing in
Oh
all
yeah,
forms and every form imaginable. I can't stand it. It's like, to me, it's ruined everything.
yeah. I just don't
Comic
like
book wise.
the whole philosophy of these new collectors, and that's not how I look at the world.
Yeah.
Um,
Did you used to have a comic book store?
Oh no.
I thought you were.
I
Had one
well,
time.
after I was a retired teacher, I retired kind of young at 55, and then I thought, I couldn't stand it anymore. I was in an inner city school, and then then the pandemic hit. I worked briefly at a comic store, and then we
Oh, like
moved.
in recent times. I bet that was frustrating.
Well, yeah, because I wound up. I don't know if it was because of that. Probably in the chiropractor's office, because just you're constantly looking down and moving. Yeah, it was. It
Yeah.
was. And it's just looking through all of those modern comics. It was horrible. It really is bad. I mean, it's really bad.
But man, it took a nosedive for sure. I've been recently. I've been getting the creepy collections in Erie and all of the softbound.
Yeah.
That
Stop, Drew. Yeah, Drew's wanting to chew on things. I just fed her breakfast. Maybe I need to find some more food for her.
is that your beagle?
Yeah,
That's
she's
cute
uh
dog.
she is demanding some food, man, and I just gave her 3 of them. Um, yeah, what? Yeah, she is definitely letting me know she's hungry. Um, what was I talking about? Comic stores?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's miserable. Everything about it. But there's no comic store around where I'm at now. I'd have to drive an hour to go to one.
We had a really good. Well, we have one. I think it's still there. The one that I went to in Cookeville, Tennessee, but it was it's an older guy, and you can tell because when he used to have a room for people to come in and play Magic and everything, but the entire walls were just lined with 80s and 90s stock of toys. And they were just like, oh, those boxes. And he was like, yeah. And he was known for having, all the statues and everything. And you could walk in there and really find back issues of good stuff for $2 or $3. I mean, it was really fair price. And so we tried to support him as much as we could. And his landlord came around and doubled or tripled his rent. And that's like the death bell for a comic book store. Like you can't survive in that. So we don't know if he's still there or not.
Yeah, the comic store I kind of grew up with, uh, Lone Star Comics in Arlington, Texas, is now it's now mycomicshop.com. It's now an online thing. It's no longer a brick and mortar store. He
Yeah.
he bought the entire strip center, so there was not going to be any any
There you
being
go.
evicted or rent raised. Yeah, it was an old 50 strip center, not
That's
really
how
in
you
the
do it.
best part of town, but he bought the whole thing and rented out the parts. And then there was a big building in the back that he used for storage. And then every maybe 6 months or every year he'd have a giant sale,
Mm-hmm.
and you'd go there in the middle of summer, and all these 60s comics were in there unbagged and boarded, and the smell that came out was pretty spectacular smell of old comics. But
Yeah, that's like yeah, I don't forget that smell. I don't think I will, unless I go senile or something. I won't ever forget how my
That'll be
favorite,
the one thing you remember
yeah,
is the smell.
how my favorite comic book store smelled exactly. I mean, not, it was something about it. I know exactly what you mean.
yeah, um so yeah,
Meyer crept
um,
up.
We lost Meyer. He left.
oh, we did.
Yeah. Oh no,
I'm still here.
he went to
I'm
do
still here.
something.
I'm getting ready to go outside and smoke, but
Oh,
Oh,
gotcha.
okay.
Okay. There
I'm
you
gonna
go.
grab the phone in a second. I'm
He
behind the phone.
lives.
He
I'm
lives.
backstage.
Yeah, yeah, I kind of move around on my show. I can't
Yeah,
sit still. The dog is not going to let me have any peace up there, and I
that's all right.
and I do need to. So I'm sticking around with you guys. I've just got. I'm going to be talking to you while I go get some food
We
because she's gone nuts.
That house is amazing.
yeah, your house is amazing.
Well, it's built around the time of World War One, and I don't know what they've done with it over the years. Various different. My wife kind of calls it like a Frankenstein house because everything's kind of been altered. But
Yeah.
it was in 1950. It was a funeral home till 1972. Then it was a furniture store for decades. Then it was
Wow.
made into different apartments, and so it's it. I mean, it's.
I felt
I
so
mean,
bad for you. I felt so bad for you about the heat because
oh, that was bad. Yeah,
our
I don't
house is
know.
like a Civil War house, and so
Oh,
we have no heat except for two gas heaters, and so you have to be real careful where you go in the house, or it gets. I think last year we had frost on our wall.
We had
So
frost on the wallpaper.
we had actual frost on the wallpaper. So
oh, wow. Well, before we moved here, I was looking all over the place, including Tennessee. I was looking in Virginia. I was looking in all. I wanted to live in the South,
yeah,
and I was fascinated with getting a house.
froze up. Meyer's good. Oh wow,
Um,
those are awesome. Those Valentines,
Oh,
those are great.
Yeah, this is this uncut sheet of Valentine's cards that I got from Kevin a couple of years ago or last year.
wow.
That is great. That is great. I think yeah, Orloff
Oh,
froze up.
oh, did he freeze? Hold on.
Yeah. Oh, there's his car.
You guys might have the whole show. It might be your show for a second because I'm
That's
going out.
okay.
Hold on.
You're going down to the
Sunny and warm here.
yeah.
Yeah, the sun
It
came
is
out here too, but it's not warm. You
same
guys
here.
hear me?
Oh yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I wanted to live. Man, we saw houses that were unbelievable. Because I just wanted to sell the house that I had and move somewhere in my retirement that was much bigger but cheaper, and so we ultimately did that. Although we didn't wind up with a lot of extra money, but we got a much bigger house and got out of a crime area that was becoming kind of crime ridden
Yeah,
to a place where there's virtually no crime. And I was looking for places that had like pretty much zero crime. You could look at websites that tell you what towns and cities, what the crime rate is like, and all of that. And
that's
there
good.
was there was a hotel. It had been a church. It had been a school for girls. It had been a hotel, but it was a place with like 15 rooms and 3 stories, and it was from before the Civil War. It was almost it was very I was so fixated on that. It was like under $100,000. And
Wow.
uh,
Oh
but then when I had someone actually go look at it, there was a place in Virginia. It was there was a hole in the roof and whole walls of black mold, and the leaks had
geez,
gone down. So it was in terrible shape. It would have cost so much. That's why it was so cheap. But
yeah.
yeah, I wanted to live in something that was from that time period. But you don't have a fireplace in a house from that time period?
We do. They're just converted to gas heat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had propane for a while, and we switched over to gas, and so that was. But we were, yeah. It gets cold. It gets chilly, for sure.
What is the temperature now there?
40.
Yeah, it's
40.
warm today.
Yeah.
So
Well,
So it's like a heat wave in the house.
is Meyer still there?
yep.
Yeah, he's right there.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. I'm going to be gone for literally 60 to 90 seconds. I'll be right back.
All right.
Is he going into DG? Is that where he's going?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I gotta pick up the phone. There's a plane flying directly overhead.
So Meyer's procrastinating.
So you're procrastinating. Yeah.
Yeah. I haven't finished everything yet. I haven't set up I haven't done anything. Like I haven't started making videos again since I moved here. I haven't set up my work area in the spare, making art and
Oh, nice.
painting, drawing, making videos. I haven't done any of that yet. So
Oh, great. What have you? What do you like painting and drawing?
all kinds of stuff. Yeah.
I always hear
Stuff that's kind of centered around what. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
No, I was just going to say stuff that's centered around what we're into mostly.
Yeah. Do a lot of monster stuff and everything like that.
Yeah, some of it. I do some of it.
Nice.
Cool.
Looks like we're going to need painting streams from you. So there you go.
No more procrastinating.
Yeah, I would love to do like painting or drawing streams and stuff like that. We've done it a little bit in the past where I'll draw while we're doing a stream and stuff, and make little caricatures or stuff like that.
I always like seeing that. I always like tuning in when someone's drawing on the stream. Something about it is cool to watch.
I always feel like I'm so slow. I'm going to bore people to tears.
Yeah, but we're all talking at the same time as we're doing it, so that's what makes it fun. A couple of years ago, we talked about doing like model making streams where we all make models at the same time, and we have our cameras set up, and we're just bullshitting while we're making models for an hour or two or 3 or 4.
We have some models sitting there ready to go. So if you ever want to do one, let us know. That'd be great.
I mean, that's something that Ken has talked about in the past. We've talked lots of ideas.
I know we at least have a monster coach.
We have a monster coach
I don't know
we need
what
to
else.
put together, and we have I just got well, I didn't just get it. It was a Dirty Donnie pinball wizard.
Yep.
Have you seen that model?
No, I haven't seen that.
It's like a little it's like a Rat Fink type monster kid at a pinball machine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And he survived the flood, so we definitely need to put him together.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
And a stream is a good excuse to get to it instead of letting it sit on the shelf.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yes. Yeah, I've got a number of kits that are partially completed. And so that's what I want to finish first, is all the stuff that I didn't finish before.
Yeah.
A stream is a good excuse to goose it along.
For sure.
Yeah, it's a way to get some things done. We had talked about that in the past as well, as the idea of everybody, the three of us, Kevin and Ken and I, while we're doing this, we're all being productive at the same time.
Yeah.
He's at work while he's streaming, so you know what I mean? Ken does it too. He's like organizing while he's doing these shows.
I always say that. Ken is Gotham City Comics, right?
No, Ken is Gratu. Kevin is Gotham City Comics.
Oh, okay.
I got him flipped.
I got him flipped. Sorry. But yeah, when he walks around Gotham City Comics, I want everything in that store. That's a good comic store.
It is a great store.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never been in a store that's as good as that has all that stuff like that.
Yeah, I always wondered if he was online, if you could order stuff from him online.
Kind of a Kevin?
Oh, I don't know if he is.
Yeah.
Here's something
just call him up and order it.
Oh, I like that. Is that yours?
Yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
See if we can see it better.
Very cool.
I like it.
It's on what is this? I forget what this is called.
Looks like canvas board.
I forget what this material is. It was a countertop in a boat.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
And it's like a piece of scrap wood from when I used to work in a boatyard.
That's cool.
I used to take the scrap wood and then I would paint on
Oh,
it.
I like that. That's killer.
Fun.
I like the style of that. It's really awesome.
Oh, thank you.
I have to look through my other lens.
Thank you.
What do you think of the new Superman trailer?
It's okay. There's things I like about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. See what happens.
I'm waiting to see another trailer. But I was oh, that's cool.
I did of Bob Wilkins, the host of Creature Features.
Nice.
What were you thinking about the trailer again?
Oh, the trailer, I was mad at it at first, and I was like, well, I'll stick around and see another one. I'm pretty cynical on the Marvel and you know, the way they're treating the characters, but
Right.
you know, I try to be around more positive people who try to say, well, give it a chance, you know.
Well, yeah, that's interesting. What were the things that were making you mad about it?
Well, they always like every time recently, it's always like a mopey, depressed scene. Like if you're going to show Superman, you know, Christopher Reeve just had that. I mean, he had something that you could believe, man, it's going to be okay. And he's there and he smiled and it was like, I don't know. It's like
symbol of hope.
Symbol of hope and stuff. And so the first shot out of the gate is Superman beat up. And it's like, what in the world are they doing? It made me mad.
I see your point there. Absolutely. Yeah, I think that's not going to be the tone of the whole movie, though. I think it's going to be the smiling Superman. Yeah, that is interesting. Yeah, you're right.
The digital the 4K, or I don't know if it's 4K or 6K, whatever they've been shooting everything on, but the lack of color in the movies is something I'm against. Like, I can completely accept it. Like, I love the Batman. Like, it's fine, but it's a gritty story, which I like the tone of it. But
love that one.
Yeah, that is awesome, Meyer. And but when it comes to Superman and Marvel and everything, I want everything to be like a colorful and cheerful. Like, I know that's hard, but they always make it so
bold.
Yeah, it's so flat. The color palette is really flat. That's what I thought about this. I was like, oh man, it looks really digital. Like, really digital.
Well, the colors are going to be brighter in this than what those other movies. I can see that. I like that it has the stuff that upsets the modern people. It's like, why does he have red shorts on? Why does he have a dog? Well, because that's the way he's always been. He's always had a dog since 1950. He's had red shorts since 1938.
All right.
But
when I was a kid, I was obsessed with Superman. Like, the first movie, I mean, it caught all of us when we were growing up, my friends and everything. I mean, it just, that and Star Wars and everything just hit at all the right times in our life. But Superman, I mean, I was like, I absolutely love that movie. Like, like I was already watching the cartoons and everything as a kid, but the movie just, I don't know, it connected with me big time. And I had I could, every behind the scenes book I could get, I got.
Oh, sure. Yeah, me too.
And everything like that. So
there he is.
My expectations for a Superman movie are pretty much through the roof, because I loved all the villains, like Zod, and all of them were perfectly cast to me. And I like Gene Hackman as Lex Luthor. Now, granted, I would like a more evil Lex Luthor, but I mean, I don't know. He just felt like, it's just something about those early movies, the way they were made. So,
well, the problem that problem could have been fixed so easily with Lex Luthor in the Superman Richard Donner movie. Mainly the main problem was his assistant was a moron. So all they had to do was explain that he's one of these idiot savants that has these that he needs this guy around because of his mathematical ability to figure out atomic bombs or whatever.
Yeah.
And then because it was like, why does Lex Luthor have this guy? He's not like a threatening bodyguard. He's just adult. What is that was never explained.
Right.
And that was the main. That was there was a big shift in tone from the early part of the movie. That's like a biblical epic, and then when it shifts to Gene Hackman and Ned Beatty, it's like all of a sudden it's campy, which
Yeah.
I didn't mind, but it was a definite jolt in tone. But yeah, uh,
It got campier too as the movies went on. So I can totally understand that.
oh, the third one was terrible, and the fourth one was unwatchable.
The one
So
thing I
yeah,
did like about the third one, I guess, is what everybody would say is I like that he went all evil and had to fight Clark Kent. I like that part. I guess as a kid
yeah,
I would, I wasn't too but yeah, the other stuff I was like, man, what
and,
I
well,
didn't get it at all.
it was the Richard Pryor stuff I didn't like, but it,
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Froze up again.
Yep.
the return to my Wi-Fi is doing weird things.
Oh, okay, there you go.
Uh, was the return to Smallville and Annette O'Toole as Lena Lang. I like those scenes,
Yeah.
but yeah, we'll see. Let me.
It's almost like it's almost as if they just can't get it right, and I would almost want to see an animated film done perfectly. It's like forget the live action and just give us a killer animated movie that's done really well, and that's it. You know.
Well, all I can say is that the guy playing Superman in this new movie is really good. The
Mhm.
lady playing Lois Lane, I've seen her in The Marvelous Miss Maisel. She'll be great.
Oh, good.
Uh, I am wondering about the inclusion of this Guy Gardner Green Lantern. That's not a character I ever really read in the comics. I would have gone with the Hal Jordan Green Lantern. I don't know. I'll reserve
Yeah.
judgment on that. James Gunn has not really. He's pretty much always delivered with his movies, and he understands superhero movies. But
Yeah.
I mean, there's
Exactly.
some things I disagree with in James Gunn's past, his old Twitter stuff. But
Oh,
I'm
his meltdown. Yeah. Yeah.
well, it's just his jokes he used to put on Twitter, which were all very.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I just that's what caused him to get fired from Disney for a while. But he's, I'm optimistic about the movie. I understand. I don't think he's going to go the route of the mopey, depressed, never smiling Superman that's been in the last few
So,
movies.
do you think they'll have too many villains in it? Because it looks like there's a lot of villains. A lot.
Well, no, I think well,
There's that
I,
even that Godzilla creature is in it at the end. Or
oh, okay.
uh,
I think what he's doing there, that's probably going to be what happens at the very beginning of the movie. You're going to see Superman fighting that
oh yeah,
Godzilla creature, and that's going to be
he,
letting you know that this is not what you've been seeing. This is like the Superman comics from 1962, where he's fighting a giant monster in every cover. And
oh okay,
I think that those other there is another villain called Ultraman, not the Japanese Ultraman, but he's like
right,
I think a clone of Superman, and I think that's some government thing. I think some of the characters you're looking at as villains because they were attacking Superman are actually heroes that I think are under a government contract because they're
right.
always all wearing white and black, and I think they will then they'll realize they're wrong and team up with Superman because they've got Hawk Girl and Green Lantern, one of the versions of Green Lantern, and Metamorpho. You see him briefly,
Yeah,
and so these are they kind of look like they're attacking, but I think they're going to ultimately beat. Oh, and they've got Mr. Terrific, the
yeah.
African American
They had
guy
a
with
ton of excuse me,
The
they
what?
had a ton of characters in it.
Yeah,
In
yeah,
the trailer.
that's what a lot of people are worried about is maybe an overabundance of characters in it that could be a problem.
I would like to see an under 2 hour movie. I think that would be amazing. But I've already heard it's like 2.5 hours or
I
something.
don't, I don't mind a long movie. Um, I mean, it is a problem in a theater, I guess.
Yeah,
I'd rather see the whole movie the first time instead of okay, now you can see the whole thing on Blu-ray. It's like, well, why didn't you let me see it to begin with? Well, because
yeah,
theater owners want a short movie so they can show more in a day.
that's
When
true.
is your next stream? When are you gonna show? When are you gonna do the next music
I think
stream?
we were going to do one tonight.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, we were
cool.
thinking about streaming tonight. I didn't know because we were going to be on here with you, and I thought that was just going to be it for our internet for
We
the day.
we
What?
we had a copyright claim, and they made us do this quiz
Yeah.
that said we understood
She had to
that
go
it was
through.
copyrighted
She had to
material.
go through YouTube.
Boot camp.
Yeah, boot camp.
Oh no.
It's horrible. Yeah,
Re-education.
it's terrible. Re-education. Yeah,
Yes.
YouTube
Well,
So
they were.
re-education.
it's the worst.
I was a long time. I don't know. It was this last year. I was on with Meyer and someone else, and we were looking at toys. And I pull out these two squirt guns I had from when I was a kid.
Wow.
They're like I don't know, machine gun kind of squirt guns.
Hmm.
And it's before they put little red tips on them from the early '70s.
Yeah.
And they're broken. They're plastic. And I was asking Meyer, how do you glue? Can you use super glue? What do you do to seal plastic? And all of a sudden, I don't know, someone was telling me the stream's not going anymore. And it turned
Wow.
out
Thank you for
oh,
it
that.
was I was handling firearms live.
Wow.
And there's squirt guns. And then ultimately, about a month later, the stream came back, but they weren't going to let me stream for I don't know how many months. And I think there was some class, yeah, you had to take,
yeah.
but there was no instructions on how to take the class. And it's like,
Yeah.
but ultimately, they must have looked at it and cleared it. But I had tried to go over to Rumble and I finally figured out how to do a stream over there. But you have to go through all these weird back channels to do it. You can't just directly hook up StreamYard to
Yeah.
YouTube. Uh, do you use
I
StreamYard to stream? How do you?
we
We
use
have, but
we have before, but I went against it. I was like, I don't want to use it because a lot of we have some friends that use it for music, and they hook up another client or something like that, and then run the music with them.
it's almost like
And
the turntable is another person
right,
that they put on their StreamYard.
but
Oh,
when we send you this Mac, you're gonna let us send you. Um, you can put OBS on it, and it's like the best. It's like basically your television studio. You can do anything through that. So that's how when I use the mixer and everything, I just use that and stream that to YouTube. And the great thing about OBS is that it buffers everything. It makes sure you have the strongest bit rate, and it lets you know, like, you can set all the parameters. But I think out of the gate, I didn't have to tweak it that much. I just wanted to make sure I was getting stereo music, and
yeah,
other than that, but it handles. I mean, you'll love it if you hadn't seen it.
But we
yeah. I
don't
don't.
usually do StreamYard because uh, we don't usually have other people who join us when we're up
Yeah,
there. We just
Oh,
want to
okay.
stream the music.
yeah, we're kind of lone wolves.
Now we
just
But
do
how?
we do have a camera that while we're streaming we could switch over with the OBS
yeah,
from the camera of us.
with OBS you can have multicam setups and everything,
Yeah.
and you can just handle everything with a push of a button.
What does OBS stand for? I don't even know what that is.
It's oh my god, I don't know.
Something bowel syndrome.
Well,
Yeah, but it's an open source streaming software that's free, and they have it's completely community driven. It's been like, and it's like the standard, and it's completely free. So I mean, you will love it. It works great on for what I like. The newer version, unfortunately the Mac that is older, so it doesn't have the new version of OBS. But the
yeah.
good thing about the brand new version is that it can handle application capture. So lately, I don't know if we had a stream recently. I just used Amazon Music and just put a thumbnail up, and it was like, okay. So I didn't even. I mean, it just captured audio straight from there, and I went with that for about an hour, and it was like, hey, you're using copyrighted music. So we got out of that, but Amazon is amazing. It's got a ton of garage music and stuff. I would never think, like a bunch of Japanese bands that I love and everything. It's got a ton of stuff.
Yeah, our basically our YouTube timeout ended right about New Year's, so we haven't really jumped back on into streaming full force.
And that's horrible that we all have to go through that. Like it really, it makes me mad that we're adults and we can't have. I mean, I wish they just made a 21 and over YouTube where they would just go, hey, we know you're not going to be a knucklehead. There you go. And then we could just not have to go through a class. That's kind of like treating us like elementary kids.
Well, I mean,
we're all in trouble. Yeah.
How does music get publicized? How if you can't play it, how do people learn about new music or old music?
Exactly. Some of the stuff that's been on YouTube, I was like you I mean, I had the same questions you do. How, in the fact, does Sonny Boy 66 puts up all this amazing music? He's been on there for years and he doesn't get any strikes whatsoever. Mm-hmm. And then there's a bunch of stuff I found where I'm like, how do they do that? And people have 24/7 game channel soundtrack streams. That amazes me too, and I'm like, I want to do that, and that's. And
how do they get a pass?
Yeah, when YouTube said, "Well, it's not really us," and I'm like, they're just covering their butts. They don't want to they just don't want to have anything in place. And it seems to me that they could go, it's $4.99 a month. You can stream music, you can DJ, use YouTube Music, use whatever you want to do, and just as long as it's non-monetized.
I'd be curious how Johnny G does it too.
Have you heard of his channel, Johnny G?
I mentioned it the other day.
Yeah, I watched it. I subscribed to him.
Yeah, he's amazing. Yeah, he plays everything.
Oh my goodness, that guy has such an amazing collection of 45s. But that's all he does is he has a radio show. And
it's a lot like probably what you would want to do. I would think. Yeah.
But as far as I know, I don't think he has any issue with copyright because I've never seen the screen go black.
Yeah, he's never had to stop at all.
Him mention the copyright claim or anything like that. So I don't know if it's just that he's picking deeper cuts that
it may even just be
there or what.
It may be just by just chance.
Yeah.
You know, you may stream for 2 hours and nothing happens, or you may stream for 30 minutes and they go, you have to leave.
His shows are pretty long, though.
His streams are probably 2 hours.
A couple hours. So how he is doing it, I don't know. Unless it's just deep cuts.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if there's some sound they're putting in it that we can't hear. Because I could.
Good question.
That's a good one.
These old Marvel cartoons from 1966. I had them from the Internet Archive playing on my TV in the background while I walk around the TV.
Uh-huh.
And there's no problem.
Do you want DVDs of those? I can send them to you.
Do you have DVDs of them?
A couple of years ago, I was like, I have to have them because I was obsessed with them as a kid. I was obsessed with a lot of things as a kid, but I was like, I went on eBay. I just bought them all I could. So they're pretty good transfers. I know I have the actual DVD of the 67 Spider-Man. Those?
Yeah,
I have all of those. Yeah. You have the actual DVDs?
Yeah, of the 67 one, but the
that's
66 ones were never released in the States. You know, I try to record them off of Internet Archive, but I would love that. But the point is, now when they were on some bootleg channel out of China on the Roku, I would have walked by them, and then it's set up a Disney copyright claim because they
wow.
bought all that stuff. So even if I have the sound down and I walk by and you see a slight few seconds of Spider-Man, it was unbelievable
Yeah.
how quickly it would notice.
Did you hear they're thinking about selling Spider-Man to Disney? Sony
Sony
is.
is
I hate that idea, but they're thinking about it. I don't know
well,
why they would. It's their cash cow.
but Sony has been doing a shitty job with all their Spider-Man properties. So at first I was excited when Disney got the
So,
ability to make a Spider-Man movie because that
yeah,
was when Marvel movies were still good.
yeah,
And then they got really bad. And but the three Spider-Man movies that Disney made with Sony have been good. They haven't been perfect. But meanwhile, Sony's been doing all these movies with Spider-Man villains that no one cares about. I think the Venom movies were mild successes, but
yeah. Craven,
Morbius and Craven, I think Craven came out, and I don't know if anyone
yeah,
even noticed.
it bombed.
Why?
The one bad thing is I'm a big comics version fan of Craven. Like that the McFarlane run where he drew Craven and that whole
Yeah,
battle. That was, I mean, that's the character I wanted to see, and I'm like, hey, this is nothing like that guy
yeah.
at
It's
all.
up. The comic version we think is cool, but when my wife sees it, it's just like, what the heck is that character? Because it looks, if you've never seen a Spider-Man comic, the way Craven dresses, it's like
Oh yeah,
it's
Well,
he
kind
dresses
of
like a full
questionable.
on, yeah, tribal guy.
He's like worse than the village people, you know.
Yeah. Did you
But
follow all of the McFarlane stuff, or was that part of the area you weren't interested?
well, you know, I just wasn't paying attention to comics during that time period. Well, not
Yeah,
Marvel, I wasn't, so I missed out on all that.
right.
I maybe was aware there was some new artist on it, but I never tried it. And then I was definitely aware when the Spawn comics started coming out because there was such a big push, and I looked at the art and yeah, I bought a few issues. It seemed kind of interesting, but it was not really what didn't really catch me. And then
Right.
I remember buying a few early action figures because I thought, man, these are really well done. You know,
Yeah, they're great.
and now they're unbelievable. But you
Yeah.
know,
He's doing these. Have you seen these small figures? Have you seen that?
no, I have not seen
no.
that.
How did you get that,
There's
Myron? You don't know that either.
do you guys have seen those?
No, I have not. And I'm kind of an action figure guy.
Kevin, why have you let us down, man?
Yeah. Kevin's supposed to be on
What
top
the
of this. That's wild. I haven't seen it. It's crazy.
where do you get
What?
these? Are this
Wow, look at
Tennessee
Bane.
only for?
I got these on sale. I don't know if it's clearance, but it was on sale from McFarlane. They were like 60% off or something like that.
Probably because normal people think, what the hell? I looked at
Yeah,
that Batman and it's one of the coolest things ever with the tiny head. I love that.
Swamp Thing.
Oh,
That's cool. I kind of like that.
that's
Yeah, I
Swamp Thing.
I really like this one. Yeah,
So,
yeah. They're called
Cool. I
mods,
haven't seen this
Sod's mods, or something like that. So they're like
before.
exaggerated miniature versions.
okay. Yeah, I had no idea they existed. I'm gonna
I like that
have to.
reaction though. That reaction is the best.
No, man. Meyer, did you react the same way when you
Yeah,
saw?
Meyer laughed too. I think.
He's
Meyer
Yeah.
showed something
he's
yesterday with
out.
the. I think it was a gorilla with giant arms that was funny too.
Yeah, he's doing. I wonder if he'll
Wait.
do more. I don't know.
Oh wait, Kevin's already on. He says I get the Swamp Thing one next week. Can
Oh,
you get
nice.
that Batman with the tiny microcephalic head, Kevin? 'Cause-
Well, the huge feet.
oh, it's just still funny as hell.
Wow. That's funny
Gotta
looking.
I
have them.
guess it's supposed to recreate what it would look like if you're laying down on the ground and Batman standing over you about to
Right,
pound you. It must be it's in proportion.
like in a like a real exaggerated version of his Dark Knight, the
Yeah,
Dark comics.
yeah, that's funny as hell, man.
The
That's
swamp thing
great.
is awesome.
The Swamp Thing's cool. I think that's my favorite one, though.
Yeah.
You got to get those. But yeah,
Yeah,
the McFarlane toys. Would you ever go back and revisit all of that and read it, or are you pretty much just not?
What, Todd
gonna give it a
McFarlane?
chance? Yeah, or just
Well,
the
I guess I
'90s.
could try it. I just, there was, I don't know if there was an artist right before or right after Todd McFarlane, but it was in the '90s, and I stumbled on an issue of Spider-Man, and it was the worst artwork I've ever seen in my life. It was just
Was
really
it Jim?
bad.
Was Jim Lee doing? Was he doing Spider-Man before? I don't think he
Oh,
was doing.
I don't know.
Jim
Jim
Lee
Lee.
was doing
I
X-Men.
know Jim. No, it wouldn't have been Jim Lee that I'm talking about. I know that he's
Right.
a good artist. It's
Yeah, he
just
is really good.
the thing about it for me is I look at these comics just like I look at music. They belong in a certain time period. To me,
Right.
Spider-Man belongs in 1965,
Right.
driving a scooter around New York with go-go girls and mini skirts and all. The whole world belongs in the 60s,
See,
and it worked.
they should make that movie. That would be a great movie if they made that version of him.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're starting to realize that, or they've always realized that, or a certain number of people have realized that the Fantastic Four belongs in the 60s because this movie they're making now, I think they're setting it in some alternate world that's sort of mod 60s because it just,
Yeah,
but then I think they're gonna get somehow transferred to our world or something. I don't really know what they're doing.
they'll probably
Gotham
do like
City says
a
there's a
multi.
bone too.
There's a
Or
Bane.
Bane,
I'm showing
not
Bane.
Bone. I thought Bone, the little guy looks like Pogo.
Yeah, you got to have the micro head Bane.
You've got them all.
There you go.
Yeah. The
Yeah,
one I
you can
like is the
get
Batman.
him as a 3-pack.
Show it on the back because maybe that'll
He's
show.
got a wider back than Michelle Obama.
Yeah, really.
You mean Michael Obama?
I mean, yeah, Big Mike. Yeah. I was
Man,
trying to be nice.
Oh yeah. I'll be the not nice guy. It's all right.
Terrible.
man. Well,
But
that's a cool revelation. I didn't know stuff like that existed.
there's all McFarlane's he's starting to put out a lot of figures, like a lot of. I mean, I don't know what he's doing. He's just releasing everything. It seems like.
Well, I got I have no, I don't have it coming. The next order I make from Kevin, I'm going to get a Batman with this cape that has wire in it that billows out.
Oh,
But
nice.
I got a Captain America from Todd McFarlane a while back. I'll show you. It's pretty spectacular. It's this thing where Todd McFarlane's doing this thing where it looks like they've drawn on the figure with a Sharpie to create the ink lines that you would have in a comic book, and some people
Oh,
hate it.
nice.
Some people hate it.
I like stuff like that.
Some people like it. Uh, in the right light, it looks good, and in the wrong light, it kind of looks like someone's been marking on the figure. You just got to have it at the right angle, the way it's
Right.
meant. I've got this flashlight to show the figure, but it's a recreation of the cover for Captain America 100. And I don't know if you can see it there.
Yep.
You
I can
see
see
how
it.
they've drawn the
Yeah.
lines on his pants and on
That's
his
cool though.
shield. You see the lines on his shield
Too
and
busy
on.
looking at Elvira's boobs, I think.
Oh, am I pointing to her or I don't know where I'm aiming at. Let me see.
It was funny because
Subconscious.
I could really see the Captain America fine, but it was like the whole right side of the frame was Elvira and her.
Oh, okay.
It was awesome. Unintentional comedy. It's the best.
Yeah, the flashlight helps out a little bit with how to use it more. Um, this flea stack back here was sculpted and painted by Joe Riley, the guy that made the Hypnotic Eye show.
Dude, the
With the
sleeve stack,
light, you can really see the depth of the eyes, and
sleeve stacks are the best.
yeah, this may be the only one in existence because didn't make many, and he passed away years ago. And I don't know if any survived.
That's great though.
There's Crypto. Was the boy, that's badly painted when you get the light on it. Oh, ouch.
Great stuff.
So what do you have a theme for tonight's show, or you just it's just
I don't know. What do you want us to play? We'll play it. You pick. Will you pick it?
do you ever have you ever thought about having a jingle made for your station?
That would be
That'd be
be
fun.
amazing. Yeah, that would be great. We played. We tried to play the what was all the jingles from? Who's the artist that you got? I collect the Something Weird records, and
Yeah.
let me see if I can get it. Oh, I can't get up.
We have a record that's nothing but the jingles.
Yeah, I've got a whole box set from Pam Studios. I went to the lobby of Pam Studios in Dallas and bought it from them. I think they only sell it in their lobby.
Raymond Scott.
Oh, Raymond Scott, of course, yeah. But the Pam's Studios. Let me what's that?
I would totally be up to look at records anytime you guys want to come on the show and show off new records or records that are your favorites or that I would be totally love to learn about your collection of music. You said earlier that you didn't want to that like you're like how could I compete with these guys' collections? Well, there's no way I could compete with your record collection or your knowledge about music. So
I think that would be a great way to do it and come on and we show records instead of comic books. I've got some records upstairs I can show here in a second.
I'm jealous of those records.
Some of those power records.
You probably already seen them.
Well,
yeah.
Do you collect power records?
Well, yeah. When I was a kid, I got a whole lot of them, and I've gotten a few since then. But
yeah, we still have a few.
Do you have them? Do you have some, Meyer?
No, I don't. I think I have one.
Yeah, I warned all the ones I had as a kid. I just destroyed. I listened to them so much.
Yeah, they got sold in garage sales or given away to younger cousins.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it's the same thing that happened to all of my funny animal comics. So I didn't start reading and collecting superhero comics until I was about 7 or 8. Prior to that, I read all this funny animal stuff like Richie Rich or Casper, the kids comics. But once I got to that age where I was really just switched over to Marvel Comics, I just gave those all to my mom and she did something with them. She either put them in a garage sale or gave them to my cousins or something like that. I don't know.
Were those comics put out a lot by Hanna-Barbera? Did they do a ton of those comics?
No. Well, they had licensing. Hanna-Barbera was licensed with different companies like Charlton or Gold Key, I think.
Yeah.
And then, but most of the stuff I was reading was Harvey. Mostly, I was reading like Casper and Richie Rich and Sad Sack. Those were like my main 3 favorites, and all the titles that were encompassed by that stuff.
Have you gotten all those back?
No, not really. Just not much. A few here and there, but I haven't focused on it really.
Oh, okay. I was about to say I don't mind checking the comic stores around here. We've got a ton. We have one big huge store here, McKay's. I don't know if you've heard of McKay's Books and Tapes.
No.
What region are you in, or where are you?
What region?
I'm in California.
Oh, okay.
Oh, are you okay though? Are you from?
I'm in Northern California. I'm not affected by the fires yet.
Oh, okay. Well, stay safe.
Hopefully not. Hopefully you won't be.
Yeah.
But so it's a huge media store. It's like 2 levels, and the entire half of the bottom floor is books, and they have comics and stuff upstairs. So if you're if you're ever looking for anything, stuff like that would probably be in there. It'd be loose, probably. It wouldn't be, mint or anything like that. But they just take like huge collections and just put them out.
Wow, that sounds like a cool place.
Yeah, it's dangerous. It's a very dangerous place.
Yeah.
If you're a media collector, it'll get you. It's such a good store.
Now, Pam's Studios, all these oldie stations, the reason they have jingles that sound very authentic, like they're from the 60s,
Yeah.
is they go to Pam Studios and they have all the original musical beds from every year in the 60s and 70s. And then you could say, that's the one I want. And then they'll get their singers to go into the studio and they'll sing just like the singers did back in 1966 or whatever, but with
Nice.
the name of your radio station or whatever, in the name of your town or city. So
That would fit in perfect with Jenny's channel for sure.
so this YouTube channel, Motown Deep Cuts, Pam Jingles, and more, you might subscribe to it. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll do it.
But these are, they have different series, kind of like, Wacky
Yeah.
Packages, Series 2, Series 3.
Oh
But
yeah.
Series 35, Pam's Jingles, and the reason these are out of Dallas is because that's where Top 40 Radio started with KLIF Radio in Dallas. And
Mm-hmm.
they did use this studio for their jingles, and every other station throughout the United States and even England and Europe started
Not,
using Pam's so they could all sound like that. Um, so
that would be. I bet we do that. We're gonna do that for sure. That is awesome.
So this YouTube channel puts pictures with the jingles. This sounds more 70s here because it's
Yeah.
series 35. That's quite a bit. So
Who's that channel that does all the interstitial stuff, like the Salvation Army ads and the Coca-Cola ads? Is it Retro Radio Joe? And then he has the
Retro
full.
Radio Joe. Yeah, he has. Yeah, he has all the old air checks. You guys listen to old radio air checks?
Do you?
I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
That is great.
My wife's gonna be upset I'm playing this too loud. But it's from right about 1965 when they say color radio because they're trying to compete with color television.
Yeah.
That's with radio. It's kind of.
That is great. I had never heard of that YouTube channel
But
at all.
so they can recreate these jingles because they'll just use the music and the singers. Singers are singers today. They can recreate that.
I found a CD of a local TV station's commercial bumpers and things like that. All of the little music bits that they used, and I wish I knew what I did with it. I have no idea. Somewhere this house has eaten it.
Disappeared in the house.
Yeah.
Now they did jingles, for the Beatles, to play right before you play a Beatles record. But when Batman was popular, they have these jingles that sound kind of like the Batman theme because that was such a big thing. See if I can't uncover some of those.
That's very cool.
Let's try Batman. Yeah,
that's much better than defaulting to an AI version.
Yeah,
oh yeah, no, yeah.
I know a lot of people who are getting AI intros for their videos.
Yeah. Now there was a radio station called Pirate Radio USA, and I mean, not a radio station, but a YouTube channel, and they seem to have taken most of their stuff down. But
no, have they? Oh, that's
yeah,
cool.
but
Yeah.
this is still up from their page. Let's see.
I love that. The art on that is great.
In your Batmobile, Satan, Toronto.
I've never heard that one. That's pretty great. So I'll probably put that into a mixtape.
Yeah.
God damn, that's great. An hour. I'm sorry, a minute and a half of those. And some would be for the local football teams. They would play them on Friday night for the local high school football teams.
see stuff like that is I love to put stuff like that in our show.
Yeah.
You know that we don't do it a lot because for some reason those will get struck. You know,
Yeah, because Pam's, they own all that stuff. Some of that actually might
yeah.
actually.
The Raymond Scott, that and all the something weird stuff is really hard to stream. Like I
Yeah,
tried.
that's I
Yeah.
hate that all these old commercials for spook shows that were
Mm-hmm.
completely public domain. Something weird is copywritten their transfers, so now you
Yeah.
can't use it. But I mean,
Have you
but it's
heard?
still great that they made it survive.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. But it's just like, and I guess that was a lot of work to transfer all those dirty movies and exploitation movies. I
Yeah.
mean, so I guess all that everyone was bootlegging their stuff. So I guess I understand that. He
I just
passed
got
away. His wife runs it now.
I just picked
But
up the Doris Wishman box. The all of the I think I might have it here. Hold on.
So exploitation stuff.
Yeah, but I'll show you.
I might have that. I don't know.
I'm curious how Getty has gotten control of so many things that used to be just open source pictures, old
Oh
things that
yeah, yeah.
they should be copyright free, but Getty has their name on top of so many images.
Yeah.
Well,
How did they get the right to do that?
I thought you were going to go a different direction with that. I was going to say, I'm curious how the Getty survived not catching on fire and everything around it
Oh,
did.
Oh yeah, in California.
There's a
Yeah.
lot of there's people that think they're behind a lot of human trafficking, and they have tunnels all underneath, and
Wow.
some of these
Getty.
fires may have started to hide things that they want to be hidden before someone comes in to the presidency that might investigate. That a
Yeah.
lot of this may be covering up tracks, and people are resigning and leaving the country and burning things. It could, but that's conspiracy stuff. That's another thing
yeah.
that'll get you in trouble on YouTube.
I haven't heard anything about that.
Oh, I was
Unfortunately,
just
though,
that.
unfortunately they'll all move to Nashville, and we'll have to put up with more of them.
Yeah, yeah, man.
Yeah, these right here. Have you seen these?
Okay, hold on. Are you near Nashville?
Yeah, we're
about an
we're
hour.
about an hour
Oh, okay.
east.
No, I don't have that set. Is that from something weird?
That's the new. Yeah, it's something weird. That's that AGFA label on.
Oh, yes. I've
Yeah,
got to that label. I've got
some
to
of
get
these,
the.
some of these I can't show the covers,
Yeah, I
but
know. I got my wife was going to get the collection of June and Ron Ormond discs for me,
oh
but
yeah,
she accidentally got the book, which is fine. I wanted the book too. So, but now that's something I forgot. We got to still get the movies.
we have tried.
Did
We
we
have
get
tried.
that movie?
I think we may
Yeah,
have.
yeah.
We tried for years and years to stream Another Day, Another Man trailer, and it gets us hit every time. And I'm like, it must be the jazz piece they used in it.
Oh,
Because a lot of the jazz
yes.
music,
Well, a
But what
lot
a
of
great
those.
song.
but it's a great song and trailer.
Yeah, what it is with that music, that's from what's the name of that I think it's like the artist is there's several artists, David Lindup, and there's a British archive of a film library music, and those exploitation nudie movies used that music, but it was also used in the 67 Spider-Man cartoon. A lot of that same
Oh
music you'll
wow,
hear in those exploitation movies you'll hear in Spider-Man, that real kind of
nice.
dirty
Yeah,
jazz music, and on the Something Weird tapes. And so I think what happened is they've really locked that down copyright wise, and a lot of it is probably through the Disney tentacles because they own the Spider-Man, so
oh yeah.
so
They
I've noticed that that's the case. um how to show you something else. There is a I'll sit down while I do this. The As a little kid, how I was first exposed to surf music and to cool music was through a record my mom bought me. Um, I mean, other than what I heard on the radio that my older brothers had on, it was, and I think I have the record. I could show it to you upstairs. Um, Here it is. It was, I guess I got it about 1970 when I was 5. It's the official adventures. Oh, let me make myself bigger. It's on YouTube. The official adventures of Aquaman, and it
Oh, nice.
also has Flash and Green Lantern. Well, the theme song for Aquaman, they they wanted it to sound like Batman because this record was probably made about 67, and so they get. Do you do you know Billy Muir's Supersonic Guitars?
Nope.
The song called Tiger Guitars. You ever heard that?
Do we have that one? No.
I haven't heard
It,
that.
anyway, that
I'm
was how I
familiar with
was
Billy
first.
Muir.
You'll hear it at the beginning. It'll probably get me a copyright claim, but it's not like I'm going to be monetizing this.
We'll check it out after.
Well, hold on. If anyone's into superheroes, this is acted as well as any old time radio show. It's fantastic. This here.
The official adventures of Aquaman.
Nice. I love that. Yeah, that's awesome. They always used the best music and everything back then.
It was, it was decades before I actually knew. Oh, I thought that was recorded for this record, but I found there was a band I think called the Raunch Hands in the '80s, and they did
What?
Tiger Guitars, and it's like, wait, that's the Aquaman theme. And then I
Nice.
realized, oh, and then you didn't used to have the internet where you could search, and then I found, oh, that's Billy Muir's Supersonic Guitars, and
Somebody had a Ron Hand's record in a live stream auction the other day, and I was like, that sounds really familiar. And I passed on it. Now I'm kicking myself.
well, I think it
You
was
could
the
have had
Ron Shans. It was some band did Tiger Guitars. But anyway, this is some site called Audio Adventures on YouTube, and they have a lot of children's records. Ghostbusters, Invisible Man, Time Machine, uh, Spider
that
Man.
is
But
great.
yeah, this way you can listen to all. I'm sure they have all the Power records. If they don't have them, someone else. They're all on. I had that Three Stooges. I still have it, but. um, This is from that same
It's
company.
got
Leo Records was the children's records wing of MGM Records, and they did not just that Aquaman record, but they did a Superman, a couple of Batman records around 66, 67,
yeah.
and they also did this Shadow one, but it's not episodes from the radio show. It's newly as of 67 done. And then they
Nice.
also did Green Hornet.
Oh, awesome.
So, but you see, this is not the radio show. It's just acted out newly in the '60s. They
Let me
used the
see.
old theme.
Let me see if I've got. I may have that. Hold on just a second.
Oh, it says starring members of the original radio show. So they got the people back from 30 years before to do it. And then they have a Flash Gordon one where they have Buster Crabbe come back, and he's probably my age at that point. Because 30 years after he played Flash Gordon, he comes more than 30 years, 35 years, he comes back and plays Flash Gordon on a children's record album. But yeah, I was trying to. Okay, so let's try. If you just search for Tiger Guitars, my wife's been on here, so I got all this stuff about makeup in my feed. Vintage makeup. It's like, why is this in my feed? She's been up all night looking at it. But anyway, that was my first exposure to that kind of guitars, and then 2 years later, I would always get exposed to good music, sometimes from whoever my oldest brother was dating, because I don't think he had very good taste in music, my oldest brother, but he would buy 8 tracks to make his dates happy, and I could tell they had good taste because later on, when he was listening to Dan Fogelberg and stuff, and it's like. But when he was dating, he had like the Beach Boys' "Endless Summer" and stuff, and I was able to learn about some great music. And then also the American Graffiti soundtrack, that helped me really learn.
Yeah, American Graffiti is great.
Yeah, that's how in the '70s I learned about the older music.
Well, I thought I had it.
I think you do have it. It's probably just.
Is it in here?
So here's
I don't remember if we still have the Shadow records or not. I know we had some.
Well, there's a lot of Shadow records of radio
Oh yeah.
show episodes. This
Oh
is
yeah.
the Billy Muir Tiger guitars, so you actually have the actual piece on YouTube from the album Supersonic Guitars. That's what the record looks like.
Oh,
Nice.
that's great.
I
I
think
like
he was
that
probably.
Auld Lang Syne song by Dan Fogelberg, right? Isn't that him? I like that song.
Well, maybe, I don't know. I mean, it's just
Where he's
what I
like in the
mean. I'm
grocery
not trying to.
store and some ex-girlfriend of
Oh
his
yeah, I
that gave him
remember.
an
Yeah,
STD sidles up to him in the frozen food section and hits up on him and
right,
stuff. And
right.
always
But trust me, if you have to listen to that over and over again on your brother's record player while you're trying to play Atari 2600, it gets really depressing.
the other hit that he had was insufferable though. It was called "The Leader of the Band," where he's
Oh,
singing
that's
about
the
his
one I hate.
dad. His dad was
Yeah,
like a
that
high
guy
school
horrible.
music teacher or something. I don't know what it was.
Now, if I just had an older brother that listened to this music, if Howie Pyro could
You
have
would have
been
been
my
set.
older brother.
Yeah.
The Neil
Um,
Hefti records are great too.
yeah. That probably definitely got me a copyright strike. Let's see.
Well, sorry about that.
I
Sorry
don't know.
about
We
that.
were all talking over it, so maybe
Yeah,
it'll
we
be all
were all
right.
talking over it.
My wife's saying, "I'm really glad you guys came on. It looks like our dog is done barking. I can get back to work." And then the dog is like under a blanket, so everything's cool now. God, I get the
Well,
swamp. Oh wait, those are old messages from probably 40 minutes ago. Sorry, I thought we had some new commenters. Um, yeah. Do you know Travis Wamick?
mm-mm.
Ooh boy, you gotta. Oh, let's see. Boy, I'll probably get in trouble playing that. Let's see what I can get away with on YouTube. Oh yeah, you gotta look up. I mean, do you ever play music that you don't have on record that you just pull off of YouTube?
Yeah,
Yes.
we do
Okay.
that. I usually go down. Sometimes the Amazon will hit really good, and I can go down rabbit holes, and it'll take you to all sorts of stuff. That's great.
Yeah, I mean Travis Wamick. I think I learned about him from those older friends of mine. That couple I was telling you about earlier.
Yeah,
Uh, yeah, he had he's from Memphis. How far is Memphis from you?
about 3.5 hours.
Okay. I have the CD, that scratchy guitar from Memphis. His hit was
Oh,
scratchy.
nice. That was like the record part of the record series you got.
Oh, those are magazines. They're magazines.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
Anyway, there's a lot of, it's all instrumental.
Yep.
Um,
So what do you want to hear tonight? We'll play it. You can just tell us the show, and we'll do it.
do you know the song "Dance Franny Dance"?
You know,
You don't know that one? Oh boy, that's a great one. That's out of Texas. That was a regional hit in Texas. Uh, it was by the man. I think it's by the. Was it the Floyd? Hold on, I'll find out. That's a great song.
We're gonna get you all sorts of copyright strikes.
If we have
Yeah.
a snow day tomorrow, I may just throw some 45s on the turntable and just stream straight from this iPad.
Oh,
It
you're
it
thinking you
wouldn't.
might have a snow day tomorrow?
Maybe, I don't know. We'll see. It's been up to 40 today,
Yeah,
so
it's the
there's like,
benefit of a small town. They let you out
yeah, and
because we have a lot of hollers and everything around us, so they don't get their ice doesn't melt.
yeah, the sun
Yeah.
won't reach in some of those hillsides and hollers.
Yeah,
We'll see.
we'll
But
see.
if
Though.
I'm out, I may just stream straight from the iPad. It won't be the best sound quality, but it'll be fun to play some 45s.
It's it's the Floyd Dackel Floyd Dackel combo. Dance Franny Dance from 1964. This is out of Texas. It's a great song.
Yeah, that's great already.
Yeah. It's an awesome label too.
I mean, are you able to? Yeah, it's. I've got. Man, this guy sold me a bootleg of that. He swore it was real. That's what ended my friendship with him because he was completely lying to me. It's okay. I wanted
Oh
it for my
no.
jukebox, but he thought he was really slick. He's the guy I bought all those Rinks records from, those roller rink records. Got a whole box of them. But he'd do things he thought he was real smart. He knew I like monster stuff, right? Um so he says to me, let's show you the I've got these Wurlitzer speakers here, these wall stereo Wurlitzer speakers, see that are on the wall, right?
Oh yeah.
He had these and no one wanted to buy them, right? So he thought he could sell them to me. Of course, I saw them and I immediately fell in love with them. They're hooked up to this CD jukebox over here that has there's some great music in here, man, but I can't be playing that while my wife's working right upstairs. But anyway, he said someone was thinking about buying them, but he said they just look too Dracula. In other
Is
words,
there such a thing?
yeah, he was like someone would say, those just look too Dracula. I can't. But he knew that I like Dracula stuff. It's kind of obvious. I got that
Yeah.
everywhere. So he thought he
Hey,
could
wait. Go back a
make
second to
me.
that poster,
Yeah, let
if
me
you don't
turn the light
mind.
on there. It's so
It looks like
that's
you're
the kind of
a
thing or he tried to sell me a tube piece of stereo equipment and say, yeah, in the Munsters episode, Grandpa had this very same realistic piece of equipment in his lab. It's like that's total bullshit, you motherfucker. Anyway, yeah, this is
So
Oh
what?
this
no,
is a
no, I thought that was
birthday
a
gift
poster.
from Kevin in Gotham City. It's actually like a
Tapestry? Uh oh, he froze up.
not
Froze
a
up.
sheet. What do you call it? A cover,
Yeah,
piece
Tapestry.
of cloth. But just can't even
Those are
think
great.
of normal human words.
that's
It's
pretty cool. Wow, it's
yeah,
big too. That's nice.
That's
yeah.
huge.
You
I
can
thought
get them
that was
from
a girl picture.
what is that place? Gula Go. What is that place
Oh,
called?
That's a great. Hey, I'm a member of the Gula Go Go fan club.
Yeah, it's not Gula. It's not. They're great. It's not Gula Go. It's
Retro Go Go.
Retro. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
uh,
the Gula Go for years, man. I was friends with
It's
them
a
on
great fun.
MySpace, but they had a public access show, and I couldn't. They had there were certain episodes that were released on something weird tapes or discs as extras, but I
Yeah.
couldn't get the whole series. And I knew they had the 5, 6, 7, 8s in one episode and
I had that.
Hasmackers
I
and
think I had the episode with the 5, 6, 7, 8s on it.
well, I do now because everything
Yeah.
is on Internet Archive, so I was able to record it
Oh
off of
man.
that. And then I discovered there on Internet Archive, searching for my friend's old show, The Hypnotic Eye, that I was on. uh, there's a guy that has a show called Spook Show, and it was made in tribute to Joe Riley's The Hypnotic Eye, and I was like watching it,
Nice.
and he was done in that same style, and he has hundreds of episodes, it seems like, of this show. And then I thought I've got to get in touch with this guy because this guy is like a kindred spirit. Then I saw, oh, he just died last year from COVID. It's
Oh
like,
man.
so he passed away. This guy that does Spook Show, because you look up Spook Show in Internet Archive, you get tons of his. Because I was hoping I'd get Spook Show trailers.
Yeah.
So that was a
Those are,
shame.
those are great, Meyer. All those you
Oh
just
wait, I'm not even looking. What are you got?
Sorry.
No, I'm done. There's nothing to show. I'm leaving right now.
Fine
What?
then.
Fine, dude.
Yeah, I
You're
was
leaving?
leaving right now. I was going out the door, and I was just looking at stuff that was at the door.
Oh, okay, that's all right. I missed out on everything. I wasn't looking at the phone.
I was just holding up some goofy things that were at that little table by the front door.
Oh,
Because
okay.
I pulled out those red vampire teeth that I got from Kevin.
Okay,
All
I'll
right.
watch it on a replay.
Are you ready, boys? Let's take a trip. Yeah, let's take a trip. I got my jeans and things, and I'm ready to go. Yeah.
So before we take off, what do you want the show to be?
Oh,
You gotta
shoot.
tell it. You gotta tell us.
Uh,
Also, our chat can be a bunch of knuckleheads, so I want to apologize in advance before you come there. You may go there and go, I don't want to talk to these people, but we're sorry.
oh no, well, we don't have much chat here. Let's see, Gotham City. There's a freeze warning in Mesa, Arizona. That's well, I don't know. I'm just I want to learn, more about, so you can learn from me and I can learn from you stuff that I don't know about. I um
I'm gonna show them those comps. I'm gonna show you some stack of CDs real quick.
We'll whip up
yeah.
something fun. But you're welcome anytime. Glad to have
Yeah,
you.
I'll just is there a certain time you normally stream at night, or
We used to have a normal time.
7:38 usually our central time. 7:30 or 8
on Sunday nights.
on Sunday nights is the night?
Yeah.
Do you do you have a large archive? Because it seemed like I went back and I remember it seemed like were there more shows that you used to have up, or did you take
We
them
used
down?
we used to have a bunch, and then copyright claims we usually take them down because but I have them all saved on my hard drive, so it's like all the back issues are still there.
So copyright claims, you don't just, sometimes I notice people will be listening to a compilation and then there'll be silence. People will silence out a song. You don't like to do that?
I like to re-edit it and then put it back up. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah, because I can easily take it out and then just repost the show.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's new one if it's old.
In the past, though, we've just, if it looks like it's going to be an issue, just taking it down.
Yeah.
What about Rumble? I hear they're a little more lax.
I tried Rumble and I tried Kick. Kick was really weird. Like it wouldn't even let me sign up. Like I was like, man, this is too glitchy for me to even try it.
A lot of people are going to Twitch too.
And some of our friends go to Twitch, but I'm not really down with that crowd over on Twitch. So none of the people that would listen to our show that we like talking to, someone like you and some more of our friends, like they don't go to Twitch. So we don't bother with that. So, and then Rumble, as far as I knew, it was based on like some upvoting thing. And so I was just like, I don't know how to deal with all those new streaming rules or whatever. So we just stayed on YouTube. Froze up.
I pretty much like to stick with whatever's the easiest.
Yeah.
But he's better with the technical stuff. So,
Yeah. But I like to stay where our friends are too.
Yeah.
Like you know, if a couple of people that we really like talking to are in there, then I'll stay on that platform. Like that's pretty much it.
Because we're really not interested in the
Yeah.
empire building is what I usually call it.
Yeah.
We're not building an empire. We just want to hang out. And
right.
listen
I think
to
we
records.
lost them.
I think we did. Maybe we should check on YouTube. We may be the only ones left on here.
Yeah. No, we may not. I can't see if we may not be on because he was the main host.
It's still counting on the live though.
Well, yeah.
But yeah.
Let's see if we're off. We need to come back on. I completely messed that up. It's just us.
Okay.
No, we're frozen.
Are we?
It's
Is
just
anybody
us.
in the chat?
It's just us.
I'm
Hey,
sorry.
there he is. He's
back.
back.
I'm back. My phone died. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, my phone died. And the phone charger was up in the attic. I had to come up here.
We probably don't let you go anyway.
Yeah, we got to get out of here anyway.
Yeah,
but
I wanted to say goodbye to you. I'm sorry I just disappeared.
No, that's okay.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, I'm
I wanted
looking
to show
forward
you
to your
these
show
props
tonight.
real quick. Have you seen these?
Boss, what does it say? Boss Black?
Big Boss Rockers?
No, I don't know.
Black Rockers.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like.
Oh, what is that exactly? Is it old music?
These are Coco Mojo mixes. Or are they all Coco Mojo?
Yeah, I think they're put out. Honestly, I think they're put out by the Bear family too. But they have
these the Mojo Band.
But they're old, like 50s, 60s rockers and stuff. There's a ton of music on them.
Coco Mojo.
That horror show one. What's on the back of that? What kind of stuff is? Oh, look at that.
Let's see. I don't know. Can you see that very well?
Maybe when I get downstairs on the big TV.
How
much do those cost?
These were, I think, $10.99 each. But I can throw them all on a hard drive for you. Send it with your Mac.
Yeah,
I'd like to get copies of those.
Yeah.
Yeah, this has got Zachary and everything on it. This was really good.
Lightning Hopkins.
Yeah. It's got a ton of stuff.
Yeah, it's a great comp. All of them are really nice. And look at the inside.
Well, so yeah, I'll come on in your chat. And do people request records or? Oh, look at that.
You can if you want to hear something, let us know. We'll look it up. That's actually. I try to get everybody to do that, but they just hang out and talk.
Oh, that's the coolest set, man. And you just get it from what, Amazon or?
I got all of these. These were at Target online.
Target online?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was shocked. I was like, it just kept going through the rabbit hole, and they had a ton more of these, and I just haven't picked them up yet.
Wow, that's amazing.
I love it. I love it when they show the 45 labels.
Yeah.
Some of the actual album art and the gig posters and things like that.
Wow.
I think that's awesome.
We've streamed these and we've had luck every time. We haven't had anything.
Yeah, these hadn't been a problem.
And these have like 30 songs on them each. There's a lot.
Yeah.
So that's fantastic.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
It's all gonna be yours.
Hey,
get them to you.
Thank you so much for having us on. It's been really nice talking to you. And it's nice to meet you in person.
Yeah. And how do we stay in touch? I guess I'll talk to you on the stream and we can exchange phone numbers or something.
Yeah, give them your email.
My email is bsidesrecords@gmail.com.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, so you can think about the Mac thing, and if you email her, and if you feel good with your information, we'll get it out to you.
Yeah.
Oh no, I know that you guys are totally trustworthy. I just have to learn how to use it. I'm sure my wife
Yeah,
could help me with that.
it's basically what's good about that is it's the phone. So I think iMovie is free, and that's everything you need right there. So
Oh,
once you create your password and stuff, it's basically like using your iPhone because they've all gone to apps and everything. So it's the same interface and
okay.
everything. Yeah,
So it helps you put a show together and edit it and things like that.
yeah, you can put all of that together.
Yeah, because I don't know. I usually just do my shows just all one take, and I don't know
Yeah, I
how to
like it.
edit or anything.
I've always liked that about your show. I like it that I mean that's why I started watching because you're constantly showing cool stuff, always.
That's
Well,
awesome.
thank you.
Yeah. Thanks for coming on, you guys.
Hey, thank
Yeah,
you.
it's
Yeah, it's
been
It's
been
great to
great.
great.
meet you, Meyer.
Yeah, really
Um,
nice to meet you both. I hope you guys come back, and I'll be
We will.
watching your show tonight. I'm going to check you out
yeah,
tonight.
yeah, we'll
Yeah,
be
say
there,
hey.
and some I'd like to have shows where you come on periodically, and we just look at you pull records and show them because
Okay,
That'd be awesome.
we'll do it. We'll
all
show
right,
you. Well, thank you. We'll talk to
yeah,
you tonight. We'll talk to
all
you
right,
tonight.
yeah, I'll be there. Take care.
All right.
You
You
too.
See
take
you
Bye.
care.
guys.
See you, Meyer.
Well, that's cool, man. We met new friends.
Very cool. Remember how I told you the wood chipper was going all day yesterday? Look at what they chipped. All of this.
Hmm.
See it? It's just like a tree chipped into sawdust.
Wow.
Yeah, it's warm here. It's probably 64 right now, or 60. I don't know, 5. It's warm in the sun. It's fine. And there's people skiing not very far away, so it's even warm where there's snow right now.
Okay, so Gotham City, Kevin will be there tonight. You'll be there, so they'll at least have 3 more viewers. Anyone else watching going to be there tonight? Oh, he's frozen. There's so much music that I'm sure I can learn about from them, and that just because we've uh, have very similar interests, but led different lives in different parts of the country and had different exposures to different people. I'm sure that we can broaden what what we oh, Friar Tuck, what channel? It's okay. It's on YouTube. It's B Sides, BEA, and then space Sides, SIDES. And yeah, subscribe to them. They have they do a radio show where they play music, like the radio. And it's something I've always wanted to do. To me, that's far more interesting than showing comics. I mean, or I could show Oh, he went away too. Um, it's colder than he thought. Oh, because he froze solid. I think his phone died like mine did. That's probably what's going on. Um, but I made some progress up here. This is kind of what we got here set up. I've got some records over there. Got the bulk of the comic collection. This is all Silver Age, and um, happy because I found my sunglasses earlier this morning. Uh, so this is the current state of things. Um, let's go around a little bit, then I'll shut off the lights. And I was going to move this table over there, but I guess I'll do that another day. Um, This is a dehumidifier. Just unplug the jukebox. Bother. And then these are all magazines here. Then you go around the corner, and there's kind of been a room created by a wall of magazine boxes. And so, got all the Christmas fun here. I'm envious that people are going to have snow days tomorrow, man. I would love to have a snow day and just stay up here and work on the. Oh, some red dot there. Myers here. Head to stage. Yeah, thank you, Kevin. That's the how you spell it. Go to that page and subscribe. I've got a drive-in movie theater speaker here. I've got to think of a place to put it. Look at that, man. It up. Oh man. Just think last week at this time I was freezing. You just got to count your blessings. Sometimes you don't realize how good you've got it until you lose your heat for a few days and it's 6 degrees outside. So um, always remember that to think about how you're blessed, And I think next Sunday, about right now, it's going to be wonderful. We're going to be watching Right Side Broadcasting. We're going to be watching the crowds filing in to wherever Trump's having his big rally next Sunday night. Then Monday, I guess at noon, he'll be sworn in. I guess I'll have to watch that later. Uh, Man, there's old cell phones everywhere here, man. Look at this one. I don't even know. This might have been my old cell phone. I don't even know because I always have a case on it. I don't even know what color my phones are. But this one was not mine. So,
Hey, what are you doing today? Is Cleo work?
she's working. Yeah, I'm just. What are you up to?
You gonna keep going?
Uh, I don't know. Maybe, but I want to keep going downstairs instead of up here, which is why I'm kind of turning off the lights. But if I
Okay.
keep going, it'll be downstairs. I mean, she's going to be working till 8 o'clock tonight. I
Oh shit.
think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, till 8. Because on weekdays she starts later and then she works till 11 at night. That's why on weekdays sometimes I'm going late. I'm upside down. Oh my gosh. Um. Whoa, shit.
Well, I'm thinking about going for a walk,
Yeah.
and if you're gonna stay on, I might just walk while you're on.
Well, you can walk and show
And
us
we'll see
the
how
sights. That's fine. I would enjoy that.
how
I
the connection works. We'll see
Well, you
how
can
the
test it.
connection
You know,
stays.
I think it would be cool to
Yeah.
see your new environment. Man, what are the chances? I wonder how many other people are watching that haven't really ever let me know, because I'm always saying I wish people were watching that are also into music, because that's more interesting. Okay. My main duty is to keep Drew calm and downstairs while she's upstairs. So that's what I really should be doing. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare the cat. That Batman was amazing. How did we not know about that, Meyer? How did we sleep through that?
Not ever seen before. It was pretty cool. I never saw that.
What was it you showed yesterday that was kind of like that? Was it a gorilla with giant arms?
Yeah, that was from like a King Kong movie that came out about 10 years ago, I think.
Wait,
Maybe
no, it
5
was it
years
was
ago.
one of those things I think made by college students, I think. One of those Cal Arts
That I had?
figures, I think.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, the little King Kong that I showed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it was. Yeah, I was thinking, no, that couldn't be from a King Kong movie.
I thought
No,
you
it
were
was
talking about
really
the big
funny
one.
because he had giant arms. I love that, and that's and
Yeah, it's a
but
very
I'd
cool
never be able to
design. Perfect
attain
design.
that because that's like a small press thing. But
Yeah, it's
the
like a perfect design.
but
Really cool.
the that Batman, man, Kevin, you got to help us out with that. Is that available? Can you order that? Because I don't know how to write a letter to Todd McFarlane and ask for it. Do you guys agree that that was the most? Is there something wrong with me? I thought that was
No, it was very
incredible.
cool. I thought it was great too.
I guess it really does create the illusion that he's standing over you, about to beat the hell out of you.
Yeah, or that it's like an interpretation of like a painting or a comic book cover.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I like it. This guy right here.
Oh,
This
Means, that they're not able to do what they want to do. They end up going.
oh yeah, yeah, him.
Tails get the second on things.
He's pretty good.
If that's where this is going, then maybe, as people have been noticing, and there's a lot of people talking about this, maybe
see what it says. It says Strange Co. Amos.
Calm
It's
down,
all
Drew. Drew, calm down, Drew. Calm down, Drew.
ladies and gentlemen, waiting in.
Drew does not like the cat coming up to be petted by me. It's just being a bitch. Of course, she is a bitch. But let's see.
Okay, lady.
Okay. Has the Getty been a source of conspiracy theories, Meyer? Do you know about this?
Which conspiracy
Blue
theories
colored shirt.
about
Somebody
what?
just guessed get black shirt. No, I already did the black.
That it's some evil place? I just I don't know. That's what I hear. Then people are saying, "Why did the Getty survive?"
Oh, I hadn't heard anything about that until you mentioned it earlier. I haven't seen any stories on that.
Yeah,
I,
that Benjamin Fulford, he says some crazy things, and some things that sound like that could be plausible. So he was talking about that too. I heard of other people, like people not on YouTube, but more like Rumble, talking about stuff like that.
Donated $200. That is definitely the heavyweight champion donation today so far. It's also the first one.
Okay.
Hello, David. Love the blue shirt. Good afternoon from Texas. I'm here. Hello from Ontario. Blessings to Dubai from Germany. Yay, David is here. Woo! Thank you. You stretch the big one hair looks working for you guys. I'm glad it does. You just don't really comb it.
What are we looking at there, man? Dungeons and Dragons. Oh, Oh, yeah, I remember. Oh, Gotham. I knew those McFarlane mod figures wouldn't sell except for people like us. 60% off on his site. Okay. So, is that does do you get a wholesale version of the 60% off, or is it just cheaper for you to buy them at 60% off? If you got them for 60% off and then mark them up, so you have a profit, I'd be glad to get one from you, but I don't see myself ever going to McFarlane's site. I'd rather get it through you. If I don't know if you can get them with the 60% off, because that might be cheaper than the wholesale. I don't know. Ugh. I wonder what that Firestar figure is like. To me, she's a character that only exists in cartoons. I know she's been in the comics later, but it's an interesting design. I don't know really anything about the character. How is that Firestar figure? I couldn't see the figure. Just that's pretty good.
I like it. I got these two together. This Nova and this Firestar were like on sale. They were $5-6 a piece, and so it's like less than half, more than it was
From
like
who?
70% off or something. And so I snatched them up just to try them out because this is the first of these Kenner Marvel Legends figures that I bought that are
Are
in the same scale as the Super Sevens that I collect. They're pretty nice. I like them.
what? Where do you get those at?
I got these off of Amazon, but you can get them. Kevin has them. I'm sure he probably has them. And
Oh,
DC makes
okay. I
figures
like
similar
both of
too.
them.
Yeah, they're pretty nice.
So you're starting to build a wall of cool figures.
Yeah, this is all and everything here. These are all 3 3/4 scale, right? So the size of the old original Star Wars figures, and with the same a 5-point articulation thing going.
Those two
And so
cards are beautiful. Are there other Marvel characters done in that
yeah, they
same
have the
style?
whole. Yeah, they've got these are deep cuts, so they have every Marvel character basically,
I
except
wonder
not
what
very
the
many
other
villains.
packages look like. The other cards look like. They're
They
very
look good
nice.
too.
It's like something
Yeah,
from another time period.
yeah, they look good as well. They're out there.
But
They're
those are the
cool.
only two you have of that line.
Yeah, yeah. These are the only two I have of these so far.
Kevin, do you have any of that line of Marvel at that scale? So Kevin, you're saying you can't get that Batman or
Maybe he doesn't hear us. Let's look at the back.
oh, okay.
Oh, so on the back they have it's like a setup, so it's almost like a collector card that you could cut out. It
Yeah.
has a little blurb about Nova and a lot of legalese.
So What would a kid know about Nova? Is he in video games?
Probably not. Probably a kid would know nothing about Nova.
I mean, they were kind of setting it up in Guardians of the Galaxy that they were eventually going to introduce the Nova Core, or maybe they did, but not that elaborately. McFarlane sold out. What? So, well, of course he did it 60% off. Oh, look at that. Why is it called Spider-Man if it's a girl?
Over here it says Jessica Drew, Spider Woman.
Oh, okay.
This is just the
This
title of
is
the name
Spider-Man line. Okay.
of the line. Yeah. See, here's Tarantula too, Spider Man.
Wasn't it like in the second or third issue of Spider-Man that Dr. Octopus calls Spider-Man Superman?
Oh,
They
I didn't
didn't
know that.
catch it.
No, I have to
I'm
look
sure
and
they
see.
corrected it later when it was reprinted in Marvel Tales, but yeah, someone was showing. I don't have that issue, of course, but I think whatever issue that Dr. Octopus first appears in, he calls him Superman in one panel.
This is a really nice Tigra figure. Look at that.
Oh, wow. Where do you get that?
Probably Amazon. I'm not sure.
Okay. Gotham says, no, I don't have those little marble guys. Yeah, I can't. Well, would Amazon have the McFarlane Batman?
They might.
So I just don't even know how to do McFarlane. I just. This is a different line than what you were than the Firestar and Nova, huh?
Yeah, these are 7 inches tall and or 6 inches tall. They're six
Oh,
inches tall,
okay.
and have articulation all the way around. Like these Fantastic Four are, they're all the same size.
Oh yeah, you sent me that guy. Yeah, the
Right.
Psycho
And
Man.
these are
Yeah,
the other figures from that Fantastic Four line.
and those are made to look like they're from the '90s line,
Yes.
which
But
was a good line.
even though all these cards look different, all of these figures, these larger 6 inch figures, are all part of an overcompassing line that's called Marvel Legends. This is
Yeah.
also Marvel Legends, but this is the 3 3/4 inch size, way less popular. Like Kevin doesn't even have these or get these, like you said. But this is a very popular line. These are just ones that are packaged they're called retro cards to look like the
Yeah.
old toys from the 90s and
Yeah.
in some cases even kind of the maybe the late 80s. I don't know. But the
Well,
typical packaging for those toys is over here.
well,
Usually Marvel Legends comes in a
yeah,
box like this.
the little Marvel figures
Here's
that Kevin
Yondu.
doesn't have any of. It's almost like the card is the attraction more than the figure. Like those pre-code horror ones, like Chamber of Chills. It's like the
Yeah,
figures, but the card is spectacular. But I don't
like
know. Maybe those
look at
figures are
this.
good. They're on the Marvel ones,
See,
but
isn't this a great card right here? But this figure
yeah,
glows in the dark. It looks great just like that.
man. Uh, the
And these
Tigra.
two, I mean,
What
you want to
scale is
say
the Tigra?
these cards are like pieces of art. Like I think this is like a
I
piece of
agree.
yeah.
What scale is the Tigra? Is she part of the little line or the bigger line?
The bigger line. She's 6 inches tall.
I have a Tigra that I've had for decades, but I don't know how many times she's been made into a figure. But I've always loved that character.
I should eat
Well,
something. I
well,
haven't
I'm
really.
real upbeat about the future now. We've met new friends. We've got Trump coming
Good.
in. We've got a Trump rally next week. We've got I'm hopefully getting 2 packages tomorrow, and then your package on maybe Tuesday. And man, it's gonna it's hard to explain how exciting it is to get something in the mail. I don't know, is that dopamine? What is it that is so
Yeah.
exciting? It's like waiting for Christmas. But it's a weird addiction, it could be a dangerous addiction to just wanting to get stuff in the mail and looking forward to it, because then it
I'm
gets
probably
delayed and you
addicted.
feel like a junkie. It's like I gotta get my next fix.
Yeah,
And
it's a
then
thing.
once you get it,
Really-
then oh man, well, I've got to get my next fix. It is fun though. It gives you something to look forward to in life, and seeing people like what was his name, Jack Smith, resign, and everybody's, But then things like Los Angeles, depressing. But overall, I'm in pretty good spirits. Um, but
Hey, check this out. Look, see this? These cabinets right here. How sometime somebody had something stuck on them. See this?
yeah,
So this one over here had something stuck on it, and so I stuck a Top Cat sticker over it.
yeah,
So I'll probably do those other two down there with vacuum packs or something like that eventually. Cover 'em up.
yeah. I'm
I'm
not
gonna eat
sure
this.
wacky packages are still gonna stick though.
I haven't eaten anything yet, and it's almost 1 o'clock, so I'm gonna eat
Oh
this
shit, no, go eat, man.
this lemon Danish. Sometimes I forget to eat.
Yeah, yeah. Eat on camera. That's what I do, man.
Oh man.
I Well, that's gonna be fun to watch their radio show tonight.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I really enjoyed their company. That was fun. I'm glad they came on.
Yeah, I just never expected them to just show up because I've been aware of them, but I never thought that they would know of me.
I gotta
Um,
plug this in. We're not going anywhere. I'm at 23%. So I might as well sit down and eat.
but maybe I need to look into one of these sites where you can just play music and you don't have to worry about copyright claims like Live 365, because I know no one goes there, but maybe I could build it up. I just like something to be going 24 hours a day. That's always been my dream to um this friend of mine, this old friend of mine, he got a radio show um, several years back, and he does it. Though this lady got pregnant and said, "Would you take over my show?" And because it starts at midnight on Friday and goes till like 5 in the morning, Saturday morning, and it's a good slot for drunks to listen to after driving home, maybe. But it was really hard to stay up and listen to his show. Yeah, and he would play good music, but well, no, he would play good bands, but he'd always choose the worst songs by the good bands, or he would play music that sounds like rocks being ground together. I know he had good taste in music at one point, but he was kind of it was kind of horrible actually. But I don't want to insult him. Even
Well, I
his show
see
was
you.
shitty, but I don't want to insult this show, even though it was shitty. He doesn't watch my show. I doubt he would watch my show. Uh, I didn't know he was the one who messaged me about making shirts. I totally forgot. Well, I guess he found you through this show. Well, he felt really guilty about it, but it wasn't like you had a contract or you'd given him money, so it was no. But he felt that shows that he's yeah, what a great guy he is that he felt guilty. But yeah, that sounds like you've got a source for making new shirts. That's good. Um, that shirt that Cleo's getting with the EC logo, where did that come from? That was a weird design. I mean, I wonder who made that. Arr.
You know, I made it 3 months without a microwave. I still haven't bought a microwave, and I've been
Yeah.
yeah, I've been like able to do it. Like there's not a lot of counter space in here. Look, I mean, look at this. There's not a lot of counter space for a microwave. There's no microwave here. So
Yeah.
I'm living fine without a microwave. And then a couple weeks ago, I bought this huge thing of Jimmy Dean breakfast croissants. See?
Yeah.
And you really, there's not even any directions to how to warm them up except the microwave directions. And I was like, oh man. But here's what I
I hate
figured out.
that.
Put them in the fridge and I let them thaw until they're at refrigerator temperature, like this.
Yeah, they just figure everyone has a microwave.
Yeah, then it just comes right apart. The croissant part fits inside of my toaster, and then the cheese, sausage, and the egg I just heat up in the skillet in no time at all in Big Bang bubbles. You don't even need the microwave.
My mom was always opposed to owning a microwave. It wasn't until she passed away that my dad got a microwave. She also didn't want smoke detectors in the house because
Wow,
she
smoke detector.
she knew that she read that there was radioactive material in a smoke detector. She read that you had to get your microwave tested once a year to make sure there wasn't a radiation leak. This stuff that's probably all true that no one really thinks. My mom was real stickler about it. But then she, she smoked. So but you know, and she was always real adamant that I stay 6 feet away from the color television when I watch TV. So I think that EC shirt is Creeps Full of Creeps. I think is that Eric Pigor's? Is that he?
It's
Creeps Full of
hey
Creeps.
Ken, it's African American television nowadays, buddy.
What did I say?
You said color television. Welcome to 2025.
Yeah.
Jeez, bigot.
Um.
I have these bookends that my Aunt Clarice gave me that are made of like, I don't know, what is this bronze or what? I don't know what's look.
Huh.
It's all oxidized. These are really old. I love them because my Aunt Clarice gave them to me. And then
Yeah.
I got this stuff called Eagle One Never Dull. And I haven't tried
Real.
it yet. So we'll see. But it's interesting how one of them looks a little different than the other. Like they looks like they oxidized differently or something. This one still has a bottom. This one's
Huh.
still shiny. So I got to get to work and see if I can figure it out. That's why these are sitting on the counter.
Yeah. Where is your red gorilla? Is he right
He's right
there?
here. I think right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got to get a replacement of my little German dwarf that I had when I was a kid, a little vinyl figure.
You might be able to find those. I remember a long time ago when you mentioned those, like a couple of years ago. I think I looked them up and I remember finding the name and like they exist out there. Like,
Oh yeah, there's that was a huge thing in Germany. It's not going to be hard to get one. It's just I got to remember. It's kind of like that red gorilla to you. It's something
mm-hmm.
significant that I no longer have that I've had to replace. For
Right.
why I have no fucking idea. But it's all part of the mental illness. Oh my God, look at that. That's great. The 3D glasses on
They
Godzilla.
fit perfectly. They really fit perfectly on that mount. Well,
I
they
wish
just fit
that
right
my
there.
head looked like that. I wish. Can you get plastic surgery to make your head look like that?
Yeah, yeah. Probably the people have done.
Just damn man, that would be fantastic.
This is when Funko made really cool stuff. This is the full set of the the wacky races that they made.
Oh, those model kits from
This is the
the
full
early
metal
'70s of
one.
wacky races cars. It,
Those were
it
great, weren't they?
how well I never owned one, but
So I did, and the one that I owned is one that they've done a reissue of, and it was the purple one that was owned by Dick Dastardly. Remember that
yeah,
one?
that was like a
They did a
Batmobile.
reissue. They did a reissue of that. It was a snap together model. I had it. Where am I? I'm right here.
Are they real tiny?
Yes, they're real small. Just like the real ones were real small too.
Did any other company ever make ones that are already painted and they're just ready to display?
I haven't seen that yet. That would be a brilliant idea, but I haven't seen it. There's no reason why a company like Greenlight hasn't done that yet. I don't know why they haven't. Like the company that makes the movie cars, you know, like
I'd love to have the
Batmobile, and there's something else up there. What is that back there? Kit?
I can't read it. But I'd
Jada.
love to.
Jada Toys.
There was a haunted house car, and there was the Dick Dastardly one, and then the one that Penelope Pitstop drove was pretty cool too. Well, they are all cool. The gangster car, the caveman car.
Oh, look at this awesome Fonzie mug that's vintage that I found. It's really old.
Yeah,
It's like from like 1978 or 76 or something.
that's really good. Yeah, those were yeah, man. It's just funny
I
that
know it's funny.
Fonzie was on the news the other day saying that they need to beat the person unrecognizable that's starting the fires.
Really, that was on the news?
Well, yeah, because well, he said there's an arsonist running around and he needs to be beaten unrecognizably, unrecognizable.
Really?
And
That's a
because
great
he
quote.
said that, they were all up in arms. He's spreading misinformation. Who says it's arson? It's obviously just
What is
climate
breaking
change.
motion?
And they're saying there's nothing any town could have done about this. Uh, what the hell is a Franken monkey? What? You've never shown us that.
He's pulling up. He's some art toy that I got in San Francisco about 15 years ago.
Hilarious that it's in the kitchen cabinet. I tried getting
Yeah,
away with
I
that.
keep
That doesn't work.
a lot of stuff in the kitchen cabinets. I have to. But
I know I
those
tried it too, but it didn't work. I had to clear a lot out. Todd's Mods Wave 2 is Superman, King Shark, and Killer Croc. Well, if Superman's got giant feet and a tiny head, that'll be spectacular too. There's a serial killer running around here, says Gotham City. Oh man, you still thinking of moving to Myers neck of the woods? That that would be great, because then we
yeah,
could come visit both of you at the same time.
they really need this town really needs a magic shop and a trick shop and a comic shop and a mask store. All that would fit perfect.
Every
Your
town
store,
needs that.
the memorabilia would fit perfect in this town, in my opinion.
Have you still never gone in the shop that's supposed to be a comic shop there?
No, it's not really a comic shop anyway.
Damn, man. That's, oh man.
He's bright
What
pink and he looks awesome. He's real heavy.
what what is the origin of this toy? What is this deal with him?
I don't know, this was made by some artists in San Francisco, or that's it doesn't say much. It says sculpted by this guy.
Oh, this is like those things we were calling Cal Arts figures.
Yeah, this is uh, a small produced art figure.
Do you think they design them and then they send it over to China and make a small run of them, or
Um, Probably. Yeah, I would say that's probably how it's done. So this guy's head comes off and a brain comes out.
damn? How many do you think are made of each figure?
I don't know. It might stay on here, but probably a couple hundred. Maybe, I wouldn't think many of this. So the brain is squishy and it's still wrapped in the plastic that it came wrapped in because I didn't want
Do
it to dry out.
do some of these have any of these ever become hugely valuable?
Yeah, some of them are valuable. Like this one might be valuable. I don't know. Certain ones, like especially the raw and English ones. Hold on, where are they? They're at the top of this cabinet. I can grab down a couple ones that are
Oh, I
pretty
know
cool.
that name, Ron English. What do I know it from?
The ones that I have a. You never know what's going to hit and become valuable later on. I mean, I
Oh, I
wasn't
have a
buying
Ron
these.
English. Did he? Is he the one that did the cowgirl? The cow with the holster, and she's got udders.
Yes, that's a great piece. I have seen that. It's a great piece.
I have it right here.
You
Yeah.
showed me that and I was like, damn, I want that.
Gotham City says Wave 3 is Metamorpho, Baby Kaiju, Superman. What? Oh,
Ooh,
Baby Kaiju, Superman movie, and Baby Joe, Superman movie. I don't know what that means, but oh, my wife says hi, and Gotham City says hello, and one of us says hi, guys, cool figures. Yes, I know I have a cool figure. I've been slimming down. No, actually, I've been gaining weight.
yeah. It's all for me. It's all about Tab. If I didn't drink Tab soda, I wouldn't have this figure.
Yeah, all that taste in just 1 calorie, man.
Yes, twice the
One calorie.
taste with half the calories.
Yeah. I think Kevin was saying every teacher he ever had drank Tab. Um,
Okay, now I've shown these before. These are these raw English figures that were made as these huge vinyl parodies of cereal boxes.
Kevin's saying he thinks Wave 2 and 3 will be canceled because the first series was at poor sales. He was trying to make something trendy like Pops, but failed. Well, that's because I never saw it. I would have probably, I would have bought one of those Batmans, but no one else. Look at that. Well, this is great. So he's making a statement. Putting that up on top of your refrigerator would be pretty cool. It would look like a box of cereal.
Yeah, once I get everything settled, these figures will be out of their boxes on top of these boxes on display. Because this guy's inside of here. We're gonna take him out. Captain Cornstarch is inside of here.
I think you've shown it once before, but I don't remember. This is going
I've
to be
showed it
great.
before, maybe once or twice.
That's great. That's why
He has a
Alzheimer's is wonderful. Why do people complain about Alzheimer's? You get surprised over and over again.
he
Everything's
has his
new.
peg leg because he had to have his leg amputated because of diabetes.
Oh boy. Ew. Gee whiz, man. This guy's
He's
dark.
big
Dark
and
as
heavy.
fuck.
He's about 10 inches tall. These are big figures. It's cool.
I've never
They're like
saw a
it's like
tab
a
machine in a
3D
teacher's lounge, but
it's
maybe
a
back
3D
in the
work
old
of art.
days.
There's limited numbers of these made, and so they've probably tripled or quadrupled in price of what I paid for it. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Yeah. I'm just waiting for someone to start making action figures of Trump and all his people. I want a Tulsi Gabbard action figure with different heads. I
Yeah,
want all of them RFK Jr., make him all muscle bound. And I want a Vivek Ramaswamy. You never showed that one, though. I don't think you've shown that.
Count Calorie. It's pretty funny, dude. Look at
That
the
is
size.
funny. These aren't available. These are high dollar ones, right? Because he's a famous artist, or what?
Yeah, probably a couple $100.
Count Calorie. That's pretty good.
Limited edition designer sculpture. See that?
Yeah, yeah. Mezzo 112 Trump would be huge. Is Mezzo a brand name? Meyer? Mezzo one. Yeah, I would love to. Someone's gotta make Trump action figures. Someone's got to. What is McFar? What are McFar? Oh, Mezco. He meant. What are McFarlane's politics?
I don't know.
1917,
This thing's great. I mean, it's really cool.
visions that one of the children had was
Yeah.
so there's a reason why they
It looks like what's what's the what's the guy, man? I can't think of his name. The guy that was running for president, and I remember at the debate, Trump.
It does.
It,
It does. It looks like he grew a beard.
cycle of time.
yeah, Trump was making fun of how ugly his wife was and how his dad killed
No, it's not
Kennedy.
Ron DeSantis. What's his name, you guys? What's his name?
It's a
Ted.
Spanish name. He's
Ted.
Cuban.
Ted.
Go in the lower astral planes.
Why can't we? We're both
Ted
just so
Cruz.
geriatric, bro. Ted.
It's because we're old. Ted Cruz.
So
It looks
geriatric.
just
And I like him actually. I kind of like Ted Cruz. He said
yeah,
some
I
good
do
things.
too. Yeah,
Yeah,
because you
but
know
it looks
what?
like him. It does
He
resemble him.
imagine someone accuses your father of being part of the conspiracy to kill Kennedy and calls your
It's so
wife ugly, and then you wind up being his friend. He's
yeah,
forgiving. I like that.
yeah, I
Uh,
agree.
he has a home in Canada and here in Arizona, maybe a fence sitter. Yeah, well, he's
Yeah,
I don't
maybe
know.
I'll do that. Yeah, I might as well do it. Man.
I thought he was out of Texas. I don't even know. I thought he was out of South Texas. Damn, man.
Cares are going long enough so people get a chance to laugh. You do it too fast and you're nervous and when you stop, it doesn't have the effect. You gotta let it ride, drag the joke out a little bit. And sometimes it's very important thing.
Boy, yeah, Drew was about to beat the shit out of me earlier for food. It's fucking getting nuts, man.
What was shit? What was Drew mad about?
She just wanted more food, man. That's why I had to leave in the middle of the interview with them and go get food.
This is a box of glazed donut sticks that I drew like a landscape on. Look, look.
Oh, you drew that. I thought it was one of those Ron English things.
No, no, I just decided to draw on it because I thought it looked cool. So I
Yeah, I
made
was
like
laughing when I saw the
yeah,
skeleton there for the little
yeah,
Debbie
we'll look at
girl.
her in a second. It's little Debbie. So there's a monster, and then it's the Fatso Glazed Donut Sticks Award. What I wrote there.
Oh, that's very well done.
She's got a spike driven through her head. It looks like.
Yeah, that's great. You did that
Say like
yourself, huh?
what does that say? Memories. It says memories.
Damn, man.
This was used in a video. I think I drew this in a video that I made while I was making the video a couple of years ago. That's why I saved it because it's screen used memorabilia.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna try to make your cover on a live stream for that Batman book. It just has to get here. Then I got to order paint. So.
The infamous institutions of torture existing in his time. Very graphic analogies.
No worries. That book should be there tomorrow. I think it said Tuesday.
Oh,
Maybe Monday.
really? Well, then I'll get maybe 3 packages tomorrow. Let me
It's
see
not
if there's an
tomorrow.
update on
It's
Kevin's
Tuesday.
package.
It was right at out. I think yesterday it was right on out for delivery. So I'm figuring it'll come probably on Monday.
Oh.
Biblical worldview pertaining to beings into Elohim.
What the hell? I should have another.
They haven't updated anything since January 9th for Kevin's package.
Oh wow. See if anything's coming up on the calendar. It's the anniversary of Aunt May's first heart attack is on Tuesday, you guys.
Oh man. Yeah, that's the 75 calendar. I was gonna put mine up. I haven't done it yet.
It works.
Yeah.
It's been exactly what 50 years or something. I don't know. It's whatever.
I think so. Yeah, I remember getting that as a Christmas present. Yeah, show the main image that John Romita, happy 1975, I think it says.
Right there, can you see it?
See, that's the Spider-Man that I love, you know.
Look at everybody. Look how great how well drawn everybody is.
Yeah, that's what I liked. I like Steve Ditko and I like John Romita. Todd McFarlane was a good artist, yes, but I like this. I like that, and I like Ditko's version. That I never accepted anyone else really. You know who was real good though? Steve Rude drew a Spider-Man comic. He's real good. I mean, there are people out there that I would accept. I'd like to see Steve Mannion draw a Spider-Man comic. That guy's good. I've discovered a new artist that's been around for decades, but I don't know how to get any of his stuff because it's no one else likes him but me. Well, I mean, there are other people, but yeah, sometimes it's frustrating when things you think are wonderful are just kind of despised by other people, like um, like that Batman we just saw from McFarlane. That didn't sell. I can't imagine why. Um, or people complaining about Superman having red trunks when that looks perfectly okay. The problem I have is more this area of Superman's costume, the collar that comes up looks odd to me. Although I think it might have a precedent in the comic from the New 52 era or something. It looks weird. Christopher Reeve was perfect, comic book perfect, as far as how the cape goes. Uh, it didn't look right on uh, George Reeves either.
He was
George
good
Reeves,
though too.
I
George
was like,
Reeves was good too though. But
huh?
I liked how George Reeves looked though too. And I mean, I think Christopher Reeves looked best. It's just for some reason that's how I pictured it. Superman looking in my head was how Christopher Reeves ended up looking.
Yeah, yeah. And you know who looks even more like Superman is this guy that Alex Ross uses as his model for Superman. And
Oh yeah, you're right.
he may not be an actor or anything, but he looks more like Superman than anybody. Uh, but George Reeves, I thought he was a great Superman, but he always looked more like somebody's dad than Superman. I mean, he just didn't quite look like he did in the comic to me. But I think maybe the first time he played Superman, he got a little, his hairline went back a little. He looked a little better, but man. Oh man, look at this! What we've just been told. Mannion has a new comic coming. Zombie Terrors Undead One Shot 4.99. When is that coming, Kevin? Man, that's good. I'd like to interview the Ron Adams guy from Monster Bash. I'd like to interview Steve Mannion. I've seen part of an interview with him on YouTube. He's very interesting. I Who else would be good? And the artist that from this town that's making the mask for Kevin. I'd like to interview him. Other than that, um, what was the company was called Auburn that made? Did you think Auburn made the best army men and vehicles?
Yeah, Auburn Rubber was pretty good. I think Mark's is best, but Auburn Rubber is good. I have to plug this phone in. It's at 4%.
Okay.
Just notice it. The screen's
I
all.
just know Auburn because
Yeah,
that's what my
Auburn is
brother
really
had.
good. Auburn was really good. I have some of their stuff. I don't have a lot of their. I have more vehicles than anything. So I don't think I actually have more than a couple Auburn figures, and the figures that I have are farm figures. I don't think I
Well,
have
when
any Auburn military figures, but they are really
all
great.
that stuff was handed down to me from my oldest brother, and then when he had kids, he's kind of like, "Could I have that stuff back?" And so I gave it back to him, and then he passed away. I'm sure it was all thrown away or sold at a
Oh,
garage
man,
sale. But
too bad. Yeah,
I
I
did
love
get
Auburn rubber. I have
I
a
did
box
get
of cars somewhere.
yeah, I did get a half track. Uh, like he had tons of half tracks and cannons and tanks. I'd like to get a tank and at least one of all the vehicles they had, just for the memory of my childhood. It's late. Oh, it's supposed to have come out October 23rd, 24. Yeah.
You're like, so I don't
Yeah.
know
Well,
where it
make
is.
sure.
Chances are I have the same half track that you have. The Auburn rubber half track. These are some Auburn rubber cars from the
Yeah.
same period as that half track. Your brother probably played with these.
And but the little men, I guess they were Auburn made the Army men too, right? Or
Yeah,
actually, they weren't really to scale with the vehicle, or were they? No, they weren't.
they're pretty close. The Auburn rubber Army men were pretty big actually. They were chunky. Look at this little ranchero. Isn't this cool?
Yeah,
And these are soft rubber. See, look at that.
weird.
From the probably mid 50s to early 60s, maybe. You can tell by the car how old this is.
Yeah, I think I have that vehicle. Well,
Got this
no,
girl
mine
in
is
the
hard
back.
plastic.
She's talking to him. This one's the soft rubber.
Yeah, I don't have that one.
They all say Auburn rubber on the bottom, made in the USA. Oh, here's an Auburn rubber fire truck that says Auburn on the side of it. See?
Huh.
Also, a lot of the Auburn rubber vehicles, even the military ones, have got numbers on the license plates. And then if you search, like if you searched Auburn rubber car 506, or you just probably typed in Auburn rubber 506, or maybe that's 508, I can't tell. But if you type that in, this will come up. They were
Oh,
all
that's
they were all numbered. But isn't this a cool truck? Look at it.
yeah.
They were also famous. Auburn was famous for having people inside the vehicles. There's a guy, like a 3D silhouette of a guy driving the truck.
Yeah. What do those sell for now? $15-$20 or more? Or?
Yeah, probably $10-$15 maybe, depending on which ones they are and how old or how rare they are. I'm looking through here. These are all my oldest cars. What is that? Oh, it's a seat in that. These are really, really, really old. This is just
Is that 40s?
no, before that, I think. Yeah, maybe probably 40s. Maybe it's early 40s.
I'd love to have a 10 Flash Gordon or Buck Rogers spaceship. Those are probably what, in the thousands or
So
500? What would those cost?
I don't know. Yeah, probably. Probably. This is sun rubber. So this is really a hard rubber toy. It's hard like the rubber that a tire is made out of. And it has
Oh,
little clay wheels like skateboards used to have. You see them?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
With a wire axle. It's real heavy and solid. And this company, Sun Rubber, was really famous for making those rubber girl dolls, right? You know, the ones, the girl dolls with the heads that squeaked or something. They were big, about like that big. People collect them. Also, Sun Rubber made like the little cute animals, like the poodles and the lambs. That you know what I'm talking about?
I've got some over there, right? Yeah, I'm looking at them.
Yeah. So this is a car that the same company made for boys. And I don't know about the year. I would say maybe the 30s, maybe the 40s. I'm not sure. I used to, if you look on my channel, there's a whole video all about this because I knew all about it at one time. I did research and I was all
Yeah.
into it. but I've forgotten it all because I'm into other stuff. So here's another look at this.
Yeah, there's certain eras where we collect different things. What would you say your focus is now?
Um, I would say right now I'm probably most focused on modern, contemporary present day superhero action figures. More than anything, I'm buying Marvel and DC comic book action figures that are new. I haven't been buying very much vintage stuff at all in a couple of years. And I've just been buying a few comic books and books every now and then from Kevin, but not much. I'd say mostly my focus is on action figures, on Marvel Legends and McFarlane DC Multiverse. Those are the figures I'm collecting.
Did,
I still collect Hot Wheels stuff too.
yeah, were you gonna get some Big Jim stuff from Kevin, or did you ever get that?
I haven't got it yet, but we've talked about it. Look at
Was
this
it
one. This
who
is
was telling
Auburn.
me? Was it you or Kevin that Big Jim at the end started to get real wild and
Yeah, it did.
cool? Yeah, I think both of you were telling me that. Look at that, the people in the windows.
Yeah, this is it's an airport taxi. It's big. This is like 7 inches long. Look at it. It's also made of the rubber, but
Yeah.
it's got people inside. They're all on their way home or on their way to the airport. That's the implications are, right?
Yeah. And how do you know it's the airport? It says it on the side.
It says on the side, it says airport taxi on the side.
Oh, okay.
It says airport on the top right there. And again, probably late 50s, early 60s. I don't even know for sure, but probably that's it.
Yeah, these are amazing. I should get at least a couple of these. They're great accents for any. They're just spectacular looking.
I have a couple of those. This is one of my favorite ones. This is the one I have because it's got a silver hood and a silver trunk. It's different. But I like this because it looks like she's complaining or henpecking, telling him to drive faster, drive slower. And they're not young. The couple, if you can see them up close, they're like middle-aged.
Okay.
And look at these huge horns on the hood. It's got giant like Iuga horns on the hood. See it?
Yeah.
This is a toy that was discontinued because of legalities of injury towards children. These cars were given away as promotional toys that were cello wrapped to the outside of detergent bottles in about, I don't know, 1967 or something like that. The whole thing, just like this, would be stuck to the outside of like a cheer bottle with like cellophane around the outside of it, and your mom would buy this and bring it home. And you take this little thing back here and you push this button and the car goes flying off, right? It's got a little spring inside of it. See this? And it
Yeah.
launches the car. But what they hadn't taken into account is that if kids hold it like this and push the button, they can launch this metal rod that goes into the car to depress the spring. So this metal rod can fly out and put your sister's eye out if you shoot it this way from the car. Get
Oh.
it? Yeah. There's no safety thing to prevent me from doing what I just did. Is to hold it like this, push the button, and this will fly really hard and hit somebody. Because it's meant to like push the car when you push the button like this, push
Oh
it that
boy.
way, like this, it shoots out that way.
How far does it shoot?
Pretty far, pretty hard. You want to try it?
I don't want you to damage anything in your apartment, but I'd
Well,
love to see it
I have
actually.
two of them. Let me show you how it works. So first thing you have to do is take the rod out the back of the car. So you depress this. How does it go like that? Oh, like this. This rod right here. Now you have to stick it into the hole right there in the back. There's a spring in here, pretty powerful spring. Okay, it's locked in. Now, if I go like this, it's gonna bang the camera, so we'll turn it.
Yeah.
I have to unplug the camera for a second.
Gotham says I had a version of that which came out later and was much smaller and used a plastic car key that you pushed in the back.
All right, so it's plugged in there. Now, let me show. Well, let's do it first. Let me show you how it's supposed to work.
Okay.
So how it's supposed to work is awesome. Get this thing like this, press down. Let me take this off.
Oh
Pretty
yeah.
good, right?
Yeah.
All right, now, if a kid were to take it and not do what I did, but instead go like this and point it at his sister, see that? It freaking flew hard. Did you see it?
I didn't, but I probably would if I watched on my big TV.
It flies fast and hard. I'll try it one more time.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a hazard, right? Right off of the outside. Your mom takes it right off of, like I said, like a Cheer detergent bottle and gives it to you. Takes you 5 minutes to figure that out. And you're shooting the dog or the cat or your little sister with it. There's a problem. So they only made them for a very short time.
Yeah. Not quite as bad as lawn darts, but so what's the deal with lawn darts? Is it like a law, federal law? You can't sell them on the internet?
Dude, I don't know. That makes sense. I'm not sure though.
I seems like someone told that he had a set of jarts in the box, and he said it's illegal to sell these. I thought, what? um,
Where did I put that other one?
Kevin says
These
recalled
are called
toys are great.
These are called go cars, by the way, is what they're called. They're called go cars, and they were produced by Procter and Gamble. So if you look up Procter and Gamble go cars, that's what these are. They're actual versions of real cars. Like one of these, I think, is a Mercury, and one is a Monte Carlo. Not only were they giving these as toys to kids to play with, but these were also tied in with car sales. This was Procter and Gamble doing a deal with like Ford or Chevrolet Motor Company or something.
I
See
wonder
how
if they
accurate it is?
I wonder if they commissioned an existing toy company to make them.
I'm not sure. Here's what it says on the bottom. Caution. Hold starter rod in hand when operating. Otherwise, starter rod might spring backwards and cause injury if it hits the eye. See instruction on
Ooh,
starter. So both of mine have those on printed on the bottom.
yeah,
And
but they were aware of it, in other words, and still
yeah, they were aware of
sold
it.
them.
It was a
Shit.
thing.
My
That it was a
kid's gonna
possibility.
read that. Another toy that was that was banned was that air cannon that would mess up people's ears.
I remember that thing. How about those clackers? Do you remember those like lucite or glass balls that people would swing up and down and would like clack, 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 clack and break?
Yeah, what were those banned?
Yeah, I think they were banned and taken off the market.
Man, that looks like a car Goofy would drive in a cartoon.
This is a real car. This is one of the earliest miniature toy cars.
Really cool.
Yeah, it is. Right now, my brain is so slow, but this is a Sun Rubber original car and in really, really good condition. This particular model right here. It's called it's an Airflow. This type of, I wish Paula was here. This type of car is called an Airflow, or maybe it's a Studebaker Airflow. I forget. But this is from about 1934. This toy is from about 1934, and it's the example. What this toy did is this is the first boys or first toy car that was purposefully designed to be exactly the same as what the car looked like and to help market the car. Right? You understand what
Yeah, yeah.
it's called an Airflow. The name of the car is an Airflow.
Uh-huh.
I think if you look up 32 or 34 Airflow, I think 34 Airflow, it's this car.
Well, that toy is probably more like a $50, $60 toy or more, or what would you think?
I'm not sure. Probably about that. Here's another Auburn fire truck. This is a real popular one in the 60s. Like a lot of these, this right here, I played with even when I was a little kid in the late 60s. Like my cousins had these toys, just like your brothers. They had this generation of Auburn rubber.
Yeah.
And this was started, I don't know, maybe because of the war years when they weren't wanting to use metal for kids' toys anymore because there were metal shortages or something. And so they started this
Yeah.
idea, and then it was less expensive than a metal car. At the time, people had like marble or tile floors or hardwood floors or walls. And so the selling point to parents was, look, these are rubber cars. And so if you drop it on the floor, it won't make a lot of noise and it won't crack the tile or scrape the wall or something like that. That was the idea.
Yeah.
Play with it in the house and it won't make a mess.
I think Auburn, they had tanks, half tracks, Jeeps, and then there was a cannon you'd attach to the back of the Jeep. And those are the only ones I remember my brother had.
Here's another Sun Rubber. It's a Woody, like a 1930s Woody. Look at this. How
Oh,
bad.
neat. Friar Tuck is here and he's asking where you purchased most of these.
Most of these came off of the internet, off of Mercari.
Mercari. I don't know what that is.
It's like an eBay site. Most of these
Oh.
were purchased between 5 and 10 years ago on Mercari for low prices. I didn't pay more than $15 or $20 for any of these. Most of these were bought in lot from people that didn't know what they had. I used to do that. I used to search, look through, and I would be willing to buy a lot of stuff, like a box of 20 cars. If there were 5 of these inside, I would buy that box of 20 cars for $25. You know what I mean? And so I would do that sometimes. Other times I would find people that were kind of collectors but didn't really care anymore. Like these 2 cars came from a barber shop. These 2 cars had been on a shelf in a barber shop for probably decades and decades and decades. And when the guy when they sold the building or something, I don't. That was the story. That's where they came from. And I think they were like $10 a piece or something. And they're almost 100 years old. And it would be difficult to find cars like this in this condition because these weren't really played with by kids very much. Some barber bought these and put them up on the shelf as a decoration like 70 or 80 years ago. That's kind of where these came from. That's how you find old toys sometimes, in my experiences. You can find ones that are in good condition if they've been forgotten and were really never played with by kids.
Yeah.
You guys might remember these. This was a great toy line in the 70s.
Yeah, weren't those advertised in comic books?
Yeah, there's a big advertisement on the back of comic books for
Yeah,
this
that's
guy.
what I
You
thought.
can see this guy on the back of like DC Comics. Over the years, all of the chrome has just come off. I don't know where the chrome went, but it's not there anymore. Yeah. That used to be all chrome. This little guy comes off. There was another one that was like I had another one that looked like an eagle, like an American eagle. Here's my original Corgi Batman from when I was a little kid. One of them. This is like the last one that my mom bought me that I managed to save, but I got this a couple different times, and one time, maybe twice, and then 3 times, because probably the last time my mom bought me this, I was probably about 12, and it was the double one with the boat. You know?
Yeah. Did Kevin show us that he had that, or was he showing his computer screen showing?
I think he has one of the new reproductions that Corgi made that are about $50.
I don't remember if I told him to hold it for me or not. I have
I
that.
can't remember if I
It
did
has
either.
Batman embossed on the bottom. Yeah, his whole body. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, you've got his whole body embossed on the bottom. And I can remember when I had this car, this was like a show-off thing that I would do to my friends when they would come over to my house for the first time to see my stuff and everything. I'd be all, oh yeah, look at the bottom of this Batman. And they'd be like, damn, that's awesome. Like if they had never seen this toy before.
Yeah, I had the set with the Batboat bought by my grandmother. I still have the Batmobile, but the Batboat's gone.
Here's another great old car. This is a Sun Rubber This is a city bus, probably from the 1940s, maybe the 30s as well. I don't know. Look at it.
That's a good one. So when you bought a big lot to get one of these, what did you do with the other cars? Were they just like modern cars or not very good?
They're all mixed in. It's all mixed in. Sometimes they were good. Sometimes it was good stuff. Sometimes it was okay stuff.
And what did you do with the stuff that wasn't good? Did you sell it or just it's still there?
Still here. I still have it
Oh,
all, unless I might have
oh,
given it away or something like that. But mostly I
oh.
keep everything. It's here still.
I just didn't know how junky the other stuff was that you were.
Here's something, for example, that came in one of those lots. It's cool, but it wasn't. I mean, I didn't buy the lot for this, but it's cool that it was in the lot. This is
Uh-huh.
one of it's cool because it's old, right? So this
Uh,
was one of those, like, they would call it like cigar box. They also advertise these inside of DC comic books. It's a cigar box model, where it was like a little model kit that you would put together in one afternoon. You see what I'm saying?
yeah,
The wheels spin, they turn. These were advertised inside of DC Comics in the 60s. And this
yeah,
one is complete. Some kid completed it and painted it, and it's like 40 or 50 years old, and it's still in good shape, and the wheels still spin.
yeah.
It's a 1969 Mustang Fastback.
Hey,
There's that. Something else I got that's like that. Sometimes
Kevin
it's
says
stuff
that
like this.
remake Corgi. Go ahead. Oh yeah. He said the
An old.
remake was $55, so he started searching to see if he could find an original for less.
Oh, okay.
I mean, there were tons of those made. They were making them up in well into the, I think, late 70s, I think. So there'd be a lot of them out there. I don't know what price an original would have.
This car looks like something out of like a Katharine Hepburn movie.
Yeah.
Right? It's like this big giant two-door coupe with a big long hood.
So this is terrifying. This is as it was burning Sunset Boulevard. You can see that it's
the
red
front.
lines there. Those are the red lights.
How much of Sunset Boulevard was burned?
I don't know. I haven't looked in a couple days, or at least not at all yet today, because I'm just kind of on overload.
Yeah, that's how my wife was. Just like I let's just watch something funny, or I just she was overloaded with reality.
This is a die-cast dinky British delivery truck from probably the 1960s.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I forgot about Dinky toys. There was Corgi, and then there was Dinky and Matchbox.
Yeah,
Those
Dinky
were
made some
those
good
three were
stuff.
British, right? Was Matchbox British?
All right, what's that?
Was Matchbox a British
Yeah.
company?
Yes.
So
Yeah.
that was Dinky, Corgi, and Matchbox were the three British ones.
Yes. Yep. Here's
They were
another one of those little models that came from the 1960s that I bought, that some kid back in the day had completed and managed to stay in great shape.
What
Complete.
happened to England being a big toy manufacturer? They also had the Britons and all the little knights and
Yeah,
even,
you made all kinds of great. You made the best stuff, really.
when did that stop?
Probably the
I,
80s. I don't
maybe
know.
when China took over. Yeah.
This is another completed one of these little miniature models that you would buy at the least expensive model at the hobby shop, from
Yeah.
the 60s or 70s, and some kid built them and kept them in great shape, and now I have it.
Yeah, that's great.
Just to get the permits to build a new house can take 3 years.
And then this is the last thing that is an example of what, towards the end, I would say this is an Auburn rubber car, probably from the mid 60s. The most modern one I have, and it's this Mercedes with the gull wing doors.
Let's say every day that you wait
Oh.
months more for you to find a builder who's ever going to be able to do it. And there's going to be such a surplus.
This is a really famous Mercedes model that I'm sure Paula knows all kinds of things about.
To rebuild these houses.
and it was kind of the beginning of
Areas I used to live in, I never
European sports car culture. Like, you know how in American Graffiti, he's racing against the guys in the little souped up car, right? The little whatever that little souped up car was that a couple Asian guys are racing against him on Main Street in. That was a reference to this, to like Fiats and Ferraris and Mercedes and little European cars that were being driven, uh, going up against like motorheads, you know, being able to outrace like V8 and stuff,
and I didn't make it into microcrops.
or muscle
I
cars.
forgot about these. I only transcribed them in 2006. And I only put them in one file called January 99.1.
Here's the Mach 5. Look,
Look at when I did
the
the
nice version. But
Is that a model kit?
no, I think this is a cheap children's toy that was in. You asked what came, you know, what stuff that I have that I didn't actually pay for. You know what I mean? That just happened to be in
Oh,
boxes of toys that I bought. Yeah. For a long time, I used to have this hanging on the wall like this, and I used to have a statue of the Virgin Mary inside of it. Right.
oh.
That little hole, I used to have it stuck in a nail at the old apartment.
Library 88 says, nice cars. Hello again from my endless visit to the Canadian homeland.
Thanks, man.
What do you think, Library 88, about Canada becoming part of the United States? What is your opinion on that? I think the Greenland thing might actually happen. They're talking about they're willing to talk.
Right. These are great, man. These also, so like something like this, you can sometimes find something like this for cheap. Like you could find a box with all four of these trucks in it. It's a cardboard box with dirt and sand at the bottom. It's some woman who is liquidating her parents' house or something is just selling stuff online for her, and you might pay 10 or 15 bucks for a box of these four cars. You just got to look. You got to be patient, and you got to kind of just check it out. I use search words. Like I'll just type in vintage. Sometimes it'll be a wide search, and I'll be all vintage toys 1950s, vintage toys 1940s, vintage toys 1930s. But then I might say vintage rubber cars, right? It's something like that. Make it real broad, and you don't really know what you're even going to find. And sometimes you could even put Auburn rubber cars, and all this stuff will come up. And it's they made tons of it, and it's indestructible. So a lot of it still exists. A lot of it ended up in barns and garages and places like that.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if the average lady that comes across something like that would know that it's even made of rubber. Or and Auburn is stamped on all of them, so maybe they would know to put that in the description.
Nowadays, everybody has these phones, and everybody has seen American Pickers. Not everybody, but a lot of people. And so, and even if they haven't, they have friends that say, well, if you're going to take care of Susan's place, make sure that you don't get rid of anything before you search it on your phone. Check eBay and see how much it costs, right? Everybody does
that. Yeah. Yeah, that's unfortunate.
But the thing is similar to what Kevin deals with on an almost daily basis. Vintage toys are the same way. So you might have some of these cars, and a person might look it up and think that the one that they have is like Action Comics #1, that it's a perfect one, like a couple of those that I have that are in perfect condition that are maybe 50 or 100 bucks. They might think that all of the ones that they have are worth $200 or something. But it turns out that there's a lot of these little rubber cars that I just showed you. There's more of these. There's more of those toys I just showed you than there are people that want to buy them. So you can find them for not that much money.
Yeah, because people look up, oh, it's a match. This is the same thing as that. And look, it's $1,000. Well, that's
It
because it's
doesn't mean that
slabbed
all
at
the time because it has
9.8.
to
I'm
be
talking about
perfect
comic books
condition.
now. And,
Yeah.
and it's like, but you have one that's 2.0 and it's not slabbed, so it's worth $30. Yeah, that's why that doesn't. I hate that. When you get 9.8, it's worth this ridiculous amount of money. It's just, to me, that's all nonsense. Um, oh boy. Yeah, those toys are all great. Um, what do you think's the best vehicle Auburn ever made? Like the most, the coolest thing?
Oh gosh, I don't even know because they made so many.
Yeah.
I only know a fraction of all the stuff that they made. I'm not like a
Yeah.
collector. There's guys like you could go on YouTube and look on YouTube, and there's guys their whole focus is just Auburn rubber. Like they might have like 500 pieces on display, and it'll be. I'm serious. There's a ton. There's
Yeah.
lots. Maybe not 500, but there's a lot.
That was all at five and dime stores, right?
Yeah, yeah, it was. But yeah, just those rubber cars that I showed you. There's people who just do that, who just focus on that right there, of all the different Sun rubber, Auburn rubber, and maybe some odd, like unusual companies that I've never heard of. Um, there's people that just focus on that alone. And I first went looking for it because at the beginning of me collecting vintage toys, I was looking for things that I had touched or played with or owned when I was a kid. And so when I saw those one day, it reminded me of playing with them at my aunt's house because she had a box of old toys in the closet that as soon as I would get to her house, I would go and take that box out. And it was a box of toys that had been saved over the years by her that all the kids before me had played with. So there were toys in there that were 10, 15, 20, maybe 30 years old. And
Yeah.
so I remembered those cars and I wanted to feel them in my hand again. I remembered being on the linoleum kitchen floor playing with those Auburn cars with the little bright yellow and the little black and white plastic wheels, right? And the feel of it and everything. And how when you'd take them over the rug, how a little bit of rug fiber would twist up around the wheel and around the axle and get it tangled and shit, and how it smelled and how it felt and everything. So I just found out that you could get them for $5 or $10 a piece. So I started buying them. And then I discovered the older stuff then and bought the ones from like the 30s and 40s at that point.
Library 88 is answering my question about, do you think Canada will become part of the U.S.? He says, I doubt anything as exciting as that will happen visibly. Canada joining U.S. countries generally intermerge below the surface, though, as the clueless populace go about their lives. We will see.
What did I do with that root beer? Oh, I must have it.
Yeah, should be interesting. Should be an interesting 4 years, man.
So I kind of noticed that this is a local slogan here. So I don't know if I've never seen this product before I got here. My daughter-in-law gave this to me as a gift like a couple months ago, so that when I was walking around town and taking my smoke breaks, I would have this. And I was, oh, that's really cool. But then I noticed that people have this as a bumper sticker. People have hats and other cups. And I was like, oh, this is kind of a thing of grass. It's like the idea is it's almost like promoting the town is the town slogan is take it easy.
Oh, that's
And
cool. It's like,
I've always liked take it easy as a departing greeting. When you say goodbye to people, I always thought it was nice to say take it easy. I like take it easy.
yeah. Well, that's cool. I wonder how many towns have slogans. I know Austin used to have keep Austin weird.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Portland
I don't
had the
know.
exact same slogan. Portland has always had that slogan too.
Yeah.
Keep Portland weird. They're not having any problem taking care of that. Either one of those places.
Well, I think a lot of the weirdness has been driven out of Austin. there used to be a toy store there on, I think it was on San Antonio Street in Austin. It was called Atomic Toys, maybe, and it was in an old house, maybe Victorian house, and he had all this Japanese monster stuff, Godzilla. It was great. I'm sure that store is gone. 588 says, yeah, exciting times. Swift changes happening already. Trudeau leaving was a sudden treat. Someone said that he's not really leaving. It was a trick that or something. Gotham, but it's a dry heat. What I must have missed the first comment. It's a dry. Oh no, wait. What was he responding to? It's dry. Yeah. Oh man, that
And then
toy
you
store in
say, I'll
Austin
take it
sounds.
any way I can get it. So when somebody says take it easy, then you say, you too, man. I'll take it any way I can get it.
Oh, that's the slogan of Gotham. I'm sorry, of Mesa, Arizona. Or
Yeah, that's the response. When somebody says take it easy, then you say, thanks, buddy. I'll take it any way I can get it.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, I
So,
haven't watched any of the fire stuff since last night. So the last I looked, it was like about 2 o'clock in the morning, and Smoke and Scan was still live, and they were still putting out fires. I saw a video of from Salty Cracker this morning of some like terrible helicopter pilot drop where they dropped a bunch of dirt on top of a firefighter. Did you see that? Take it easy.
what?
Yeah,
Did
yeah.
they
Watch
kill a firefighter by dropping dirt on him?
I don't know if it killed him, but it certainly didn't look like it made him feel good. But if you look at Salty Cracker's videos, his not the live show, but he uploads videos every morning at about 6
Right.
a.m.
I
So
know.
you look at his video from this morning, it shows dirt, what looks like dirt being dropped like on top of a guy, like they messed it up and dropped this dirt right on top of a firefighter.
Well, Salty Cracker never shows. I forget about him because it never shows up in my feed. But I love that guy. But I still don't understand how he's still on YouTube. How how does he survive on YouTube?
Yeah.
Because I know he says the more extreme stuff, he'll shut off his live stream and go over to Rumble and say the rest of it. But still, I just don't get how he's allowed to say stuff that other people are afraid to say. Drew, I got to move a little bit. Drew, you hear me? All right. Uh, shit. Yeah, he's great. Um, yeah, Trump's talking about at press conferences having more independent,
I
like,
think that the thumbnail of the video says something like DEI helicopter pilot, I think is what it might say. Yeah. I'm serious. Yep.
well,
Yeah.
Trump's talking about at press conferences having in people from, independent YouTube type people coming in to instead of just the major networks. And imagine if you had Salty Cracker at a, a presidential press conference. Uh,
That would be great.
yeah, he's something else, man. I gotta remember to check him out again. And yeah, some people just kind of
Yeah, I must
disappear,
have
and then you
I
wonder.
must have his notifications turned on or something because
Yeah,
every
I
time
I
he goes
thought I
live, I get
did.
a
There's another guy that I used to really enjoy, and I don't see him pop up anymore. And he's a real estate. Oh shoot, he went away. A real estate guy out of Detroit, and his name is. Let me put the link back. What is his name? Man, what is, I can't think. But he's real good. I don't remember his name, man. Um, um,
It's all in there, man. Unified tinfoil hat approach. Can we somehow
it's
cobble all these crazy things together? I don't know, but it's possible. So let me get you.
he's this African American guy, real cool guy that is a he sells he he is always showing these old houses in Detroit for people in other countries, and they buy these houses for like $500 and rent them out. And he fixes the houses up, he restores them, and he sells them, and then manages the properties for people in other countries. People buy up entire, just normal people in other countries buy up a whole block of houses in Detroit for probably $2,000, paying $200 per house or something, and then they rent them out, and he fixes us up. And he's got this team of people that fix the houses up, and he's real funny. Sometimes he'll just drive around Detroit and show you things. I wish I could remember his name. It's like some nickname. I just can't think of it now. But I haven't seen him pop up on YouTube lately. And I used to see a lot of people that would go in and explore abandoned houses, and they'd go to old malls that were either dead or near dead and walk around in them. I used to enjoy those videos, and I don't get those things popping up anymore either. Uh, anyway, here's I think his phone died, so it's the link if anyone wants to come on. I may sign off pretty soon and just hang out, wait for the B-side stream to start tonight. What did they say? They're going to start at 6:30 or 7? I don't remember. So you don't remember what they said? I was kind of thought they said 6:30.
So that's what might have happened here. Let's go back to the manifesto. Remember, there were very strange similarities. Right after New Year's.
Yeah, I encourage all 17 of you to 7. I thought, okay, yeah. And they're, is Tennessee the same time zone as me, Kevin? Or is Tennessee, just someone tell me, is Tennessee Central Time?
And then remember that the manifesto,
yeah, that'd be cool to live in Tennessee.
From these objects. And said that they were actually going to be using gravitic propulsion. Time to wake up. Now, how would they sell this? How would they sell you on the idea?
Tennessee Tuxedo was brilliant. I'm at 2%. I forgot to turn on the light switch connected to the charger and it died. That's what I did yesterday. Don't know. We never touched our clocks. Yeah, I left to work Friday with 6% power on my phone. I charged it for hours, but it was plugged into a power strip that was turned off. And then the day before that, I went to work with no phone because I couldn't find it. And I told Cleo, you're not gonna be able to reach me today. I can't find my phone, and I gotta go, man. And so, but now I know where my phone is. I found my sunglasses. Things should be fine tomorrow. I'll I'll come home and do a stream. I'm so much hoping I get. Sounds like I might get 3 packages tomorrow. I'll open them up on a live stream. And all that.
The guy's own words, who then went and did himself in, supposedly. Whatever this thing is, we may never really know. He says, what we have been seeing with drones is the operational use of gravitic powered aircraft.
So they're going to do away with daylight savings time. Is that what I understand?
Only we in China have this capability. I said, that's totally wrong. At least all the Five Eyes countries and Russia all have it, probably others as well. And then he says China has been launching them from the Atlantic and
Anyway,
for years.
so it is now 4:05 p.m. in Central Time.
He wanted to get attention
Um,
for this write-up. And, you know, we talked about the idea. Was he even aware that he was doing it, or did he get programmed? Was he programmed to write this stuff? Was he programmed to do what he did through the use of exotic narco-hypnotic techniques? It could very well be. Could very well be. That's what this was. The alliance, as we've said, is already.
what was the deal with looking at Tom Mix here?
They said, yeah, you need to learn about hypnosis and people that can be programmed to do something.
Getting Tom Mix mixed up with Hopalong Cassidy. Were they both in, like, started in silent movie era? Because I'm thinking that both Tom Mix and Hopalong Cassidy, those comics published even in the 1950s, that was long ago. I think they were, even the kids in the 50s, that was something from their grandparents' time. But here, this is significant. Boy, Night Tiger did a real nice favor for me. He sent me a Tilly the Toiler comic. Because I talked about how my mother was always drawing girl heads while she was on the phone and just doodling. And I asked her, and she said she used to read Tilly the Toiler. And see, there's a Tilly the Toiler comic in this. I'm looking at an old price guide. I think this is 78. Let me see. 78, 79, yeah. This is the one that Bill Ward did the cover for. It's the Good Girl art issue. Oh, sorry. Oh. This is a.
I do believe we're going to be okay. I don't believe it's the end of the world. I've already mostly healed from it. Then we have a donation from Mr. Banky. Thank you, David. I purchased your first book, Source Field Investigations, which is that's this camera angle right here. That's that book.
Is there copyright existing in Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, or is that public domain? So I know Rudolph was introduced by Montgomery Ward. And I noticed not all Santa Claus movies have Rudolph leading the sleigh. This movie with The Rock and J. Jonah Jameson playing Santa Claus, I saw a little bit of it. He's referring to the reindeer as ladies. It's an all-girl reindeer team. It looked like I watched the first 20 minutes of it, and it looked like it was going to be a pretty good movie.
Definitely Uncle's stuff. This is not anybody else's. Uncle made this in Fast by Foot. As of now, it is just a show of force. They are using
the Joe Kubert School of Cartoons and Graphic Art Incorporated.
They're also part of the integrated communication system. There are dozens of those balloons.
Yeah. For qualified applicants, approved by the Department of Education of the state of New Jersey. Professional school taught by professionals, those whose desire it is to become professional.
They were somehow responsible for this. Did they deliver in LA? You bet they did. You bet they did. But is it really a chance? They basically have an unlimited payload capacity. They can park it over the White House if they wanted. It's checkmate. Well,
William Stout is a comic artist that people don't give enough credit. People don't talk about William Stout. Look at this drawing by William Stout for this advertisement for the American Comic Book Company. William Stout was a great artist.
No. This was a perfect combination of no rain for 9 months, 99-mile-an-hour wind, literally clock that speed. That's anything over 73 hurricane speed, tornado speed. So that fuels the fire. And
Wanted comic books 1933 to present. Buy, sell, trade with Marty Hay or I smash. Love William Stout, says Library 88. Yeah, he did great stuff. So I'm gonna add some more crude like this. Don Swap Shop. This is in Walnut Creek, California. Buy, sell, trade comics, records. That's the thing. Comic store with records. That's the thing. Big Little books are forgotten, although that's not something that people really collect anymore. See this Gasoline Alley ad. Buying and selling Walt Disney memorabilia, radio premiums. That's kind of been forgotten. TV collectibles, comic character merchandise, Beatles, gum cards, political Americana, Big Little books, animation artwork, 10 wind-ups, cast iron toys, lead soldiers, games, etc. They're in Seattle, Washington. Oh, then Frank Bruner. Look at that ad he did for the Graphic Fantasy Comic Club. Love that ad so much. And yeah, Myers says that's the first price guide that my mom bought me. You still have it? You still have it, right? Yeah. This is my. This one, I think. Did my mom buy this for me? Or did I buy it myself? This one, I don't know. I think I may have gotten this at Lone Star Comics. Every page of that book. Yes, he still has it. This ad here, Tanner Miles. I remember seeing that ad. That was a store near me, and I didn't go to it until 1984. My friend Tom. It was over in Fort Worth. That's where I he was more of a movie poster guy. We carry a complete line of comic books, Golden Age to present, pulps, Big Little books, movie posters, 1914 to 1978, glossy stills from both motion pictures and television. That's where I got that picture of Mara Corday, and then I realized, man, Mara Corday is one of the greats. No one knows about her. She's in some of the greatest movies Hollywood ever made, like Tarantula and the Giant Claw. How is she forgotten? She's still alive today. She's a good friend of Clint Eastwood and Library. I love that Bill Ward cover price guide. I remember working at a comic shop as a kid, and I was sorting the back room and stumbled across a dozen original Bill Ward art pages and drawings. Stunning. Limited collector's edition 48 facsimile comes in next week. That's the one with Superman and the Flash. Is that what we're talking about? So you're saying you aren't going to be ordering that Batmobile, Corgi Batmobile? Um, Art posters of ancient lost civilizations, Atlantis, Lemuria, Mu, the three great empires of remote antiquity captured in full dramatic art concepts, especially created by former adventure comic book artist and writer J.E. Disbrow. So he's a golden age guy that's doing art back then. Yeah. But the first price, what are people saying? What are people saying? Believe so, as far as being Superman and the Flash. I have that remake Corgi Batmobile for 55s here, but I'm thinking maybe I can get an original for just a little more. I mean, but that's for sale at your store, the $55 Batmobile, because I'm thinking I would like to get that because my Batmobile has lost a wheel and the windshield is shattered. Uh, my Corgi Batmobile, it's had a lot of city miles. The one I got in 1969 or 70. Unless you're keeping it for yourself, which is, oh yeah, this is the first time I saw an ad for Tanner Miles was this ad here. Um, and see, he makes himself look like he's the mighty Thor, but he didn't really look like that. And he's surrounded by, he's reading Hi Ho Funnies. He's a special advisor to the guide. He says, "Hi, I'm Tanner Miles. If you're a fan," he misspelled your, it's Your. If you're a fan, come to my new store for comics, big little books, movie material, pulps, monster magazines. That's good. He mentions that. Comic character toys, and more. If you cannot come in, send for my current comic catalog or movie material catalog. 612 North Sylvania. I need to look up where that was. I'll keep it on the shelf till you can buy it. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Comic books wanted. Robert Dawson, he's in New Jersey, Union City. I want to buy Golden Age comic books, and I am ready, willing, and eager to pay top dollar for large or small collections. If you have any pre-1955 comic books for sale, DC Timely, EC Fawcett, Disney Quality, etc., please send me a concise list of all the comic books that you want to sell with the exact condition of each, and I'll make you an offer. No one anywhere pays more. Please grade all of your comic books strictly to the scale as outlined in this price guide. I do not want to buy any Classics Illustrated, True, Funny, Animal, religious, recent, crime, Western, love, or sport type comic books, so please do not list them. I also want to buy radio, serial, and comic strip premiums, toys dealing with radio and comic strip characters, and pre 1963 Marvel comic books. Please do not list your selling price when offering an item for sale. Let me make you the offer. It's interesting how things have changed since 1976 as far as, you know, they're into radio premiums and big little books. These are clearly older people that were kids in the 30s, and those are things that have been forgotten by a lot of people now. Um, Fire up the Batmobile. I've got to get out of here. Liz Fair. Liz Fair was good. I remember her. I don't know what happened to her. This artist is a British artist. Who is this? I can't read. This William something Stevens. Bob's Comics. Where are they at? Oh my gosh. It's just looks British artwork. I radiate says, if when I ever get a proper comic room, I would like to wallpaper one wall with old ads from the Overstreet and Comic Buyer's Guide, etc. It would be soothing to look at. P.S. would make color copies, of course. Yeah. Let's see what Action Comics #1 went for back in 1976. Pulps were supposed to get hot since CGC started grading them, but that never happened. Yeah, I remember people talking about that. I think that was just something overwhelming to these 20, 30, 40-year-old people. They didn't know where to begin with that. And in mint condition, Action Comics #1, $4,200. In good condition, 2,100. In fine condition, 3,150. But that didn't used to be the big. It used to be Marvel Comics #1 or Marvel Mystery Comics #1 used to be the most valuable comic. I think that's changed. Let's see what Marvel Comics #1 is. Marvel Mystery, I should say. #1, Origin Submariner by Bill Everett. First Human Torch. 5,000 in mint condition. Of course, you got to know there's a difference in money from 1976. Probably couldn't bear to see a 2.0 on the wall. Oh, as far as pulps, yeah. The pulp prices went up. The pulp prices went up is all ha. But the raw copies are starting to show up cheap again, thank goodness. Yeah. Well, pulps have always intimidated me because of their fragility and the responsibility of owning something like that. But I've always enjoyed pulps. I enjoyed when that company, High Adventure, they might still be around, was putting out reprints of pulps. It's nice to be able to read them in paperback or in a format where because I want to read stuff. Okay, well, hold on. What does this say here? That was just news popping up on my phone. It says day one, Trump's going to sign the voter ID, all that. The passwords for one of your accounts has appeared in a data leak. Oh, nice. That happens all the time. They're always telling me that. Well, let's see. Yeah, it's just they just keep telling you, "Oh man, sorry, just someone hacked all your." Well, we're just gonna have to put like a tattoo on your forehead so that. Okay, so Amazing Fantasy 15. Let's try to look that up. Amazing. Every comic book ever made is in this. Well, not underground. They never put underground in here. But they've made it where this. There's no way you could use this anymore with all these variant covers, multiple covers. It was wonderful to live in a world where there were no 1990s comics. That was once a reality. Amazing Fantasy 15. At mint condition, $160, man. Fine, you could get it for $120. good, you can get it for $80. But then you got $80 was that was not our $80. 1976 $80 was not our dollars. But oh well. Library, yeah, the reprints are much easier to read. I feel bad when gently reading the old pulps and little pieces are flaking off. Yeah. They'll fall off, they'll flake off inside the bags, and it's one of those things, man. You're reading something that's going on 90, almost 100 years old. So it's always been intimidating to me. And I would go to the conventions when I was younger, and I'd see these old guys. They were probably my age now or older, and they were the guys that were had the golden age stuff and the pulps and that were into that and the big little books, and that was their childhood, and they had tons of it. And they would, I think they would mainly not exchange money, they would trade like they'd done when they were little kids. And so when you trade, I don't know how you get a money value out of that as far as putting it in the price guide, but Kellogg's Pulp Flakes, that would make for an interesting, wacky package, except it would mean absolutely nothing to the average person. Sugar coated Pulp Flakes. Yeah, years ago, Myra and I were talking about good names for people on YouTube. Like, what was it? One was Rusty Staples. That could be someone's name on YouTube. And was one Spine? No, it wasn't Spine Ticks. So that doesn't sound like a name. But I remember Rusty Staples, and we were trying to come up with names. Um, Rusty Staples would be a good YouTube channel name. How about I Love Spine Ticks for a YouTube channel name? Spine Tick Nick. That's good. Someone's got to write this down, man. Spine Tick Nick. Yeah, because every so often there's one of these YouTube people that's kind of self-deprecating, and they call themselves cheapskate or cheap, or what was uh the time travel comics, the guy that's the buddy of Captain Strangelove that goes all around with him. Uh, they used to call him low. What did they call him? Low grade Leo, because he would buy low grade books. That's kind of good. It's kind of like Garbage Pail Kid names. Rolled Spine. A lot of a lot of water damage. Oh man, I gotta write these down. A lot of water damage. We should do a show one night where we just all use these fake names. A lot of water damage. 8.0 show. Man, you guys are funny, man. Those are good. Someone make a list. I'm too lazy to do it. I got a pen in my pocket, actually. Why am I that lazy? And I got a piece of paper in my pocket. Why am I asking? Or do I? No, I don't. Oh, here they are. Okay. These are good, man. 8.0 Joe. Lot of water damage. That's a girl's name. There aren't many girl comic book people. Rolled Spine, says Friar Tuck. Spine Tick Nick. Spine Tick Nick. What was I saying? Spine Tick Lover? Oh yeah, man. What was the other one? Rusty Staples. That was a good one. What's the word they always use with Rusty Staples when it's spreading, migrating? I don't know. I can't remember. Oh man, there's more that have popped up. So yeah, Rusty Staples is right up my alley. Haha. My 88 says. Shirley. What does that say? I can't read it. It's Seiki. Surely it's Seiki. I don't. I'm not getting it. Surely it's Seiki. I'll write it down. I don't know. I don't know if I understand what it means though. Sure. I get the sure. Oh, surely it's a key. Oh, now I get it. Thank you. I'm slow. Steam pressed. Steam press Willie. Um, Marv L. Chipping. Man, that's a good one. That's the thing about pulps is they would always chip because they printed the covers bigger than the interior pages, and I guess that's what happened with Marvel too in the '60s. The cost of chipping. It's a key, yeah. Thank you. I finally caught on. Chip spine. Oh, that's a good one. Chip spine is good. Yeah, chip spine. I'm writing on some old thing. I have these things where I write all this stuff on them. This is okay. I know what that is. This is a list of things to do. Then I have a list. I have a list of things that I have to do. Unpack dishes, move books to third floor, move in VCR, vacuum. It says hang Tom Terrific. That means there was a little Tom Terrific part. I was going to hang him up on the wall. Clear pinball machines. I've done that, but now they're all covered up again. And then there's some songs I was going to do karaoke versions of on YouTube. I have some song titles written there. And then I have some things written down that I was going to make fun of people. Kind of fun, kind of cool. So yeah, it is what it is. Having said that, that being said, and then I have down written some of the uh, derogatory words that liberals use for women: birthing people, chest feeders, bleeders, uterus owners, cis women. I don't even remember what that even means. I would write down things when I'd have ideas. I'd hear people say something and I have to write it down because I couldn't even believe it. Oh, there's more, man. Ship spine is good. That is a good one, Meyer, says Fryer. IP freely. Yeah, I remember that. That was funny. And third, I remember that was one of the ones. There was IP freely and IP standing. Yeah, I got to write those down. I haven't even thought of those since fourth grade. IP freely. I standing. Dog-eared Dave. I want a quarter bin. I remember quarter bins. Now they're $2 bins, aren't they? Are there still dollar bins? OCD Mike, yeah, OCD, man. Don't get me started on OCD. I want, I wanna, Ivana quarter bin. Will he make it? And Betty won't. I remember those guys, yeah. Yeah, man. Betty won't. Yeah, those have more significance. Those names start to make more sense as you get older. Trust me. You'll find that out. Still dollar bins in my area. Yeah, buddy, I'm sure there's great stuff in those dollar bins. Well, there might be. What do I know? Slobby McDouchebag. I remember quarter bins as well. Yeah. I found an early new X-Men book in a quarter, I don't know, 50-cent bin, you know, and I let the comic store owner know, hey, he says, oh, my daughter must have put that in there. He says, thank you so much. I could have been an asshole and gone up to the counter and it was in the quarter bin, man. You let me pay a quarter for it. But, clearly it was a mistake that book was down there underneath the table in that box. And that's the honest, good thing to do. So, Library 88 quarter bins is where I discovered where creatures roam and where monsters dwell. Glorious times. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's great. Uh, I think a lot of those monster books wouldn't even make the quarter bin in a lot of comic stores. They wouldn't even bother putting them out on the floor. Uh, that's a shame. That's why it's always been hard to find those books because people figure they just won't sell. Why even bother putting them out there? Gotham says subscription increase, Steve. Subscription increases. Yeah, man. I don't know. Just thinking about Amazon has the new version of subscription increases, but just by putting a book in a big box with maybe a little air-filled cushion, and then you get it with giant dings on the corner. Oh man, shit! What time is it, man? 4:38. Uh, Back in the early 200s, 2000s probably, unless you're a lot older than you look. Back in the early 2000s, I found autographed books in quarter bins. Yeah, they used were they autographs on the inside first, like in the splash page, because that's the way they used to do it. Um, but doing this the signature right across the front of the cover in giant letters, I think it, artists I think would rather not write over their art on a 60, 70-year-old book. They'd rather, I know they would rather write at the bottom underneath the indicia and on the white part. That's what they used to do back in the civilized days. But then it doesn't look great up on your wall because it's not visible. You'd have to have the CGC idiots write that it's signed, and then you just have to trust them about it. Corner Crunch Sam says Gotham City. Oh my God. We've been going for almost 7 hours and 18 minutes. Casper, the friendly ghost who borrows your comic without you knowing during a sleepover and never returns it. Yeah. Cover Fryer says covers, image stuff, but shop owner has so much stuff that they didn't even realize it. Um, Covers, image stuff, but you mean autographed image comics? Is that what you said? Loose staple Lou. Yeah. Yeah, I remember my dad was always talking about a song, Sioux City Sue. He had a nurse when he was in the hospital named Sue, and he said, that reminds me of Sioux City Sue. I'm sure the nurse had no idea that this song that was popular in the early 1940s. Uh, Autographed, correct. Yeah, what did Image put out? I don't even know. I mean, I don't honestly know. What were they famous for putting out? They're the ones that put out the 1963 line, right? Uh, but I mean, when they first started, what it was Image. I know Image does the Geiger comics now, but what did they do when they first started? What was their big title? I'm trying to remember. I know they did something good. One staple, Sam. Yeah, that was World War II with the one staple right in the center, right? We got to save these staples because we can build a tank with them. Short box Steve. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, maybe you could suggest Kevin, you got all these friends that are Garbage Pail Kid artists to do a line of Garbage Pail stickers, cards about comic collectors. That I don't know if anyone's thought of doing that. Are there any Garbage Pail Kids that represent comic collectors yet? I bet there are. That would cross over to somewhat related. Oh, they did Spawn. I forgot. Is Spawn still done by Image, or does McFarlane have his own company now? Youngblood, I remember the Spawn, Supreme from Image. Nat Nerd. Um, is Youngblood the one that was? No, what was the one that was made into the Saturday morning cartoon? X-Men was on in the 90s, and then they made was it Wildcats? I think it was It was who put out Wildcats? Because there was a Saturday morning cartoon of Wildcats that no one remembers. I think it's on, yeah, Stormwatch. Wildcats was the one that made it to Saturday morning television. What company put out uh, Xenozoic Tales or Cadillacs and Dinosaurs? What was that? What was that company? Rita, good comic. Why don't you? Rita, good comic. Why don't you? That's good. The only problem is there's only about 3 women on all of YouTube that talk about comics. Um, Seriously, how many women? Who are the women comic collectors on YouTube? I know there's a friend of Night Tiger named Lady Fantastic, and there's who else is there? There's a few that I think are just front ladies for the guy comic collector, and they just get their girlfriend or wife to come on. Look, please, you look a lot better than I do. You just go out there, I'll tell you what to say, and we'll get lots of subscriptions because it's a girl talking about comics. Um, I believe Savage Dragon maybe had a cartoon. I think you could be right, Fryer. which is weird because hasn't Savage Dragon become kind of a dirty comic? I mean, as far as um, some of the stuff they put into it, it's like a little questionable. Maybe it wasn't when it first started, but Savage Dragon has almost no collectible value. Even the very first appearance is like as I recall, when I was pricing comics, it's like something nobody cares about. Yellow Page Lou. Man, you got to write all these down, Kevin. I got tired of writing them down. They're good, man. But yeah, these are good names, man. I'd have to think. How long till this music stream from B-Sides? It's 5, almost 5. Comes on 2 hours. I believe so with Savage Dragon. Maybe I think Larson has maybe lost his mind. I think that's what I've heard. Some of these guys they kind of lose it. Um, it's it's a very lonely occupation, drawing, and some people wind up losing their minds. Yeah. I never really got into Savage Dragon. Maybe so there used to be a kid, Whack Comics, and he would find new ways to destroy modern comics in a different way each episode. Oh, really? I think I saw him once. One previous owner. Yeah, that sounds like more of a car dealership name. Oh, man. I got to get up, and I don't want to. The dog is asleep next to me. If I get up and she's startled awake, it's not good. But if I talk to her first and say, Drew, I'm getting up, then all will be well. Um, well, about this time is it? Yeah, right about this time tomorrow, 24 hours from this minute, I will go live and open. Well, no, I'll eat dinner first. I'll open up the packages if they come tomorrow. Let's see if there's any news on that. Let's check real quick. Still no update since January 9th. It says your package will arrive later than expected, but is still on its way. It is currently in transit to the next facility. Oh, I'm on the wrong page. How do I get back? Yeah, I think I may only have a couple of copies of Savage Dragon. Was Wildcats any good? That was. Drew, I'm getting up. Drusilla, I'm getting up. Don't get scared, Drew. Drew, I'm getting up. I sure am. I sure am getting up, Drew. How about that? Paige Turner. um, Wait a second. I have one. I'm trying to think of a name. Nada isn't a name. Nada. Not a library. That's what they would always say in the 7-Eleven, right? The kid is not a library, man. Well, looks like it's time for my boot heels to be wandering, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna. I probably should lay down and take a nap, man. It's been an exhausting day. Hopefully, my wife's gonna be feeling better. Uh, why am I putting those shoes on? If it could just snow, then they could just cancel work tomorrow. But the sun is out. I don't think it's gonna be snowing. How about that? Well, see you later, ladies. Goodbye.